Thank you, everybody, just for bearing with us that small hiccup. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I'm Chairman of Planning Committee here at Fenland. Welcome all those to the members of the press and the public who join us via the live stream. Before we begin, please can I take this opportunity to remind everyone to turn their mobiles and computers to silent and ensure that when using the microphones, the red light is on and then turned off when you have finished speaking. So without further ado, we'll go to agenda item 1, and I would now like to ask member services if we have any apologies for absence, and it's Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Good afternoon. Apologies received today, Chairman, from Councillor Meekins, and Councillor Murphy is in attendance today as a substitute member. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the meeting of the 17th of September 2025. Could I have a proposer on that, or any? Councillor French is going to propose it. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Miffordin, can I have a show of hands to approve those minutes? I wasn't there and Councillor Murphy wasn't there, but thank you very much. So those minutes have been approved. 3, we'll go to agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There are none. So 4 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item on this afternoon. So again, Joe, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Joe. I'm a member of Chatteris Town Council, but take no part in planning matters and always leave the room. Matthew Hall, from Morton Hall, has got an application here this afternoon. I do know Matthew. I declare this every month, but I will view that impartially. And I have been lobbied on item 10, but I will also view that impartially as well.
Thank you. Councillor Connor.
Yes, Joe, it's a long one. The declarations of 4, I've had 4 I'd like to put forward to you. I had a very brief conversation regarding agenda item number 7. I told the applicant agent who was on the phone that I would not discuss any application before this planning committee when he rang me yesterday. I subsequently thanked the caller, and he thanked me and I said, and we discontinued the call. As always, I will listen to the information brought before us, and we'll keep an open mind on every application and use my vote accordingly. Item number 14, I know the applicant has a metal recycling yard, as I did some 11 years ago, but I retired on those 11 years ago. Time does fly. And at no time have we had any business dealings. Obviously, I'd retired at that time, and I do not socialise with the applicant. However, I did meet him with Councillor Marks after being asked by the Conservative group, including our leader, at his premises in March to discuss another matter concerning this administration. I emphasise not connected in any shape or form with this planning application. Going on, I have been lobbied on by email on agenda item number 10 and also on agenda item 11 by an objector by email today. So thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you. Member of March Town Council, but don't take part in any planning applications. I was sent some photographs for agenda item 10. Unfortunately, couldn't really see what was there, but there was no wording there. So I suppose, yes, I have been lobbied in some shape. Item 14, I do know the gentleman. He's not a friend, he's not a personal acquaintance. So I've got no prejudicial interest on that. Sorry, and also I'm a member of 10 drainage boards, including Wisbech and 100.
Thank you. Councillor Mafferdon.
Thank you. I'm a member of Wisbech Town Council, but I'm not on the planning committee there. I also have Matthew Hall doing some work for me. Agenda item number 4. Apologies, number 5. I was in a meeting that was called by our local MP, where this particular application was brought up and discussed by several members of the public. I didn't take part in that discussion, so I'll keep an open mind on this one. Agenda item number 6. I know the applicant, he rents a business premises from me, so I will not take part in this application. Agenda item number 10, I received an email, so I suppose I've been lobbied on this. And then again, the photos on it weren't very clear. And then lastly, I can find it now. New Drove. When I was on site, I was approached by a member of the public who spent about 10 minutes ranting at me. I didn't reply to her, I didn't discuss with her, but just in case someone saw her talking to me, I wasn't directly lobbied and I didn't discuss anything with her. I think that's it. Oh yes, number 11 as well. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Joe. I'm a member of Mainey Parish Council, and I also attend Chatteris Town Council, both of which I take no part in the planning and leave the room at Chatteris Town Council when any planning is discussed. On item 5, I have been lobbied. On item 10, I've been lobbied, and item 11 too. On item 12, I won't take part in any debate or voting on this, as I will be speaking for the applicant. And on item 14, I have met with the applicant on one occasion with the chair. That was a arranged meeting via a group of FDC, and apart from that, I have no other dealings with the gentleman and or his businesses, and I sit on various IDVs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am a member of the Chatteris Town Council, but take no part in any of the planning matters. I know Councillor Brenda Barber is a judge on number 5. I know Matthew Hall on agenda item 6 and 8, and I know obviously Councillor Maureen Davis on number 11. As I was not previously at the agenda item number 14, I will not take any part in this today. And what I will do, though, is I will take every agenda item with unbiased views.
Thank you very much. Can I just have a show of hands from members to en bloc that you all know Councillor Barber and the Councillor Davis, who has submitted a written representation? Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. So we're now going to the main part of the meeting.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I missed off one thing in my declaration. Item 14, the applicant is known to me, Mr. Bowes. When I was portfolio holder for assets, I had several dealings with Mr. Bowes around the port of Wisbeach. But since I've been portfolio holder, I no longer hear from him. He's not a personal friend. Didn't even know him before I became a councillor. So just like to declare that before we start. So I missed that one off. So apologies, Joe.
Yeah, no worries, Councillor Benny. Thank you for that. Okay, now again, we'll just go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on the plan application when invited to do so. However, I will be initially asking if anybody is going to propose that the officer recommendation. Clearly, if no such proposal is forthcoming or that proposal fails, I'll be then looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that such a proposal should be accompanied by policy planning reasons for going against officer recommendation. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Alan Davis. He's the principal developer here at Fenland, planning officer at Fenland, to present application F/YR25/0274F, agenda item 5. So Alan, please, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item number 5 is for land west of the playing field, Barton Road, Wisbeach, and the application proposes 42 affordable dwellings comprising 1 and 2 bedroom bungalows, the breakdown of which is 35 1-bedroom and 7 2-bedroom. There will be an on-site office and communal space, including cycle stores, proposed landscape and highways works to access the site, and associated works throughout the remainder of the site, including demolition of all existing buildings on the site. The application is submitted by Mrs. Beverly Moss on behalf of Hourigan Planning, on behalf of the applicant Boathall Developments and Housing 21. The reason for the application being presented to members of the committee is because the Town Council comments are contrary to the officer recommendation. On the screen above, you can see the location plan on the left-hand side, indicated by the red line. On the right-hand side is the aerial photo of the site. The site is approximately 1.87 hectares and is currently in use as a plant nursery with retail sales. The existing dwelling house on site, which is in the northeast corner, does not form part of the planning application, as you can see is not included within the red line. The site fronts onto Barton Road, and there are a number of existing mature trees which are proposed to be retained as part of some open space within the development. On the eastern boundary of the site, there is also a line of mature trees which are also to be retained. The western boundary has a 1.8 metre high timber fence, and the southern boundary is heavily vegetated and screens the views of the site from Magazine Lane to the south of the site. The application site is located on the south side of Barton Road, less than 1 mile to the west of Wisbeach Town Centre. The site is accessed from Barton Road and is bounded by Barton Road playing fields to the east, Magazine Lane to the south, and Grove Park to the west. The scheme comprises a total of 42 residential single-storey dwellings, and all of the proposed dwellings would be occupied as social rent dwellings. All occupants will be 55 years and older, and that will be secured through a Section 106 obligation. In addition to the 42 dwellings proposed, Plot 6 will provide the site manager's office to be available on site and for the site manager to perform their daily managerial work in supporting the residents with their tenancy needs. Plot 6 will also provide an internal communal space and kitchen facilities so that residents can meet. The application site is located on the edge of the town of Wisbeach, as shown above, which is identified as one of the two main market towns, along with March, in Policy LP3 of the Fenland Local Plan. It is one of the main areas of growth within the district. The key statement in Policy LP3 of the Local Plan, in respect of the location of the proposal, is that the focus for the majority of growth is in and around the 4 market towns within the district. The site is currently a planned nursery and features a number of internal roads and driveways, areas of hard standing and greenhouses, and also areas of grass for the growing of plants and flowers. For the purposes of this planning application, it is considered to be a mixture of brownfield and greenfield land, although given the quantum of existing buildings and structures on site, there are more previously developed areas than not. The north section of the site, from where the development will be accessed, lies in Flood Zone 1, and the rest of the site to the south, where the proposed dwellings will be situated, lies within Flood Zone 3. The applicant has not submitted a sequential test or exception test as required because the site lies within Flood Zone 3. This is due to the fact that when the application was submitted, the draft approach to the sequential test for housing guidance was in place. That guidance has since been removed and was removed by the council on 29th of June. However, it is noted that because the scheme will offer 42 affordable housing units as a primary benefit of the development, which will be for over 55s, and 6 of those dwellings will be M43, which is wheelchair adapted. This means the scheme would represent a sizable contribution to the district's overall affordable housing needs. In addition, and also would provide 6 wheelchair adapted dwellings. In addition, the site is located within an area identified for housing growth. It is sustainably located, being close to Wisbeach and its facilities, and it involves the reuse of previously developed land. Just going to run through the house types. So on the screen above is house type A. All proposed dwellings will be true bungalows in that they are single story, and there will be a total of 3 different designs across the site. All 3 types will have simple, accessible, internal layouts, and will have simple designs externally, although not devoid of architectural detail, as you can see on the screen, with window sills, headers, porch features, eaves detailing, and so on. Type A will have canopies in the front elevation, window sills and brick headers, and corbelled eaves. Type B will be similar, as shown on the screen above, although they will include cladding or render in sections to add variety to the external appearance, and will have a higher ridge height to add prominence within the street scene. Type C is similar to the Type A design. These will include cladding or render sections similar to Type B. So as you can see, there's a mixture of house types proposed. There are no objections to the proposed design of the development, and there will be no objections to the application based on the character of the development proposed. The proposed layout provides for adequate manoeuvrability, with tracking plans provided by the applicant, which demonstrate a range of vehicle types, including refuse and fire appliances, can easily navigate the site. No concerns are raised in respect of the general layout of the proposal, which provides adequate manoeuvrability in respect of matters such as parking, waste collection, emergency vehicle access, and pedestrian and cycle manoeuvrability. The dwellings would not have a detrimental impact on the amenity of existing residents to the north or south of the site due to the scale of proposed dwellings and also the distance between the site and the existing dwellings. To the east of the site is an existing park, which again will experience no detriment to the amenity. However, several objections have been raised by residents of the park home site to the west. It is considered that due to the single-storey nature of the dwellings proposed and the distance between the existing dwellings, there will be no loss of light, privacy, overshadowing, or overbearing impact as a result of this proposal. In addition, as you can note on the site plan, on the western boundary, there is a proposed swale used for drainage. That increases the distance between the proposed dwellings and the existing dwellings to the west. So, in all, there's a sizable distance between both the existing park homes to the west and the proposed dwellings on this site. Just to give you some context of site, these are some photos showing the accesses, or the access. So the top left photo is a view west along Barton Road. Top right is east along Barton Road with views of the access to site. Bottom left is east along Barton Road with views of the access. And then bottom right is the nearby care home with which is west of the site. The second set of photos give you an idea of the current situation on site and boundaries. So the top left photo is a western boundary of the site looking south. The top right is the eastern boundary of the site. Bottom left is the existing boundary treatment between the site to the west and the application site. As you can note, the 1.8 metre high close bordered fence. And then the bottom right photo is an example of one of the existing greenhouses on site. Before drawing to a conclusion, 2 points to make note of. As a late update to the proposal, a letter from the local MP has been received. The local MP objects to the proposal for 4 reasons, and members are notified that the update is within their update pack. In addition, there has been a number of emails and phone calls made to the council regarding the site to the west of this, the care home site. Recently, the developer behind that site caused damage to a water main on site. As a result of that damage to the water main, which is outside of any planning regime, any planning controls, an issue occurred due to land saturation. The developer and Anglian Water are undertaking work to resolve that matter. As a result of that accident and damage to the water main, there is a diversion in place along Barton Road. That diversion is to do with that site, and as I say, the damage to the water main is not a planning matter, and there is nothing that planning can do in terms of enforcement, as it is a matter being resolved by primarily Anglian Water now. So, in terms of summary for the site, the proposal seeks the erection of 42 affordable bungalows and associated site office. The bungalows will be affordable rent for over 55s and will include 6 adapted dwellings, M43, which means they're adapted for wheelchair use. The site is located within the West Wisbech Broad location for growth, so in effect the site is allocated for residential development. Part of the site is in an area of high flood risk, flood zone 3. However, the substantial public benefits from the affordable rent properties for over 55s, along with the fact that these are bungalows, of which 6 will all be already adapted for wheelchair use, is considered to outweigh the harm caused by the development in respect of flood risk, which will be, as identified within the submitted details, mitigated, and floor levels will be increased for the bungalows to ensure that the occupants of those bungalows are under no additional flood risk. The proposal therefore accords with policies LP3, 8 and 14 of the Fenland Local Plan, Chapter 14 of the NPPF. The proposal is recommended for approval, subject to a Section 106, which will cover the affordable housing element of the scheme. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan. Great presentation. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Councillor Brenda Barber. She is a district councillor to make her presentation in committee. When you're ready, you've got 5 minutes, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Brenda Barber, one of the councillors for this area of Wisbech. Last week, I attended a meeting where hundreds of residents of Barton Road and other roads in Wisbech St Mary packed the biggest hall available in Wisbech. It was standing room only. These residents have had to put up with so much disruption already over the almost permanent closure of Barton Road that surely enough is enough. Currently, the date for the road to be reopened is not until next March, but this cannot be guaranteed, as Anglian Water have been honest enough to admit that there could well be other problems which could delay it longer. In fact, they have now found disturbed asbestos in the ground, as I've been told today. Barton Road residents are experiencing ongoing damage to boundaries, fencing, garages and their buildings. They ask, when will this end? The very long diversion avoiding Barton Road includes Station Road, Wisbech St Mary, which is a small road with housing on both sides. It has seen many problems with road erosion and many potholes since the diversion, and much damage to housing, which has not been rectified. The diversion is also ignored by many who are using much smaller roads, including HGVs and lorries. These roads are also being damaged. The planned building of yet another 42 homes with access from Barton Road is clearly a bad mistake and should at the very least be suspended until this road has been completely repaired and the problems associated with it are proved not to have been passed on to the next piece of land. Anglian Water have already come up against many problems since the sewer collapse, not least of which was the discovery of an underground watercourse, which they had apparently not known about. Yet this is the Fens. If they manage to bridge it, divert it, or whatever they do, how can residents be sure that this problem will not affect the new builds and the road will have to be closed yet again? The residents of nearby Grove Park are already experiencing problems as the land moves underneath, and this is causing damage to their homes. Apart from anything else, surely this amount of building applications currently being considered in the same area amounts to overdevelopment. Local Plan Policy LP13 states, planning permission will only be granted if it can be demonstrated that there is or will be sufficient infrastructure capacity to support and meet all the requirements arising from the proposed development. Conditions or a planning obligation are likely to be required for many proposals to ensure that the new development meets this principle. Has this been met? This housing is for older people over 55s. These people are more likely to need medical services, and currently our GP surgeries are already well oversubscribed. I ask that you listen to residents and common sense and refuse this application. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Barber. Members, questions, clarifications to Councillor Barber? Councillor Marks, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. You speak a lot about Anglian water, and I do have some concerns regarding this, living in a village which floods on a fairly regular basis. And when we have new developments, luckily recently we've had a lot of work done, but the concern is that you're talking, is it Anglian Water are talking about one specific area or the whole area in general regarding their latest reports as of today?
Well, it seems to be that area in particular, but the whole area is in flood level 3. And I know the last statement that went up on the board said that they think that the good amount, the amount of housing for the over 55s outweighs the problems that might be due to the flood risk 3. I disagree with that. I don't think we can ignore the flood risk that's in that area. All the residents have told me that that area is often, if not always, overwatered and running with water.
So, having seen the report, I guess you've had a read through of what the officers have said. Would you agree with Anglian Water at the present time that there are more issues to come?
I think they've said there are more issues to come, and we have to agree with them. They're the ones doing the work at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else at all for Councillor Barber? No burning desire? No, thank you very much. Thank you. Right. So now I'd like to invite Beverly Moss. She's the agent to make her presentation to the WIT committee. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Your officers have provided a detailed report to members, so I just wanted to mention some key headlines to you, if I may. At the heart of this proposal is a scheme for 42 affordable homes. The Council's own housing needs report confirms there is a significant and increasing need for affordable housing of all tenure types in this district. As noted in your officers' report, the new homes are exclusively for residents aged 55 and over, thereby addressing a clear and growing demand within the community for accommodation that meets the needs of the ageing population. There would be a manager's office on site to enable a manager to perform their daily work, manage the ward and control system, plus it would also provide an internal communal space and kitchen facilities so residents can meet. The aim is to create a real sense of community. All of the homes will be available for social rent. This means the new homes will be genuinely affordable and will provide a secure housing option for people on the lowest of incomes. Your housing strategy and enabling officer has consistently expressed their support for the proposals. All of the new homes will be managed by Housing 21. Housing 21 is a joint applicant with Bosall Developments, showing that there has been a committed registered provider involved from an early stage in this application. Housing 21 is a leading not-for-profit provider of retirement living, where the average age of their residents is 70. And Bosall Developments is a specialist affordable housing developer who works with contractors who seek to deliver the highest quality construction standards. All of the homes are bungalows, and 6 of them will be fully adapted for wheelchair users. The new homes will be within an area identified in the local plan for housing growth in the district, the West Wisbeach location for growth. The site is sustainably located, being close to the centre of Wisbeach, with bus stops for the number 46 bus nearby. The development involves the reuse of previously developed land. Planning policy is clear. The use of previously developed land and sites that are physically well related to existing settlements should be encouraged where suitable opportunities exist. This is one such opportunity. In terms of technical matters, I'd like to say the following. Cars will access the site from a new access point on Barton Road. New pedestrian crossing points are going to be provided on Barton Road and Magazine Lane. Only 4 of the homes will be directly accessed off Magazine Lane, with a footpath link for Magazine Lane for pedestrians and cyclists only. Each new home would have its own car parking spaces, and there are visitor spaces too, but car ownership is anticipated to be quite low given the social rent tenure. In terms of drainage, we've worked hard with the Flood Authority the North Level Commissioners and Anglian Water to devise an appropriate drainage scheme for this particular site. During the application process, all three statutory parties requested more technical information, and that was provided. Anglian Water has confirmed that the nearest water recycling plant can accommodate the wastewater flows from the new homes, and they have given their agreement to the surface water connecting into their existing system. The Flood Authority is happy the surface water from the new homes can be managed through the use of the proposed swale and attenuation before being discharged at a control rate. A maintenance plan has also been provided and can be used to control the drainage features on site. We've got no objections from these agencies. The new homes will be accompanied by new landscaping through private garden spaces, 69 new trees, 400 metres of new hedgerows and an area of amenity open space. Plus, as well as performing a drainage function, the swale along the western edge will be planted with wildflowers. The resolved position of this council, as embodied in your adopted SPD, is that the council will not seek contributions for social infrastructure on 100% affordable schemes in recognition of the viability issues faced in this area. That position is a matter of planning balance and one the council is entirely entitled to take. So in summary, this is a much needed affordable housing scheme that seeks to deliver a high quality development and which has addressed all relevant technical issues. I therefore respectfully ask you to resolve to grant full planning permission in line with your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite members to put questions, clarifications to Ms Moss. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have several questions. It is disappointing that your application actually conflicts with our policy 13, where you're not supplying any infrastructure. It's disappointing that nothing is going towards the national health where they have requested it. In the report, if I read it right, it does say that the doctors and dentists and things like that will actually be moving within that area. So are you actually saying these 42 dwellings will be for occupation of Wisbech residents only? That's the first question.
It's unlikely that we're going to be able to specify that the residents, you would not get, we're not asking for a personal permission that will specify where residents come from. But it is anticipated that the residents will be already within Wisbech, perhaps in accommodation which isn't suitable for them at the moment. Anticipate that they're already in the area and they'll move into this scheme, thereby freeing up the current accommodation for others that might be able to move.
How many car parking spaces in total?
So there's 2 spaces per 2-bed house and 1 space per 1-bed house, plus 8 visitor car parking spaces.
Public open space, what size will that be, and what equipment will you have, benches, etc., on that public open space?
Yes, I did write down. So it's 1,916 square metres, and as you can see on the layout, it's proposed to be at the front of the site. There's some really beautiful mature trees on the front entrance there, so we wanted to retain those. So the POS, public open space, has been accommodated around that area. In terms of equipment, we're not proposing play space because of the residents, and we've got a play area next door. But we've not specified anything in particular. It'd be wholly appropriate to ask for a bench potentially. That's something that could be agreed as part of the sort of the discharge of conditions. If a bench were required to be provided as part of the POS, then so be it.
Last question. In the report, page 31, it does say that there is water stress. How are you going to meet that? It does say that you're going to, or the report states that you're going to suggest 110 litres per person per day. How on earth are you going to monitor that?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was just finding it in the report. So that was The Environment Agency provided their consultation comments to your officers. They raised no objection. They've put a note in about water resources, knowing that there's an area of water stress, as they put it, which is in their report back in 2021. But ultimately, they raised no objection. I think we've submitted some very detailed technical information, and we've gone backwards and forwards with your local flood authority. We've also engaged with Anglian Water to make sure that we're proposing something that they're comfortable with. So I think the general area is experiencing, I have to confess I'm not a drainage engineer, I don't really know what water stress means, but obviously there's an issue with the resource of water in this area. It's well known, the drainage submissions have sought to accommodate that and mitigate against it. The conditions within the decision notice, if approved, will enable further statutory bodies to be able to monitor that. And like I said in my presentation, there is a maintenance plan submitted so that there is an element of control going forward.
Thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Looking at the report, I read, and you said that you have had mention from the two agencies. One of the bigger players in this is surely the Drainage Board. They seem to still be a bit unsure regarding this application. They haven't given it their green light, which you seem to be saying other people have. Listening to Councillor Barber's presentation, and obviously reading the local press, there is some major drainage issues there. What else can you do to allay these fears?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to diminish the issues. I'm aware of the meeting that happened last week, and I know that there's significant concerns surrounding things that have happened on another site and the implications that that's had on local residents. The Drainage Board, from my experience of other applications I've dealt with in this district, with the different drainage boards that are in play, they tend to withhold their full wholesale approval until all the agreements have been put in place. So I think from my point of view, we've got reached a point where they've not objecting, and then they've got the final agreements and approvals to be dealt with as things move forward.
That's certainly very different to at least two councillors who both sit on drainage boards. In fact, this drainage board. So I find that a very strange comment. And just following on from that, regarding community, you put a lot of stress on using the word community. Obviously, there's already a community there that has got these worries regarding flooding. Public open meeting, 300 plus people attend that meeting. Surely the thought at the present time is by adding another 42 without better infrastructure, we're going to cause more problems to that community that's already existing.
Did you want me to respond to that? Yeah, thank you. My understanding of what's happened on the other site is that something has interfered, or there's been a technical issue with a particular drain on site, and then the knock-on effect of that. That is an entirely different site to obviously the application before you. It's a different red edge. There's going to be different issues on each site. All I can do is put an assurance in place that the technical information has been submitted. We've got a phase 1. My client even instructed a phase 2, so we know the geology, we know what we're dealing with under the ground. We've also submitted flood risk assessment and the proposed drainage scheme. We can only go so far to provide the mitigation measures to put in place to ensure that the development can be built out in accordance with the things that the documents that get approved, meeting the high standards that those construction bodies need to put in place. I appreciate what's happened down the road, but that doesn't happen on every single site. It's something that's happened there, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen on other sites, on my client's site.
Okay, well, so basically you're saying site-specific for yourselves is okay. However, when was your drainage strategy actually done? When was that report actually done? Bearing in mind, we've already heard from Councillor Barber today again, that things are coming to light daily regarding these problems down Barton Road. Do you happen to know when your report was actually done for this, please?
Yeah, so we submitted the drainage strategy. The original drainage strategy got submitted when the application was submitted, which I think was back in March. But like I said, during the course of the application, we've had discussions with Anglian Water and the Flood Authority, the County Council. So the most recent drainage strategy was updated and submitted 3 weeks ago, and they've been reconsulted, and that's resulted in the consultation responses being updated to inform your officer's report.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marks. Very pertinent questions. Anybody else at all got any questions at all? No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers? I'm sure there is some, and Councillor Marks is going to kick it off, followed by Councillor French. Thank you.
Thank you. First question, little confused. Live in Maney, flood zone 3. We've always been told, or we've had applications that have been refused for bungalows because of flooding issues, and therefore they've had to either have upstairs living as well. On this, we've got a retirement site, 42 elderly people or over 52 or over 55. So, you know, the likelihood is, and also disabled people, all living on the floor, and we're in flood zone 3, but yet we pass this but cause problems elsewhere.
Alan.
Thank you, Chair. It's a good question to raise, and in terms of this site, when the application was submitted, it wasn't required to be accompanied with a sequential test and the exception test, which is ordinarily the case for sites which lie in flood zone 3. Now, in terms of this site, in terms of the sequential and exception test, there's 2 phases. Firstly, the sequential test to see if there's any sequentially preferable sites elsewhere. And in this particular case, it would be within the West Wisbech broad location for growth. If the sequential test isn't passed, there's then the exception test, which is formed of 2 parts. The first part is to do with public benefit, if there's public benefit which would outweigh the harm. And then the second part is that the statutory consultees, such as the Environment Agency and Anglian Water and the internal drainage bodies, they need to be satisfied that the proposal is safe from flooding and flood risk, and that the residents or the occupants of the development would be safe. Now, in this particular case, the applicant has submitted a flood risk assessment and details as to how they would address it. The drainage strategy and submitted finished floor levels identified that the finished floor levels would have to be 3 metres above ordnance datum, i.e. 3 metres above sea level. That would mean for this site that finished floor levels would be raised by approximately 300 to 500 try again, I'm doing it in millimetres, 30 centimetres to 50 centimetres, so half a metre in effect. By doing that, that will take account of 1 in 100 year flood risk for the site. So the statutory bodies, Anglian Water, the Environment Agency, are comfortable with the mitigation proposed. So therefore, both parts A and part B of the exception test are satisfied, i.e. we demonstrate, or the applicant has demonstrated, public benefit through the 42 affordable dwellings that are over 55s, plus the addition of the 6 wheelchair adapted dwellings. So that's a public benefit, and as I say, the mitigation is in place should the site flood in a 1 in 100 year storm event, that the finished floor levels are at a satisfactory level so that those occupants, residents of the site, wouldn't be put in a dangerous situation. So we have to take on board the advice from the statutory consultees. They don't object, they're happy with the proposal as submitted, and therefore going through the process of the sequential test followed by the exception test, this would pass the exception test were an exception test to be undertaken for the site. So that's the reason. In this particular case where this is recommended for approval, other sites, without knowing the details, I can't comment on, but there are cases where something would fail the sequential test and the exception test, and it would be recommended for refusal, even if it were an affordable bungalow, for example. So as we all know with planning, it's dependent on the site and the site conditions and what the applicant's proposing for that specific site. And in this case, the applicant has proposed mitigation in terms of flood risk that Anglian Water and the Environment Agency deem to be acceptable.
Thank you. That's number one. Number two, I understand you attended the meeting that was discussed the other day with the 300 people, and a comment that I believe you made was that when asked, regarding going forward, do you believe there will be any more issues? Obviously, this is site specific for the planning. However, we've got to look at the area as well and the community. And I believe you made the comment, you believe there could be. Can you just clarify that comment, please?
Yeah, that's again a very good question. It's a very good point to make. So in terms of that public meeting on Wednesday of last week, I attended that to represent Fenland District Council and also the planning department. As I've said in the presentation for this site, the issues raised there are a result of an existing water main being damaged by the developer, and that is an accident. The result of that damage to the water main has caused the flooding on that particular site. My comment where I said it could happen again is it in respect of if works are carried out on the existing adopted water network and somebody, a contractor, whether that be Anglian Water or a developer's contractor, damages that pipe, that could happen elsewhere. So there's always a danger on any site where development is taking place. If there is accidental damage to existing water infrastructure, there could be localised flooding. In terms of this site, there is no reason to suspect that the same thing would happen. My reference to whether that could happen again, it could happen again on the care home site as they're still building that site out. So it could happen, but it's one of those things. It's an accident which took place, which damaged existing adopted water infrastructure. All we can ask is that the actual developers, the contractors working on behalf of the developer, take care. But it's not planning. It's not something the planning system can control, because obviously accidents can happen.
Thank you. And one last question. There's no mention of loss of employment on site, whereas we've got other applications today regarding loss of employment. Why is that?
In terms of this site, because it's within the West Wisbech broad location for growth, our local plan has effectively assessed this wider location and has said it is suitable for residential development. Therefore, the presumption or the policy basis is already there for this site to come forward for residential development, and therefore the loss of employment is already considered within the policy itself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Anybody else at all got any questions, clarifications of officers? Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one. On this site, is it large enough for our refuse vehicles to enter in, turn in, and exit it?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the applicant has submitted a suite of drawings with swept path analysis. The swept path analysis is in effect for the larger vehicle, so it's a fire engine and also a refuse vehicle, and it shows that the spine road of the development is wide enough for both sides of the vehicle to enter and exit site forward gear, so there is sufficient space for that to happen.
I apologise profusely, Councillor French. It's your turn now. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sid. I'm absolutely amazed to read some of this report. I understand 100% affordable, they don't have to supply anything. But we're going against our other own policies, policy LP13. That also is linked in with the infrastructure delivery plan, which was done in January 2013. When was it updated, is my first question.
As far as I'm aware, the IDP hasn't been updated, so we're awaiting updates to that. So that was your last question. What was your first question? Sorry.
That was my first question. Yeah, we sit here month after month after month, repeatedly when flood zone 3 areas come up. We have to have a sequential test. And that's for 3 6, 10, whatever, number 9. And this is 42 and they're not doing the sequential test. I just find that absolutely amazing. This application is a disaster waiting to happen.
Right, anybody else? I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate. Who'd like to key it off? I think Councillor Marks has got his hand up. Thank you.
Okay. The 42 houses are more than likely needed. We can't get away from that fact. We will need housing like that. I have major concerns. We read in the paper, public open meeting regarding flooding in the local area. I think we are just looking at what the IDB have allegedly not said or said. I think this whole report is probably outdated, because it seems to me things, and listening to Councillor Barber, are moving daily on the local area, and I think we can't just look at the actual application itself, but we've got to be mindful of what we could be doing, causing problems around the area as well. The developer mentions very much with the agent, a community. There's no point in having a new community there when you've upset the old community. I have some major worries regarding also what they're saying about these being elderly. We have other properties, we have other planning permissions where we're told can't put bungalows in because it's flood zone 3. We're by doing what we're doing, if we pass this today, we could be adding to the problems of the emergency services as well, because as 42 extra houses we've got, or bungalows we've got to get people out of. We know Wisbech has flooded in the past. They've spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions, on flood defences there. But, you know, we have seen it flood in the past, and we keep hearing this 100-year whatever. But actually, is it 100 years? Is it 20 years? Is it next year? We've got flooding in the area. My view is at the moment, I'm sorry, I can't support this at the present time. Maybe if we could have the Environment Agency and Anglian Water and discuss it further with them. But at the present time, we've got nothing here that I can see that we can pass.
Yeah, Councillor French.
Thank you. I totally agree with Councillor Marks. This really does give me great concern. I think all we're doing is just causing great problems. My suggestion would be that this application is deferred for further in-depth discussion with all concerned with regard to whether it's Anglia Water. But I'm more concerned on the flooding issue and also the water stress. So are these people going to be in these dwellings and they can't get any water? You know, where is this water coming from? It's already at stress. So we're going to put another 42, which will probably be 95 people. What daily showers?
So I think you're actually looking for further clarity on these two things, aren't you? So, yeah, for me, I think the two speakers, the previous speakers, have got that exactly right, really. I think we do need some more clarity, and I think I'm in favour of deferment, to be honest, for another day, so we can bring some more clarity to this. And if it is brought back here for the committee, we do need these 42 houses. Make no mistake about it. But it needs to be in the right circumstances, and it needs to be a community that's going to thrive on this. So maybe it's a very sound idea what Councillor French has said, and maybe we should defer it to try and bring Anglian Water back here and the Environment Agency. It doesn't have to be long. It could be a couple of months' time. Then we'd know a little bit more about the repairs. I know it's nothing majorly, probably anything to do with this application. See how Anglian Water are getting on with the repairs to Barton Road, to see actually what they do find. Councillor Barber said it's a moving situation. Asbestos has been found in there now. Ground movement. A couple of 2 or 3 months' time, there'll be some more foundation there, so we can make a more determined decision on that. So I think I think that's where I am a deferment. But I'll bring Councillor Marks in. Sorry, you can. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to raise one point around kind of material considerations in the context of this application specifically. Committee are absolutely right, and the officers are absolutely right. Clearly, flood risk is a material consideration for an application located within flood zone 3, and I think that's entirely appropriate that members are considering that. I think there is unfortunately a slightly unrelated issue which I consider is not a material consideration to this application, and that is the damage that's been done to a drain on a site nearby to this location. The flooding that the community in this location are currently experiencing is not as a result of the fact that this application site is in flood risk zone 3. It's as a result of an incident on an adjacent application site which led to a very localised, not linked to wider flood risk, incidents of flooding in the application. And so I think members should be careful to distinguish in their minds between the current issues with the site down the road and the actual material flood risk and how that should be addressed in policy terms for this application. I think officers have given very clear advice on how the sequential test and the exemption test would apply to this application. And the advice you've received from officers, from the Environment Agency, from East Anglia and all of your statutory consultees is that the flood risk assessment for this site shows that this site should be safe for the lifetime, the expected lifetime of the development. And so any flood risk that there is mitigated through the flood risk assessment. So I just ask members to perhaps be clear in their contributions and their deliberations that the localised issues the community are experiencing are perhaps not material planning considerations, whereas the specific risk from this application site's location in flood zone 3, how the sequential and exemption tests are applied and what the flood risk assessment says about the residual risk at this application site specifically is a material consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Marks. Then I may come in myself after. Well, Councillor Marks had his hand up, then I'll take Councillor French, then I'll take Councillor Mifford, then me. So, Councillor, you've had yours hand up for a while. Carry on.
Thank you to the legal officer for that. However, I think there's one thing immediately site-specific is the IDB, which, you know, at the end of the day, if it wasn't the IDBs, we would be in all sorts of problems. Our feet would be wet long before Anglian Water or the Environment Agency actually got their acts together. So I feel that is site-specific straight away. We are, I believe, looking at a lot larger, and it is a very moving, it seems to me, story regarding what's happening there. And what we don't know is, by discharging from that site, whether we just move the problem and kick the can down the road. We need technical people here from Anglian Water, because we don't know where the drainage go. You mentioned it's a drain. We were told it was a water pipe. There's so many different things here. I think we need to have clarity, and the only way I believe we're going to get clarity, and I would ask also for the IDB to come along, so the two statutory bodies plus the IDB, because at the end of the day, the IDB is the poor guys who have to deal with any surface runoff water to start with. And you know, I'm a bit regarding the comment made, the IDBs don't come back to us until the end. I struggle with that comment. The IDBs do a very, very good job. And I'm not taking this away from officers. I think the report is very, very good that the officers have done. However, I think it could be outdated because of the moving incident we're now in further down the road. So I would happily go with a deferral, but I'm sorry, there's no way I would actually put my hand up to pass this.
Councillor French.
Thank you, and thank you for the legal advice. I don't think we're actually discussing the problems down the road. We're discussing this particular site, which is in flood zone 3. I did ask the question when the infrastructure delivery plan was last updated, and it hasn't been, and that was January 2013. So that's a considerable time, and it does quite clearly state in water 5.25 of that report, page 62. The district is situated with a high water stress region. Now that was several years ago, so surely we must be in a bigger stress. I would like to know where this water is coming from. As I said earlier, I will not support this application in its present form, and I request that it is deferred And as the chairman has stated, and Councillor Marks, that we get the relevant bodies here to actually discuss it. Otherwise, this is something, you know, we might be talking about flooding in 100 years' time. We're talking about a few years' time. And the people of Wisbech are the ones that are going to suffer, not us.
Yep, I'm going to bring in Councillor Miffordin now. He's a Wisbech councillor who probably got some inside information that he wants to share with us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have some first-hand experience with this site. I've been called out several times because it's currently it's like an allotment. It's got like nursery. It's a nursery. Thank you. It's got greenhouses on it, and I've been called out several times because some people who use it actually burn material that is not from. Okay. Yeah. So the last time I was out there, it smelled like burning tires. So having said that, where I'm going with this is I am in support in principle of developing the site. I think we take a nuisance problem out of there. And as we all know, we need housing in Fenland, in Wisbech. But the problem, one of the problems I see with this site is the infrastructure capacity, which we haven't really talked about here. At current, right now, there are road diversions in place because of what's going on Barton Road. And the stress, the damage to people's property, the risk to life, and as the days are getting darker now, and the weather is changing a lot, the damage is causing to diversions around New Drove, even Magazine Lane, that's on the other side of it as well, is feeling the impact of the road diversions. When we had that meeting last Wednesday with the MP, the relevant agencies that were represented, I think Anglian Water did say that. Then again, I know this is not related to, it's not directly related to this application, but it does impact. And I know that this development might not happen until after March 26, when Anglian Water hope to fix that problem. But they do not know if they can get it rectified. That is the earliest date they said they can do it. And then what if they actually rectify the problem and then it comes back? Because one of the methods they were going to use was injecting certain material, I can't remember exactly the exact term, into the ground. Now, we are in the fence, we're in the fence. Some of the locals mentioned that because it is all, the silt is always shifting, it hasn't been proven that this method of repair is going to work in an area like Fenland, or like the fence, I should say. So we don't know if this problem is going to go away by March 26, and we don't know if it's not going to come back again, even if it's been rectified. So back to LP13, I don't think we have the capacity, the infrastructure capacity to cope with this, because we've not had any upgrades of the drainage infrastructure since God knows when. So I think we should really look at deferring this application. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I'm getting a steer where this is going, really. I think so. I quite like the proposal from Councillor French to defer this. It needn't be deferred for too long, really. If we can, I'm happy to work with officers, as my Vice Chair, Councillor Marks, is to get the relevant authorities to come to address this committee at a later date. We do need the 42 houses, and if they say everything's going to be fine and they can prove it in the way that they often do, there's no we can pass this at a later date. But I do think we do need some more clarity from the experts. So we're still in debate. I think we've done it to death. I'm going to close the debate. I don't think anybody's got any more things. So, officers, would you like to come in? Sorry, that's it. So after that, do I have a proposer to go with officer's recommendation to approve the planning permission for this application? So I'm looking for a proposer to go with officer recommendation to approve. Basically, it doesn't seem anybody wants to do that. So I'm looking for another proposal. Councillor French, what is your proposal?
I propose we defer this application for what we discussed earlier.
Okay. Councillor Marks has got to second that. So I've got a proposal on the table from Councillor French to defer this application, seconded by Councillor Marks. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
So that proposal has been deferred. Thank you. So I'll now quickly hand over to Alan Davis to present linked applications FYR 25 0504 LB and FYR 25 stroke 0505 F, agenda item number 6. So Alan, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Because I have interest in this application, I'm going to sit.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah. Obviously, Alan can start when he's ready, can't he? Okay, we'll just let...
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
So these are, as Chair said, two linked applications for the Hare and Hounds Hotel for North Brink, Wisbeach, and they constitute list building application, which is 504. That includes internal and external works of the listed building to form 6 residential flats and erect a bin store and cycle store to the rear of the building. And the full planning application, which is change of use of the hotel to 6 residential flats, and again seeking permission for the erection of the bin store and cycle store. The application is brought to us by Morton Hall Consulting on behalf of Mr. Rafiq, and it's presented to Planning Committee as the Town Council representation is contrary to officer recommendation. The slide on the board, as you can see, shows the site location on the left. The site is indicated by the red line, and the aerial view on the right shows that the site is located on the north side of North Brink. The application site is occupied by a 3-storey Grade 2 listed building, most recently in lawful use as a public house with hotel accommodation above. The host building, in generally poor cosmetic condition, has undergone substantial extensions, changes and alterations over a prolonged period. The building accommodates a public house at ground floor level with residential use accommodation on the upper floors. The site extends from North Brink through to Chapel Road, where a vehicular access point leads to an area of hard standing, used for car parking. Planning permission listed building consent are sought for the conversion of the ground floor, first and second floors of the existing public house hotel to form 6 self-contained residential flats, 4 one-bed units and 2 two-bedroom units. The basement and third floor will remain unchanged. Pedestrian access will be retained via the front entrance in North Brink and via an alleyway to the right of the property. The plan on the screen shows the existing elevations of the building. The main external works proposed are set out as follows: new rear courtyard bin store, secure cycle store for residents, removal of non-original structures such as a timber canopy and lean-to roof to the rear, and then the rear single-storey wings where new openings and the timber-framed double glazing windows are proposed. There is also the addition of a small side window at ground floor level. The plans on the screen now show the proposal as amended. The proposal also includes the following repair work: repointing, brick repairs, existing windows retained and externally repainted, rainwater goods repaired, and downpipes on side elevation replaced in black cast aluminium. In addition, external staircase to proposed flat 2 will be repaired. There will be a new hardwood wood door to flat 3. Courtyard tarmac and alleyway surfaces will be made good, and external vents and clay red air bricks will be also added to the building. Policy LP3 of the Fenland local plan sets out the settlement hierarchy within the district, setting out the scale of development appropriate to each of the towns in the hierarchy. The application site is located within the primary market town of Wisbech, where the majority of the district's new housing, employment growth and retail should be directed. This stance is supported by policy LP8 of the local plan. It is considered that the principle of providing residential accommodation in isolation is acceptable, subject to other material considerations. In terms of housing mix, the proposal will provide 6 smaller units and does not meet the identified needs of the district in this location, which are predominantly for 3-bed houses. The proposal is considered contrary to policy LP6 in the absence of a robust marketing exercise or provision of an appropriate replacement facility, as the proposal is for the pub to be lost. In the absence of robust marketing evidence or provision of an alternative community facility, the proposal fails to meet the requirements of policy LP6 of the local plan and guidance contained within the MPPF. The existing floor plans of the building are shown on the screen, and that's the proposed floor plans showing the proposed flats at first and second floor. The above slide demonstrates the proposed bin stores and the external works to the rear of the building. Taking the above into account, the proposal is considered to have a neutral impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area. Whilst the loss of the public house use is acknowledged, the building's visual contribution to the setting will remain intact, and therefore external changes proposed are relatively modest in nature. The proposal therefore preserves rather than enhances the conservation area, but does not result in demonstrable harm. In terms of the listed building itself, the extent of internal intervention to create the proposed flats, particularly at first floor level, lacks sufficient justification and would adversely affect the building's plan form and surviving historic features, and is therefore considered contrary to the objectives of the MPPF and policies 16 and 18 of the Fenland local plan. And the proposal fails to meet the statutory requirements of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990. That's the proposed street scene. As you can see, there's very little external alterations on the front elevation of the building. And similar to the front elevation, the street scene facing onto Chapel Road, there's very little amendments, minus the proposed bin store and cycle store. The photos on the screen give context of the building. So as you can see, that's the front of the building on the left-hand screen. That's the rear courtyard towards Chapel Road, which obviously, as proposed, will be renovated and various elements of the building will be repaired. And then the photo on the right is the rear elevation as the building is just now. These photos give an idea of the internal layout of the building. As you can see, a number of historic features are retained, although it is noted from those photos that the bar area is clearly no longer in use. So in summary, the application is for a 3-storey grade 2 listed building in Wisbech town centre, formerly a public house. The building located within conservation areas in poor condition and is accessed from both Barton Road and Chapel Road. Planning permission listed building consent are sought to convert the property into 6 self-contained flats. The scheme would result in the loss of a public house and associated employment use, and the application isn't accompanied with sufficient justification. This is considered to be contrary to policy LP2 of the Fenland local plan. The internal alterations would also cause less than substantial but significant harm to the building's historic character and the conservation area, failing to preserve or enhance the heritage asset. Therefore, both the planning application and the listed building consent application are recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you once again, Alan. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Matthew Hall. Of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to committee. As there are 2 applications, Mr. Hall, you've got 10 minutes. Lucky you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. So as the report says, this pub at ground floor level was closed December 2023, so this facility has been lost for nearly 2 years. The building on the 3rd floor and 2nd floor was an HMO, which that use ceased just before this application was submitted, but could be restarted. There's no loss of employment here as the pub stroke hotel use ceased nearly 2 years ago. When we visited site earlier in the year, there are even persons sleeping rough about the rear section of the building, the single-storey wing. This proposal allows a very prominent building to be brought back into use right in the centre of Wisbech. When you look at the planning history of this site that's in the report, there was a refusal in 2017 and 2018 to change the building to a snooker hall and leisure entertainment centre. This application is obviously change of use to residential, which is for refusal. So what can we use this building for? What can we use the building for? All the technical consultees support this application. There's no objections to this application, and Wisbech Town Council are in full support here. The Conservation Officer has raised an objection, and we were allowed during the process of the application to submit some revised drawings, which we did, and that overcome some of their concerns, some of the Conservation Officer's concerns. This proposal would not result in the loss of the only pub in Wisbech, which has been closed for nearly 2 years. There are 7 other pubs and 2 further hotels with bars, all within 700 metres of this site. One of these is down the same road, and there's a further one in the adjacent road. This site, in our opinion, is right in the centre of Wisbech and not a rural location. The site is unique as it has a large car parking area at the rear and also its own access, ideal town centre for quality residential development. One of the reasons for refusal is obviously space standards, saying that some of the flats have fallen short of space standards. There's been applications approved by this planning committee and delegated powers recently that have also fallen short of space standards. There's the Buffs Club in March that was approved. We recently, down Dartford Road in March, above a shop, obtained approval for 5 flats, delegated approval. Some of those were short space standards. Even next to our office, down the same road, former school offices, approval for converting to 20 flats. Over half of them are below space standards. This is a listed building. We're trying to work around, where possible, what's there. And obviously floor areas, as the officer says, they do vary for each flat. Could I have the existing floor plans on the screen again that we just saw, please? Thank you. Thank you. So you can see there in the roof space, we're doing nothing. The floor below, the areas of red are where we're looking to take out some not original partitions, but also, as you can see, maintaining quite a lot of the original structure. Can we have the next one, please? That's the proposed existing one, please. No, next one, sorry. There was another one. There was another one we had on the screen earlier. That's it. Yeah, thank you. You can see there the areas in red. We're at first floor. In our opinion, there's very little alteration. Downstairs at the back, that's not even original. There's no concern there from the Conservation Officer. In my opinion, these alterations are fairly minimal. In this report, as the officer kindly said, there's a lot of positives. 10.22, where it states the proposal will have a neutral effect on the conservation area, and there are no external changes to the front elevation, as the officer said. The key point with this application is it allows a listed building to be brought into use for residential purposes in a very prominent location in the centre of Wisbech, rather than leaving it vacant like numerous other buildings in Wisbech, which have an application here to convert the building to allow much needed accommodation in the growth town of Wisbech. Thank you.
Really interesting. Thank you. Members, questions, clarifications, Mr. Hall, and Councillor Benny has got 1 or 2 no doubt. Thank you. Thank you. Afternoon, Mr. Hall. Myself and Councillor French visited this on Sunday when we did the site visits. There's very little to see apart from the front. You can't even see the back. So seeing the photographs that we just had in the presentation, this doesn't look like this has had a lot of money spent on this for many, many years. It's advertised, or it's in the report, it's listed as a pub and hotel. I would imagine, or I would like to know, is this a hotel that had a bar in it, or was this a sort of drinking pub?
because for the size of the bar there, it doesn't look like it would be. It doesn't look like a bar to me. It doesn't look like a pub. It looks more like a hotel that had a license with it.
It's a few years since I went before this application. We've done some work on here for Elgoods quite a few years ago. My understanding is, yes, obviously it had a license, but you could walk in and have a drink and do whatever. Hotel above, as you said, and obviously residents would then come down and have a drink. So I do actually think it was also a walk-in pub, yes, where members of the public could just go in. It was very restrictive. There was a bar area, external area at the rear, but yeah, it was very small, yes.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else got any more questions? Mr. Hall? No, I just think I've got one, but no, it's not pertinent this time. So thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers, and Councillor French has one, and then Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we did visit the site on Sunday. We couldn't really see much of the back. It has been empty for more than 2 years, and I'm just surprised the officers are actually recommending refusal on this, bearing in mind it's next door to the Phoenix, what used to be the Phoenix, the only thing that's left there is the fascia of it. And I think the person who proposes this deserves a medal.
You've just come in, yeah?
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Even though it wasn't a question from Councillor French, more of a statement, I will just sort of come back on sort of an explanation as to why the application is largely recommended for refusal, and that's a lack of evidence that's been submitted. We've got policies that require marketing exercises to demonstrate that there's no viable use for or reuse of public houses, etc. We've not got any of that information. All we've, as Mr. Hall's indicated in his presentation, the building hasn't been operated for 2 years, but anybody can stop using something. That doesn't mean that there's not a market out there for it to be used again. So it's that lack of information. If we got that information and the boxes were ticked, there perhaps would be a different recommendation in front of you.
Thank you, David. If I can just come back, I welcome the response to that. But as you well know, next door is the Phoenix, and all that's left is the fascia. There's nothing, absolutely nothing left of that. And I think, you know, to convert this, and bearing in mind, a couple of months ago, we had a very similar one in March, the Buffs, and that we recommended approval on that, and that hadn't been marketed. And as you well know, there are 1,000 pubs closing every week across the country.
I want to come back on that, but then I'm going to bring Councillor Benny. It should be officer question time, but I will let you finish that, and then we'll move on to Councillor Benny.
I think, members, I think it'd be probably helpful for officers to actually read out the loss of employment justification that was submitted, remembering that we have a policy that requires sites like this to be actively marketed, and you know we have to balance any conflict with what our policy says, the council's policy, against any material considerations. But you know, I can read out the whole document to you.
Shall we take Councillor Benny's first, or are you happy? Are you happy? Yeah, you're happy.
So I just want, just for context, members, the property was last used as a public house on December the 21st, 2023. There is therefore no loss of current employment as part of the proposal. For clarity, obviously, it's the land use. It's not whether it's active or not that the council should be looking at, because as David just said, anyone can shut something and then say there's no employment. So obviously we talk about the principle of the employment rather than active use. The document then goes on to say, the applicant purchased the property on December 2024. The property was last used as a first and second floor as an HMO, but that has now ceased. For clarity, that was in breach of planning rules, and we had enforcement cases on that. So that's not a material consideration in termination of the application. The proposal therefore does not result in the loss of employment. It results in the loss of use, and therefore the proposal results in employment for the trades carrying out the works. That's the full document in relation to their evidence. Clearly, from this, the current owner has chosen to not market the site, and members need to be conscious that we need to treat all applications the same. And if it'd be a worrying state of affairs to accept that applicants can purchase a site ignoring the lawful use, and to then put an application say there is no lawful use without marketing, because we have to be consistent, and such a ignoring our policy requirements would, I'd say, is a dangerous position for members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for explaining that. We'll bring Councillor Benny in now. I don't know if you've got a question, hopefully.
I was going to ask the same question to officers that I asked to the previous speaker. And could we have a look at the picture of the bar that was put up there?
Absolutely, you can.
I mean, looking at that bar, this is not Wetherspoons, is it? This is not a Watney's pub. This is a hotel that's got a bar in it. But the same question that I asked the previous speaker about was this a hotel with a bar, or is this a bar with a hotel? Which way around would you say it was? Do we have any information on that, please?
Again, as Dave and Matthew have explained, the application didn't include much information, but as the information suggests, it was a bar open to the public. The bar or the pub open to public for walking customers, but it wasn't a large bar. And then it was a hotel with rooms above the first floor and above that. So it was a public bar, but as noted by the picture on screen, it was a relatively small bar.
Chairman, I'll just say my anecdotal knowledge, and not as a resident, it is completely anecdotal, is that it was a public house that members of the public used, rather than just a residence hotel. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Marks.
Just looking at Company's House, I just had a quick look there. It previously traded as the Hare and Hounds Hotel Wisbeach Limited Hotel, so it says hotel. However, I do remember once walking in there one lunchtime with somebody else and having a drink, but it was predominantly, always has been, a hotel.
Thank you for that. Anybody else at all? Anybody else at all? No? Okay, thank you. So, we'll move on. We'll move on to questions for officers. So, any other questions for officers at all? I know we've probably done them all now. We've gone out of sequence, but we'll go back on now. Any more questions to officers? No? No, Councillor Marks? Okay. So, I'd now like to invite members to debate the item with respect to the material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. It's a very prominent building as you drive along Wisbeach. You drive into Wisbeach, you can see it on the side there. Beside it, as you say, is a derelict property. Quite honestly, anybody who's wanting to invest into a Grade 2 listed building, I think good luck to them, and we should support them. This could be yet another property that just falls into disrepair. We've heard of rough sleepers behind it. This will bring more beds into Wisbeach. We've already, by the last application, heard of 42, which we've had to defer. This one gives five extra bedrooms. We as a council are putting people up at the present time in containers, which, floor space wise is probably no better than what they've got there. But at least this gives somebody a home. I'm sorry, but I would support this application, not refuse it.
Councillor French, then perhaps.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Marks. You're well aware we have over 3,000 people on the waiting list, and a substantial amount of that are people living in Wisbeach, and it is costing us absolute fortune to put people up in bed and breakfast. We heard on the previous application, 42 affordable houses. Yes, we need affordables, and for whoever this investment person is wants to invest in that type of thing, as I said, I think he deserves a medal.
Yeah, I think I'll come in now. All right. Councillor Murphy, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, to be perfectly honest with you. Unfortunately, over Fenland now, we're getting a lot of these buildings that are being left and gone into disrepair, and they would never, ever come back as they were before. So I think this is a great idea to bring it back into life again.
I welcome it. I think we're going to miss a trick here if we don't support this. It's a listed building, that's absolutely right. We passed a listed building after much despair from my point of view in the old Travis Perkins site. Looks treat now. I've been past there several times. Looks good. If we hadn't made this decision on the committee, it'd still be an old wreck, it'd still be falling down, and it would be lost possibly forever. I think Councillor French intimated that lots and lots and lots of pubs are closing down, hotels are closing down, pubs are closing down every single week. I just don't think, even after just 22 months on, they're not queuing up out of the door to buy this, to reinstate it as a pub, are they? So we turned down the one at Chatteris because members didn't feel it turned down the one with the sheet on down in the main street at Chatteris. Going past that the other day as I did, that's all falling down now. That we'll lose that forever. And this is what worries me with this really. If we don't support it, this could follow suit of the one next door with the facade still up. And I just do feel that if somebody is going to invest this kind of money in this and do the job right, it will be a good thing. It will provide extra beds. As Councillor French has said, we've got 3,000 people on the waiting list. It will take, I know it will only take a few off, but a few and a few and a few, it will make a slight indentation in it. So I just feel that, I feel that I could support this. But obviously I listen to everybody else. Thank you. You can. Victoria, you'd like to speak now, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just a very brief point. I appreciate the wide-ranging debate, and obviously it sounds as though councillors have very particularly had regard to the fact that this is a listed building, but as it is, I just thought it would be appropriate to kind of draw your attention to the specific duties that imposes before you finally vote on the issue. Yeah. Clearly, when considering whether to grant development in respect of a listed building, it's important to consider and to pay special attention to the priority of preserving a listed building or its setting, and to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of a conservation area. I think that's very much been clear in the debate today, but I just wanted to draw that point out. And then on the specific issue of listed building consent, because obviously this is an application for both planning permission and listed building consent, I just remind committee, I suppose, that in considering whether to grant that listed building consent for the works to the building itself, it's important to have special regard to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting, or any features or special architectural or historic interest which the building possesses. I just thought that might be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else want to come in there? No? Councillor Marks?
Having taken on board what Legal said, I still think we're probably losing 10 to 15%. If we leave that empty for 10 years, by the time people have broken into it, stripped it out for all its whatever and set fires in there, that'll be 90%. So surely, as much as I understand what we're being told, grade 2 listed buildings are a pain. You get no money from the government to do anything with them, but they stand there and put all these blocks in way. Yes, we should preserve stuff, but equally we've got to go forward. And, we had Roman roads. I know the roads aren't a lot better now, but now we have tarmac on them as opposed to stone. At the end of the day, we have to go forward with these. So, as I say, I'm sorry, but I would support this application.
And it could be done sympathetically as well. I know, but anyway. So we're still in debate. Anybody want to add to it? I think we've nearly done it to death, really. Right, it is your turn, officers. Thank you. Nothing. Oh my goodness. Okay. So do I have a proposer to go with officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission? No. Can't see any. Can I have a different proposal then, please? Sorry?
We need to move both separately.
Well, we can move both separately,
Yeah,
but I can see probably where it's going.
That,
okay. Okay, so we'll have a vote on that then.
Which one?
On the first one. the building, the change of use, in other words. That's right, isn't it?
You're on the planning application.
Planning application first, yeah? Because if we don't get planning permission, it ain't going to be, the second one ain't going to be any good, is it? Okay, so we'll have a vote on the planning. To go with officer's recommendation, we haven't. So can I have another proposal then, please? Councillor Marks.
To go against the officer's recommendation and approve this.
With reasons?
With reasons. At the end of the day, leaving it as it is, I think will just detract from the area, and it's having minimal alterations done, which will keep the heritage and keep the heritage longer term. It's safeguarding a property going forward.
Councillor French, you'll second it. Also add in there, if I dare, public benefit, because it will bring several rooms back into use, won't it? So right, so we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve that. The restoration done sympathetically, proposed by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor French. Can I have a proposal? That is unanimous. And now we'll also, on the listed building consent, can we have a proposal on that? Same, Councillor French is going to propose it. I'm going to have Councillor Murphy second it. Again, sympathetically, working in conjunction with the conservation guy. Can I have a proposal on that?
It's unanimous decision, Chair.
So also that has been approved as well. Thank you.
We need to delegate condition.
Before we go, so yeah, delegation with officers. I don't know if anybody else would like to see it at all. You would, Councillor French.
No, I think as long as it works with the conservation officer, because we do want the building preserved.
No, I'm not particularly fussed whether I see it or not. Okay, so yeah, so delegation with officers. Yeah, thank you very much, and the conservation officer, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the public, for coming back on time. Thank you. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Alan Davis to present application F/YR25/05940, agenda item number 7. So, Alan, again, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 7 is for land north of 450 to 454 March Road, Turbs. The application is submitted by Aspect Architectural Design on behalf of Mr. S. Ibrahim. The proposal is in outline only with all matters reserved. The proposal is for 3 dwellings involving the formation of accesses. On the screen above, you can see the application site is indicated in red on the left-hand side, and on the right gives you an idea of the application site from the aerial view. Note agricultural fields to the north and west of the site. The application site extends to approximately 3,800 square metres and comprises a parcel of land situated to the north of March Road, close to its junction with Whittlesea Road, and existing residential development lies to the south, as you can see on screen there. To the east along Whittlesea Road, there's also further development, and immediately adjacent to the site, planning permission has been granted, outline plan permission has been granted for a further 3 dwellings. To the north and west, the land remains open character with the Peterborough March railway line also located immediately north, as you can see from the screen. The entire site lies within flood zone 3. Outline plan permission is sought with all matters reserved for the construction of 3 dwellings. Indicative plans have been submitted showing access taken from March Road, together with an illustrative layout for the site. The image on the screen is the indicative site plan. As you can see, the application site we are discussing today is on the left-hand side, indicated in red. The blue area to the right is previously approved 3 dwellings, which has outline consent. Policy LP3 of the Fenland local plan sets out the settlement hierarchy within the district, setting out the scale of development appropriate to each level of the hierarchy. This policy identifies Turbs as a small village, which means development will be considered on its merits, but will normally be of a very limited nature and normally be limited in scale to residential infilling or a small business opportunity. In terms of policy LP3, the site cannot reasonably be regarded as infill development. The site lies approximately 500 metres as the crow flies from the centre of Turbs. It is located around 3 kilometres from Coates, a limited growth village, and approximately 5 kilometres and 7 kilometres respectively from March and Whittlesea, which are both categorised as market towns. Turbs itself contains no facilities within its developed envelope, and as such, future occupants would be reliant on travelling to nearby villages and towns to access everyday services. However, notwithstanding that, outline planning permission, with all matters reserved, has recently been granted on the adjoining site to the east for 3 dwellings. This permission remains extant and is afforded significant weight in establishing the principle of development at this location. Accordingly, and despite the policy concerns outlined previously, it is considered that the principle of residential development on the current site is acceptable. The slide on the screen demonstrates the appearance of the existing area. It is considered that the proposed development would harm the character and appearance of the rural area, however, by conflicting with the established settlement pattern and by setting a precedent for further expansion into the open countryside. This would erode the rural character to the north of March Road and west of Whittlesea Road, contrary to the requirements of Policy LP12 and Policy LP16 of the local plan, and also Policy 7 of the Whittlesea Neighbourhood Plan. So, in summary, this application seeks outline plan permission for 3 dwellings. The site lies within flood zone 3 outside the established village boundary and is classed as open countryside. Although there is an existing plan permission for 3 dwellings on the adjoining site, this proposal must be assessed on its own merits. The location is classed as an elsewhere location with poor access to local services and limited sustainable transport options. The applicant has not fully satisfied the sequential or exception exception test for flood risk under the updated June 2025 guidance, resulting in conflict with national and local flood policies. In addition, the ecological information submitted with the applications are incomplete, lacking surveys for protected species such as great crested newts, reptiles and badgers. The proposal extended into open countryside, harming the rural character of the area and potentially setting a precedent for unsustainable growth. Overall, the limited benefits of this proposal, as it's only for 3 dwellings, are outweighed by the identified environmental, flood and policy conflicts. The application is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you once again, Alan. Surprisingly, we have no speakers on this application, so I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. Councillor Marks.
Can we just go back to the last slide with the reasoning for refusal, please? Okay, so where was it? So the exemption test for flood risk under the updated whatever resulting in conflict with the national local flood policy. It's all flood zone 3 with turfs. So how can you, if you wanted to build anywhere in turfs, how would you be able to go against that? Because that means no more building will ever happen in turfs.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, each application termed its own merits. The exception test is clear that there needs to be public benefits that outweigh the harm, and that housing as a principle alone is not a public benefit. As you saw, as members saw from the first item, in this instance, we recommended approval based on the exception test because of the benefits of the scheme, which was the quantum of affordable housing units, the provision of older people's housing due to meeting that need and the facilitation of churn, and the provision of single access accommodation that would accommodate wheelchair users. So that's what members need to look at. There needs to be a selection of goodies, for want of a better term, that the public benefits outweigh the harm. What they would be, they could be ecological benefits, they could be renewable energies, you know. It's about providing a mix. There isn't just a one-size-fits-all for that, but this application, generally, apart from housing, is providing no real benefits, and therefore the exception test would be very difficult to pass.
So on a local area, bringing 3 more families into the area, when they've got a pub that they're trying to keep open, that's not a benefit. And then on a further scale, 3 more properties in Fenland that people are paying rates for.
Through you, Chairman. People paying rates is not material consideration in planning. But secondly, the guidance from the government is clear that housing alone is not something that passes the exception test. So irrespective of what our personal opinions are, the government are clear in the guidance that that does not pass the exception test alone. So that, with other things, may do, but in this instance, we've assessed, the exception test is there in the Office report. We've looked at the various benefits and they're not considered to outweigh the harm. As I said, government says that housing alone is not enough to pass the exception test. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think I've got a fair bit. I think I'll keep my powder dry until the debate, and then probably you can answer after the debate and officers' questions. But any more questions at the moment to officers at all? No? Thank you. Right. So, members, debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations. Okay. Who wants to kick this off? Councillor French.
Thank you. Surprise, surprise, but I actually agree with officers on this one.
Councillor Marks.
I think we may have 2 conflicting thoughts here.
I think we may.
We live in Fenland. Fenland villages have always been houses initially built on the side of the road. We're not looking to build behind other houses. We are actually looking to build roadside. Flood zone 3, well, we won't build in turfs anymore, so there will be nothing else built in turfs, so therefore we would have a problem keeping the pub open and all the other things that go on, bus services and everything else, if we don't build. I'm sorry, we gave the 3 before it. I know they were flood zone 3, but there was obviously a need for those. There's a need for these three as well. If not, the developer wouldn't be putting them forward as well. Across the road, they're all new properties, or within 10, 15 years, I think, they've been built. And with also this loss of, I think there was a loss of view or whatever. We're looking at a railway track. I live next door to a railway track. It's quite an attractive view, really. So, you know, as one person may not want to, but another one does. And you know, quite honestly, this is a Fenland village. If we don't allow properties like this to be built, they will die. And that's, you know, so sad. But let's see what the rest of the people have got to say.
Yeah, I've got a bit to say on this one. 3 years ago, I suppose it's getting on 3 years ago, this committee, and Councillor French, you were on it at the time, no doubt, we passed 3 next door. There is no infill sites available in Turves without going in the open countryside. If we don't allow these 3 houses, it'll be a contradiction, because I said this committee passed 3 houses less than 2 or 3 years ago. Turves will, if we don't allow this village to get some more houses in, it will die. As Councillor Mark so rightly says, they're fighting to keep the pub open, they're trying to get a village shop, and this applicant agent wouldn't be putting another 3 houses and paying for the privilege of putting it before this committee if he didn't think there was any chance of selling them. And people don't want to live in Turves, probably not. But people don't always want to live in Chatteris, they don't want to live in Whittlesey, they don't want to live in a market town, do they? But some people would like to live in Turves, and as Councillor Mark says, the railway line, you live there, it doesn't affect you, does it? So you just said. So I called this in because I thought this had got some legs on it, and I thought the committee would like to listen. They'd like to make some opinions on this. But I'm in support of this. If we don't support this, it will conflict with the views we had 3 years ago for a start. And we should just add in, if we turn this down, we would just add in to another nail in the coffin of Turves. So that's where I am. Thanks. But Councillor French.
Thank you. Looking at the third reason for refusal, insufficient information has been submitted. So in actual fact, this is an incomplete application. So how can you recommend approval? I think that changes things round. It could actually be a deferment.
Can you say that again? I didn't quite understand what you were saying.
If you look at the end of the recommendation for refusal, item 3, insufficient information has been submitted. So it is incomplete application.
No, I didn't think it was. I read.
If we haven't got the information, it's not complete.
What information? Carry on. Yeah.
To you, Chairman. Councillor French makes quite a valid point, to be honest. The appropriate legislation which sits alongside the planning in relation to ecology matters and protected species basically says we can't approve schemes without being confident there won't be any harm. Personally, I think this goes further than pretty much anything else in planning, but it is what it is. So if members had sympathies with the application, I would say there'd be some significant concerns in looking to approve it at this time because of condition, the reason for refusal 3. And if members did have sympathies, it'd be better to defer to allow the applicant opportunity to provide those surveys that are missing, because legally we shouldn't be looking to approve anything where we aren't cast iron secure that protected species are safe and secure. I don't know if legal representatives would disagree or anything with me, but that's would be my advice to members.
No, I mean, I agree entirely. I think you're talking about the conservation of habitats and species regulations. I agree they do impose much stricter restrictions on local planning authorities than authorities are accustomed to under the planning regime and other contexts. I would fully support the advice you've had from officers that if the committee were minded to approve subject to resolution of the ecological concerns, it would be appropriate to defer to allow that work to be completed before it comes back to committee.
I'll take Councillor French because she's got a hand up, and then I'll take Councillor Mark.
Thank you. As you know, I sit on many drainage boards, and we have many discussions on badger sets. And it is a criminal offence to disturb a badger set. And to do a survey and move a badger set, it costs something in the region of £30,000. So I certainly would not agree to an approval without this proper survey being done. And I would change my mind and go for the deferral rather than a refusal.
Councillor Marks.
Having heard what we've just been told, I have to say I probably would be more minded now for a deferral. However, what I would say is they will have done these tests 2-3 years ago and the field next door, but I do accept badgers do move. As we know, they catch the bus or whatever if they catch the bus to turfs. So, yeah, I would happily support a deferral at this point.
Okay. Anybody? Councillor Venny.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I see what we say about, you know, we don't want Brian May chasing around for setting any badgers, do we? If we defer this, then we only defer it on the reason 3. I think it's reasonable we get the report back. We don't want Brian May coming and telling us off for upsetting the badgers of the world, do we? So I think again, I would go with a deferment on that one, but only on the grounds on the 3rd reason to enable that report to come forward.
Fair compromise, I would have thought. Anybody else at all? We're still in debate, obviously. Councillor Murphy.
Unfortunately, not unfortunately, but I do love animals and things like that. But I do think we are getting to a state now here where we look at that more than we do anything else. And I think we need building. We need people in houses everywhere these days. And I think if you're going to stop them building because of certain animals, and don't get me wrong, I love animals, I do it, but they'll move down the road a bit. The animal will do, so you can build again, and you build again, and this is what happens, and it's got to happen, because if not, you're going to say, somebody's going to come up next way and say, oh, there's a spider in there, you can't do that, and it gets ridiculous. It does actually get so ridiculous.
Thank you, Chair. I think, listening to the debate, I think we have to bear in mind that as much as we want to build houses, there are policies and there are laws in place for a reason. It is a law, so we have to, unfortunately, abide by the law. I was originally going to say, oh, why don't we just be consistent and it's not an elsewhere location, let's approve this. After listening to Councillor French's argument, I think the deferral is better in this situation. Thank you.
But Councillor French, and I'll come in after.
Yeah, this is a new law. It is against the law to disturb badgers. It isn't a new law that came in only a few months ago. So it wasn't there when these other houses were approved. So we cannot, as a council, as a committee, go against the law, and it is the law.
Well, I think I have read, that the present government are going to do away with all the animals and moving things. I think I've seen that. Sorry, still there at the moment, but they are looking to stop that, to get on with the 1.5 million houses they're still hopefully going to be built in the next 5 years. But I can see where this is going. I was looking to obviously go with this, but obviously deferral is the next best thing for me, I suppose. But everybody else finished? Yeah. Okay. Please do.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, there are prospective reforms coming to some of these requirements through the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. I think it's probably just important for committee to reflect the fact that That's still a bill. It's still at the report stage in the Lords at the moment. There are amendments being made still by government and by members of the House of Lords, and then it will return back to ping pong. So I think for the purposes of determining applications today, any prospective legislative changes and reforms that might come through the bill are not material considerations. Obviously, if that bill receives royal assent, then that position may change. But I think just for today's purposes, just to be clear, we need to deal with the legislative requirements and the case law as it stands today and not look too far ahead at what might come through Parliament in future.
Okay. Right. Councillor French again.
Yeah, thanks for that, Victoria. Yeah, this is actually information that came from DEFRA a couple of months ago through the drainage boards. And the drainage boards have got great expertise on this, and they know exactly where these badger sites are. So maybe the applicant wants to contact the drainage board.
Righty ho. So I can't. I think we've done. I think we've debated this. Well, officers, have you got anything to say? No. So we're going to go to. Do I have a proposer to go with officers' recommendation to refuse planning permission? So we're going to look into refuse it. No, I can't see any takers there. So I'll look another proposal, please. Councillor French.
Defer.
Defer. Okay. We're deferring on just number 3 only. Oh, sorry.
For clarity, as always, members can't predetermine what the future committee wants, so we can defer it, allowing them to provide additional information on that reason for refusal. That's all we can do legally in relation to the decision here by the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm sorry, we have done this before. We have taken most
this is what I was going to say.
We certainly have.
Well,
if I may, Chair, I think it's difficult because the third reason goes to the principle of development and whether development is acceptable or not. And I think it's extremely except that the third reason for refusal stands because the applicant doesn't satisfy the ecological requirements, then as a matter of principle, the development is unacceptable. As a matter of law, the development cannot be granted. I think it's better that the committee not seek to better its future discretion to consider the application in the round. I also wonder, since there has been quite some consideration during the course of committee around reasons for refusal too, in particular on flood risk, if the purpose of deferral is to obtain more information from the applicant may, during that deferral period, wish to submit further information to support the committee to consider the issues around flood and other matters. I think the committee has to not tie its hands in future or fetter its discretion in future. Clearly, committee here has formed some views around the other reasons for refusal, but I think a deferral is just that, and the committee doesn't take a decision at all at this committee, and it comes back in future.
Okay, so reading between the lines then, and what you're saying then, so this committee then, if we should refuse this application, but just on that condition.
No.
We can't. We have done before, haven't we? We've deferred things, and we've come back on just. It's come back on just.
Through you, Chairman, members have the ability to defer it, seeking additional information. And what's happened before, from my experience over the 18 months when we've done this, is officers have brought back reports. Sometimes that reason, concerns we've had has fallen away. Sometimes it hasn't. Other times we've still progressed a reason for refusal, for example, on impact of the area or something like that. But members have then approved it. To a certain extent, it's a moot point. You know, members are allowed to come to, as legal representatives said, you know, members shouldn't be fettering their decision on the final, because you won't be determining an application until it comes back. So it's a bit of a technicality, but in reality, obviously, members will still be able to consider the application in a month's time, in 3 months' time or whatever, and come to the informed decision they wish to. I wouldn't be encouraged, because if you refuse it, it's just refused. So my advice to members is you defer it subject to additional information, and officers will bring it back no different to any other item. And this is what we've done previously since I've been here, and it may feel, it's certainly sometimes it's a technicality rather than anything particular. It doesn't bind members one way or the other in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Marks.
Matt, can I ask a question? And it's to do with this, but also the bigger picture going forward. We're told, obviously, the planning laws may be changing going forward, and committees may not be. A lot of stuff may be done via planning officers and not committee. This will come back to us if we defer it today, say in 6 months' time. If it comes back, this would still come back to us in 6 months' time, and this wouldn't then be an officer's decision. And then going forward, once we get up to the date when the government say, which we believe is going to be before the budget, any application that comes in before that, we would still hear. I know this is going a bit off, but I'm a bit concerned. If we defer this today, we may not get a second bite at this cherry anyway. For the simple reason, if it then comes to you guys because the law has changed, that it then will just be off. Do you see what I'm saying? Thank you. And what happens, future proposal, anybody who puts an application in before this cut-off date, we would still hear those.
Yeah, I think just to be clear, Chair, this is probably wandering into the territory of questions around other matters rather than consideration of this specific application. There are provisions in the Planning and Infrastructure Bill which would implement a national scheme of delegation, which may change the balance between where applications are considered between officers and members and committees. Obviously, all of that changes prospective at the moment. I would be very surprised, given that primary legislation very rarely has retrospective effect for good reason, if any changes that may ultimately be brought about in future would apply retrospectively to applications that have already been submitted, the committees have already considered once and deferred. I think there's no harm if committee is minded to defer, that committee defers on condition that officers bring it back within a finite period, if that would give committee more comfort. So it could be a deferral for a maximum of 3 months with an instruction to officers to bring it back within that period, whether or not the additional information requested by committee is approved or not. On the issue of deciding some issues in principle and deferring others, my advice is, I think we've had this conversation before when I've been here, Councillor Marks, and I think my advice has consistently been that is tricky, it is problematic. Where issues go to the principle of whether development is acceptable or not, it's very difficult to make an in principle decision on some elements and some considerations which go to that determination without reaching a final determination on all of the issues that are relevant to that. I think there are risks in festering future committees' discretion to determine an application, but of course, your decisions and your determinations of applications are always evidence-based. They are always made on the basis of your local development plan, other material considerations, and the application documents in front of you. If we're talking about a short deferral, your local plan will not change in that time. There may be new material considerations you need to take account of, but the same evidence will be before you. And given the importance of consistency in decision-making, you may well find that a committee presented with the same evidence in the same policy context, with the same local plan, with no other change in material considerations, would reach the same conclusion on some of the points that committee has debated today. That you would naturally expect that to be the conclusion, but I think there's a difference between committee expressing some views on the evidence before it today and deferring for a final decision in future, and committee seeming to indicate it's determined some elements of the application or some principles of development but not others, and trying to defer some parts of a decision but not others. So I would recommend a straight deferral of the application, but to reflect perhaps the committee's concerns about it coming back before committee. That could be a time-limited deferral, and it could be with an instruction to officers to bring it back within a specific period.
If I just come back on that, so just for clarity, we believe if we defer this today, even with the changes which we believe are going to happen, will still come back to committee because it's gone up to the date, and any application that goes in that is before the budget, whatever, the likelihood is the committee will still be able to deal with those and it won't go to officers.
Yeah, that's my understanding. And the bill itself is still in the Lord stage. It still needs to go through ping pong. It still needs to achieve royal assent, and then certain provisions will need to be commenced. I think we're going to be talking some number of months as a minimum, and possibly longer than that before, in reality, you see any change.
Well, can we say we'll defer it then? Can we, sorry, Peter.
Happens in say 2 months' time or 3 months' time, and the animals that we're talking about have moved, they're gone, so it's all open space again, and we could then pass it. But if they haven't gone, we can't pass it.
Thank you, Chairman. As Councillor French said, the surveys haven't been done, so we don't definitively know one way or the other. If there are animals there, it is possible, often in most instances, to be able to relocate them or do something to overcome the harm, but that then needs to be part of the application and submission of those reports and that information, and how they're going to do that is before us, so we're comfortable that it can be done. So it's no different. The reality is, it's no different to most applications, perhaps just that this has not been done in advance, where normally it has been, and members are therefore able to consider these matters comfortably. But at the moment, it hasn't been done. I think that's the reality of it. Thank you, Chairman.
So, I'm going to sum this up now, as best I see it. I've probably got it wrong, but here we go. Right, so I think deferral probably is the best answer. Officers are requested to bring this back to committee within 12 months. No, you can't do anything in 3 months, can you? How can you do anything in 3 months you can't get in 3 months, can you? No. That makes sure that will come back to us in 12 months, won't it?
Why don't we say 3 months, but we are prepared to extend to 6, should it, at least it's, okay.
Well, I don't think you'll do anything in 3 months, do they? You hardly write any papers.
Through Chairman, just for clarity, obviously, if there need to be reports and surveys done, they'll need to take time. Then they'll need to be written up by the ecologist. They'll then need to be submitted to the council for consideration. We'll need to consult internally. I would suggest 3 months is.
I'd say 6 months.
If members went to a month, what the idea would obviously would be that we'd bring it back in that time. It's not before, but that's within members' gift. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Benny?
Yeah. Well, if it comes back in 3 months and it turns up here in the reports now, we can defer it for another 2 months, can't we? So let's go for 3. It'll come back, and if it's not where we want, then we can defer it again. That covers all eventualities, and it gives and it gives the applicant a little bit of impetus to get on with it, doesn't it?
Well, Councillor French, and I'm going to close it. You can have the last say.
Yeah, I'll still say 3 months. If the applicant, is serious about this, I'm quite sure he can find someone to do it in a timely manner. I can't see it taking 6 to 12 months to do so. No. So it's up to the applicant and the agent to get on with it.
Do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission? We haven't. So I'm looking for another proposal now. Councillor Marks. Councillor French.
Defer. Defer.
Defer.
You've got the reasons.
I've got the reasons. 3 months for 3 months. And then bring it back to us in 3 months' time, if indeed it's done. So I've got a second of Councillor Marks. So I've got a proposal on the table to defer this for 3 months to get ecology test and everything else with it that's lacking in this application. Proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Marks. Can I have a show of hands on that?
It's an unanimous decision, Chairman.
That's been deferred. Thank you then. Now I'll hand over to Tom Donnelly, Senior Development Here Officer, to present agenda item 8F/YR25/0089F. So, Tom, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application for planning permission to erect a self-built dwelling in association with a new builder's yard with ancillary works comprising of the erection of a shed, a 2.4 metre palisade fence and gates, the siting of 6 containers and the formation of a new access. The site is located on Cross Road in March and currently comprises an open and undeveloped parcel of land approximately 1.3 kilometres from the edge of the settlement of March. The March airfield is located immediately to the west, with a cattery and kennels located to the north, and a farm complex located to the south of the site. The site layout identifies that the development will be set back from the public highway via an access driveway, with the residential element located on the northern part of the site and the builder's yard on the southern section. Submitted plans show that the dwelling will be 2-storey, 4-bed in nature, and elevations of the proposed shed for the builder's yard.
Sorry, Tom. Can I just stop you there? Just let these people go. I apologise, but we are where we are. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, Tom.
So the submitted plans show a 2-storey, 4-bed dwelling with elevations also provided of the shed for the builder's yard and sections of the proposed security fencing. We've also been provided with street scene drawings showing the dwelling and shed will have some visibility from the public highway over the existing hedgerow, which serves as existing boundary screening. And this shows the relationship between the application site and the extent of the airfield to the west, outlined in blue. So the image on this slide provides some further context to show how the airfield operations will interact with the application site, although I must caveat that to say that this image was provided by the owner of the airfield as part of his objection to the application. But I must say also that no information has been included within the application to sort of contradict the information that we have been provided as shown here. So currently the nearest developments to the airfield are the poultry farm to the south, approximately 230 metres away, and the kennels to the north, which are approximately 125 metres away, neither of which are within the no-fly zone, which is identified by the blue lines to the north of the site. The application site under consideration is approximately 80 metres to the east and does lie within the no-fly zone, with the builder's yard element lying directly in the common takeoff and landing directions for the airfield. So accordingly, there is considered to be a significant health and safety risk to both users of the airfield and occupiers of the application site arising from the development. Site photos show that the site is currently undeveloped as viewed from the south, with the existing boundary hedgerow shown to provide screening from the public highway. And the image on the bottom left shows existing buildings and storage buildings associated with the airfield business. So the assessment of the proposal concludes that the development would result in the introduction of a residential and employment use in a location that is in conflict with the aims of the local plan, with no identified need or justification for the development in this location. Subsequently, the proposal will also result in an encroachment on the open countryside, resulting in a detrimental impact on the landscape character of the area. The site is within an area of higher flood risk and fails both the sequential and exceptions test. And finally, there is insufficient information to demonstrate that the operations at the airfield continue to operate safely, contrary to national planning policy. Accordingly, the application is recommended for refusal for these reasons. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Jonathan Kirby, he's the objector, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got a full 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. My name is John Kirby. I'm a training flying instructor and experienced pilot at March Airfield. I'm here speaking on behalf of Nigel Davis, who is the owner and chief flying instructor. We've been put into a situation to lodge an objection to safeguard the future of our business regarding the proposal of buildings and structures at the end of our main runway. March Airfield is predominantly a paramotor training school, and all of our students have a set syllabus, which means they have to do a minimum of 25 flights to be signed off as a paramotor pilot. However, some pilots take a lot longer than this, including myself. These flying tasks include takeoff, climb outs, and circuit training, emergency engines offs and in-flight restarts, emergency spot landings, all within a 25-metre circle from various heights. And all this occurs within 1 mile of the airfield. And once these are completed, there are 2 cross-country navigation flights complete. Each flight has a landing which will include losing height on the base leg part of the circuit over the proposed development by means of figure of 8 turns until a height is achieved that the pilots can turn in on their final approach to land at the airfield. This is where the concerns and hazards lie with regards to thermic turbulence at low level as they lose height for approach to land. Back in April 2021, we were advised to send to the LPA and FDC a safeguarding drawing for our airfield as requested by the Airfield Advisory Team. That's the safety division of the Civil Aviation Authority, where the previous owner of this pasture applied for planning permission for a development also at the end of our main runway. This safeguarding allows us to stay legal within the UK Air Law 500-foot rule, which states aircraft must be 500 feet away from persons, vessels, vehicles and structures apart from taking off and landing. The proposal of the structures and buildings would fall within our agreed no-fly zones and safeguarded 500 feet area around the airfield, which means we would be in breach of the 500-foot rule when in low-level circuit flying when training. We understand that the safeguarding in place with the LPA and FDC, that this would safeguard our business from further proposals to the planning department, keeping our aviation training school legal and safe due to the 500-foot rule of the CAA. As an airfield, we are not able to just up sticks and move to any location, and our current location has had full planning permission for the last 12 years. In principle, we have no objection to the applications regarding the buildings and structures. However, we do object to the location of the proposal, as it is a major concern to both ourselves and our students' and clients' safety, as the buildings and structures would be a major hazard and breaches the 500-foot UK Air Law rules as described in the letter you received from the CAA Airfield Advisory Team. If this application is allowed to proceed in its current location, then the LPA and FDC are not protecting and safeguarding our already established, successful local business that has continued to grow over the last 16 years, even through COVID, with full planning permission which draws in clientele from all over the UK and in turn brings in regular economy not only to ourselves but also to the local Fenland area businesses. These structures are all hazards and risks to both airmen and aircraft and would become a hazardous obstruction and therefore it could become a criminal matter as defined by the CAA in Article 240. In summary, if approved, it would compromise our ability to safely operate our airfield, and obviously safety is absolutely paramount to both students and also to existing pilots. Yes, so basically, please keep us safe, and we would wish you to refuse the application. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Members, questions to Mr. Kirby? Councillor Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Obviously, safety is paramount. We get that straight away. Certainly, you know, anybody that's hanging, I won't be rude and say on a handkerchief with an engine behind them, they've got to be safe like anybody else. However, equally, we've supported your business. This is another business that's looking to come into the area. So I understand your business line there, but what is stopping you? You say circuits. Why can't you just move it over to the left when doing circuits? Why do you have to do circuits at this side when you have the same area on the left-hand side with no buildings?
Bit of a jokey answer, but it's all about wind. Sorry. So with regards to wind direction is absolutely crucial to a flight. I speak this as a pilot. You know, we always have to take off into wind. We have to land into wind. We can't land against the wind, otherwise we would be crash landing every time on the airfield. We have to take off into and land into wind. The predominant wind direction in the UK is actually It means we're coming from the west to east, isn't it? Yes, west to east. So more often than not, we are landing, coming back over this field and actually landing on the airfield, moving it further up. And also, please have to bear in mind, we've got a lot of trainee pilots. It's the main, apart from the regular pilots, we have a lot of trainee pilots. Trainee pilots don't have quite the same levels of accuracy, and actually moving the whole, if we were to have to then land from halfway up the field or 2 phases up the field, that leaves an awful lot of chance to the safety of the pilots. I also personally believe that there's also we are making half of the airfield possibly unusable, which I would question whether that was fair to the current owner. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a little strange that there is another building that's your own building right on the corner, virtually in line with the other building that is proposed. So I find that a bit strange. Just, you mentioned the CAA. Have they actually given a proper report? Or you said letter. Have you actually got a report saying that this is going to cause problems, and it's a proper report as opposed to a letter from somebody?
Yeah, if I can cover just the first point and the second point, with regards to the first point of the buildings that are currently on the airfield, and yes, you are correct, there is a hangar there, and there's also a residential house there. The main part is that's classified as on the airfield. That's within the airspace. We are effectively in control of that. We know who is on those airfields, who is actually there. That falls within the airfield. We're talking the CAA rules and the 500 feet rules applies to outside the airfield, and we don't know what is actually happening outside of our grounds. We can guarantee the safety within our grounds, obviously, but further afield, that's different. In regards to point 2, may I just refer to the airfield owner, Chairman, just to see if we have a report?
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me.
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay, we'll start again. Have you got an actual written Have you actually got a written report from the CAA regarding this application and their disagreement regarding it, or is this something you are just going off from legislation or regulation, I should say?
No, if you check on the documents received, there's a formal letter from the CAA, Air Advisory Board, that specifically said about the buildings would let off thermic energy.
Okay, for clarity, it's a letter, it's not a report.
I don't know how you could specify it's not a letter to a report. It's stipulating a fact of what the buildings would cause if it was warm weather and it would let off thermic activity, which would be a danger.
So the CAA have come out and had a look at this?
They have been out many times for the previous owner with complaints.
And I ask the question again, the CAA have been out to look at this application and what these problems would cause your business?
The CAA did not actually come out on this specific application, because the person that was dealing with this was also the person that dealt with the last application, and they was fully aware of our area and location.
Thank you.
To reiterate, it's just a letter.
It was sent in, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's all.
I don't know your legal. I don't know what's specific as a letter or a report.
Okay. Let's move on from. Before I bring Councillor Rifford in, I'll bring the legal in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we're in danger of going down a dangerous road. The Civil Aviation Authority is a statutory consultee on this type of application. They are the experts on these matters, and they've given their advice to you on the matters in which they have the expertise in a formal consultation response. I think we need to be careful not to raise somewhat immaterial considerations around the precise format of their consultation response. They are a statutory consultee. They have responded to your consultation. They have given you advice. And as with all statutory consultees and all experts who are consulted as through the planning regime, it is important to bear in mind And I just say this now, I appreciate we're still only at questions, Chair, but I thought it would be helpful to have this out now. You are not, as a committee, compelled to follow their advice. It remains your decision for you to make. But where you receive expert advice from the appropriate statutory authority who have expertise in a matter which this committee don't, then you must have cogent and compelling reasons for departing from their advice. So you don't have to follow the CAA's advice. But if you don't follow the CAA's advice, you need to have very good reasons for doing so, and they need to reflect the advice that you've been given, the specific elements of it you disagree with, and your evidence for that. I think the committee need to keep very prominently in mind that the CAA have advised that they consider there are significant safety risks, both to future residents of the dwelling and users of the airfield, and that is a significant consideration which committee should afford considerable weight when they come to debate the application in a moment.
Councillor Miffordin, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just during your presentation, you said something about if the building which is on the airfield, your own structures on the airfield, and you said about this proposal that you do not have control over it, you don't know what it's there for. What would the difference be if you owned this proposed building, sorry?
We control all our own aircraft movements. Where people take off and land is my discretion. So the problem we've got with that field opposite is because we predominantly take off into a westerly wind, okay, we have to come in and do figure of eights to lose height over that property, of which we don't do over or above our own buildings. Okay, so they do figure of eights, lose height, and then they'd come in, land into the field again, down that corridor to the right-hand side of my buildings.
Okay, so my question is, if you were the owners of this proposed building, will it be a problem?
What was the last thing?
Okay, during your presentation, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. You said one of the problems you had with this application is you do not know, you don't have control over this proposed structure. You do not know what's happening there, and you don't own it. So my question is, if you did own it, would that make it okay for the building to be there?
Yeah, so just coming back on that, so this is regarding the 500-foot rule that we have to, as pilots, we have to keep away from, as I said, structures, vehicles, people, 500 feet. Now that's a general CAA rule. That applies to not just pilots of what we are paramotor pilots, that's paragliding, airbus, anything else. It's safety really. We know within our own airfield where our own movements are. Obviously, if we own the land across the way, as you were saying there, and that was our view, yes, we could most likely control who's there, and we would know that when pilots are descending there and coming over quite low, we're coming over 100 feet down, gliding down, we would obviously be able to control who is there and who's not. This proposal is by somebody else, and therefore that's someone else's property, and we don't know who's actually on that.
And we circuit around our airfield, not over it. So when we're doing circuits, like the 500-foot rules, we're around and about the airfield, which is within our 500-foot zoned area, which I think Tom Donnelly's got a picture of with the red all around our airfield. It was on my application, my objection, bottom of my document.
Through you, Chairman, this is the only image that is displayed to the committee today.
Okay. That's fine, Dave.
The guarded area was 500 feet around our airfield, which is with the council, and you do have copies of that. Okay, and that was one of the things in our application for planning permission 12 years ago, was that we was 500 foot away from any buildings or structures. So now this contravenes that.
Yeah, you come back, please do.
You didn't answer my question, sorry. You're talking about controlling who is in the structure, in the building. My question was, because from your earlier presentation, one of your concerns was that you do not own the building and you don't have control over the building. So now you're talking about you don't know who's in the building. You just said you don't know if it was your building, you know who is in it at any given time. So does that mean that if the structure was yours, you won't have any problems with this proposal?
So the 500-foot rule states persons, vehicles, vessels, and structures. So I don't know who's in that building at any time, do I? I don't, the building is a structure, which is the problem we've got with the 500-foot rule.
Councillor Marks.
Legal has just given me a knowing look. Right, so vehicles. So if there's a tractor in the field next door, you have no control over that. If you have a car driving down that road, you have no control over that. But yet you're trying to control a house or a property across the field there. You have no control of Arctics going to the chicken farm. You have no control of tractors going to the farm. But you're trying to put forward an argument that you need to have control over vehicles in a house and a building. I'm struggling to see this at all.
If there's a vehicle coming down the road and I had somebody coming in on vinyls, okay, I'd make that pilot aware and they'd go around again, okay? The chicken farm's like 900 metres away from us, but I don't see the relevance of that.
Sorry, you have vehicles going up and down the road. When I went down to do site visit, there is a road. You have no control over the vehicles that travel up and down that road. You don't have traffic lights. You don't have, the old Whitton roundabout, when aeroplanes were landing, they used to have traffic lights. Oh, they used to have red lights and you didn't pass. But you have no control of that. But yet we're talking further afield, which is in the next field, to excuse the pun. But so you're trying to say you want control, you need control over that, but you have no control of the whole area around, whereas there's a tractor in a field, or a lorry, an Arctic, or anything travelling to the chicken farm. Is that correct? Yes or no? Quite simple.
Absolutely, 100%, apart from the fact you're missing on the 500-foot rule is it excludes takeoffs and landings. So any time that we'd be within 500 foot of the floor would be a takeoff or landing, which is an exemption anyway. Anywhere outside of that would be higher than 500 foot. You look very confused.
Okay. I don't know if we're any wiser, really, to be fair, but anyway, we'll try and press on. Well, any more questions to the applicant agents? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, thank you very much. It's been a bit a long journey, but we've got there in the end, hopefully. So now I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, of course he's the agent, well known to us, and Mark Venai, he's the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. You can use the time how you wish to.
Hello, I'm Mr. Mark Venai. I'm the applicant. I've lived in March all my life. I've got a small utility business with 12 March people working for me. I'm being my yard I have at the minute is being taken back because he's developing it with something else. I've looked for other yards for over time, and I thought this was a perfect place. I spoke to Mr. Davis before I put this application in, and he was happy with where I put it, and since then he's changed his mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've heard a brief history from Mr. Venai. I was going to say quite a lot on this application, but I'm going to change it now after what we've just heard. When you look at a lot of these objections, unless I've misread them, they're from Sunderland, Sheffield, Cambridge, Hemel Hempstead and Bedford. Mr. Venai employs 12 people who all live in March. There's not going to be 12 people, 12 vans coming to and from this site each day. A lot of the people with the businesses in obviously keep their vans at home and they occasionally come back to the yard. It's not a new business, it's established. We've submitted accounts to verify this. We submitted a flood risk assessment, which has been approved by the Environment Agency. It's not a residential house, it's an occupational dwelling. If there's an issue with the fencing, we're happy to take a condition. I think this was brought up at last month's committee with regards to reason 5 about the self-build. Mr. Venai owns this land. He will build this house. He's been designing this house with people in my office. He will build this house, and he knows he has to live in this house probably till if it's passed, probably till he gets carried out in a box. So we're happy to sign a legal agreement. We couldn't do it at the time because when the application was submitted, March, April time last year, these agreements didn't exist. He's happy to pay the fee and obviously to sign that agreement. Could I have some of the slides that I submitted, please? Thank you. So this is a slide that we submitted. Obviously, the white area is in line with the objector's own property. What hasn't come out here is Mr. Venn. I did speak to Mr. Davis before he submitted this because we had the shed, the shed, which is less higher than the objector's own shed. We're less higher than his, and his is 20 metres from his runway. We're about 130 metres away, and we did have it in line with his grass runway, to be fair. We moved it. Still wasn't satisfactory. We then moved it further up again, and the drawing in this report shows we revised this twice. Can I have the next slide on the screen, please? And the green area that's just been shaded is similar-ish to Mr. Davis's own slide, which shows the grass. I'll call it a grass runway. Can I have the next one, please? Thank you. So you can see, you continue that on the same lines. We're out of it. Mr. Davis's own house, which is roughly speaking, which is in control of 10 metres away from the side of this runway, and the shed, which he's built just recently, is 22 metres away. Our house is about 140 metres away. Can I have the next slide, please? So, you know, that's one way that people could land. I didn't produce these either. Next one, please. And you can see the site in relation to the area. Could I have the next slide, please? So this slide here, I took this off the public access in 2012, and it was submitted with the application, which we didn't do, by the applicant or his agent. Now, the green area is obviously where Mr. Davis had shaded his own slide. Fair enough, I'm not disputing that. But in that green area, since this was passed, there's been a dwelling approved, built out, there's been 2 or 3 sheds built, higher than ours. We recently obtained approval from Mr. Davis of various pods, shepherd's huts, all in that green area, all right next to his runway, which is far closer than we are. When you look at this, I didn't produce this, I picked this off the public access 2012, so it must have been Mr. Davis's agent or him. When you look on here, it does say, where these red circles, 500 feet minimum height. When say distance, it says 500 feet minimum height, and there's a no-fly zone around the chicken area, which obviously we don't affect, and there's another no-fly zone around March because of the prison. We're nowhere near that. On this map here, I've broadly put Mr. Davis's own dwelling and a circle round it, which it would be over a third or half of his runway. And you can see our house with a yellow dot to the right of that is in line with Mr. Davis's own property. We didn't just put this application in. We looked at this, looked at the information, moved it away. And we did speak to Mr. Davis. He may say we didn't, but we did. So I've got some other things to say, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Conflicting stories here. Sorry? Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, yeah, so conflicting stories there, I think. Probably we need to get to the bottom of this. Okay, members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Hall? Okay, Councillor French.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Where do you have your business at the moment, Mr. Fenley?
It's down Elm Road, just opposite the prison road, where the UK tow bars used to be behind there.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. We've had a lot of play, it seems to me, away from all the planning issues, and it just seems to keep coming back to CAA restrictions. Before you put this application in, did you make any reference to the CAA? Has there been any? Have you had any communication with them? The objector says that they've had. I just wanted to know if you have actually had any communication with them and spoken to them.
So before we put the application in, no, we did. He may disagree, but we did speak to Mr. Davis. We did speak to him. Did we speak to the CAA? No, we didn't. They were consulted, as the officer says, and under 5.4 in the report, it says, obviously, they've given a breakdown there, etc., of what they've said. When you read that, and I'm only reading what's in the report, There's nowhere in there does this say we object to this, unless there's something else. That map that Mr. Davis put on the screen earlier, we'd never seen that. On this map, on his own map, in 2007, it says 500 feet height, not horizontal distance, even though the shed and the garage, the house and the garage, we are 500 feet away anyway. So no, we didn't speak to the Civil Aviation Authority. We've done some research beforehand and spoke to Mr. Davis. And then we've had this written representation from the Civil Aviation Authority. So when we got that, I then emailed them, copied in the planning officer, Mr. Donnelly. Here, sorry, taking some time. I've got copies of this if anyone wants to have a look, and I'll find the right one. To say, look, this is the proposal, here's the drawings. We are not the continual line of the airfield, we're not interfering with that. Here is the details. The chap there who, Mark,
Sorry, could you just read out what you've got? Because I think,
or are we? I'm coming to that.
I think what we'll do is, I haven't seen any of this, and I don't think officers have either. So what we'll do, at Chairman's discretion, if that's all right with everybody, and I'm sure it will be, is to distribute those out, give it to officers to peruse, give it to members to peruse, and I'll adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes while you look at it. I think
Chair,
that's the fairest.
Chair, just before I think the agent's indicating.
Can I speak? Yes, sir. With the response we had from the CAA, they did copy in Mr. Donnelly, 17th of March, so he has seen it, yes. It's not on the public access, but he has seen it, but I'm happy to distribute it to members if they want to have a look.
I do. Yeah, it's just for the you two to Mr. Hall is bringing some more evidence forward from the CAA, and we're going to read it, and then we're going to have 5 minutes to look at it, divulge it, and will help us make a decision. Thanks. I hope you've had time to read Mr. Hall's this submission. So what I'm going to do now is, Mr. Hall's still there, and Mr. Van Eye, any questions relating to this document that you've just read? Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Read this. One thing that the last paragraph, I'm hopeful that through such communications, any concerns can be allayed either by the developer or a richer understanding of each other's own interests by alterations or conditions. Did the alterations that you make by moving the property across take part after this, or with consultation with the applicant? With the opposer?
We moved it before this was. Before I spoke to Mr. Davis and asked him what, because obviously he's got an airfield, and when I said we'll leave that strip, he was happy. And then Mr. Hall went and spoke to him, and we come up with that, and he was happy. Then all of a sudden he changed his mind. I don't know why, but he's changed his mind.
Councillor French.
Thank you. I mean, obviously you've read these. People obviously form their own opinion. But I don't see anywhere in these two bits of correspondence, please correct me if I'm wrong, does it say they object? I don't see anywhere it says where they object. We looked at this map from 2012. We kept out of those the area. We have looked at this and we did move this. Mr. Davis may not say we did, but we did speak to him. So we have looked at this. We've gone back to these people. Mark spoke to, and I obviously emailed and copied the planning officer, etc. It doesn't say they object. Ultimately, I'll say this, but I'm probably jumping the gun. Ultimately, if members might be able to support the application, this is obviously a grey area, unknown. Obviously, people have their opinions in a minute. We'd be happy to enter further discussions if this is still a grey area, but nowhere else does it say they object. Nowhere. And on that map that I took off the public access, I didn't produce that, we weren't the agent. It says 500 feet high. It's got high on every single circle. High. It doesn't say distance, even though the house and the garage are greater than 500 feet. Thank you.
Okay. I'll talk to Councillor French first and Councillor Benny.
Thank you. Two questions. When did you purchase this land? And did you consult with planning officers on a pre-app advice?
I purchased this land about a year and a half ago. And no, I didn't know the rules. So, no, I didn't know the rules.
So I'm suggesting then that your agent didn't do a pre-app either?
No.
Councillor Benny.
Thank you. Reading this letter, it says, my letter doesn't intend to present such concerns as assessments or conclusions. That's from the CAA. So it presents nothing in this letter that says to me that there is a conclusion from this. It then goes on to say, having been contacted directly by the landowner pertaining to the proposed scheme, I'm encouraged to learn that dialogue exists between him and the operators of the airfield. I'm hopeful that through such communication, any concerns can be allayed, either by developing a richer understanding of each other's interests or by alterations and conditions. This doesn't say anything, this letter. It just is fluffy and nice, but there's no substance to this whatsoever. And we've got from neither side any conclusion as to which is right and which is wrong. We've got two people that are at difference of opinions. And truly, Mr. Hall, what does this letter say of any substance in relating to technical information, which is what maybe we need?
Well, when you read this, more or less what you've said, I totally agree with. And also in the report 5.4 Civil Aviation Authority, which is in the report, it doesn't say anywhere we object. It doesn't say anywhere we're happy with it. It doesn't give a yes or a no. I think that's a fair thing to say. If it had said, round here, there is, measured from the perimeter of the runway, there is a 500 feet measured horizontally, not height, like it says all over that, horizontal all around, then that's fine. But it doesn't say either.
We're going round in circles now. Councillor Mifflin, got something new to add? Lovely.
Well, not not new. But I'm just going to say the letter doesn't give any definitive response from the CAA. They are the statutory body with civil aviation. The fact that it's not speaking, they haven't spoken in favour of the applicant or the objector. I think we need a more definite response from the aviation authority would help in this case.
Okay. Is that a question to? Because obviously we're still questions to Mr. Van and Mr.
It's just a comment, really.
Just a comment. Okay, then we'll leave that.
Well, if you can answer that, that would help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Now, are you? Okay.
Oh. Mr. Hall was going to answer the question. Yeah.
I think you've summed it up well. It doesn't give a yes, it doesn't give a no for either Mr. Davis or us. It doesn't give a yes or a no. If, and I'll use the word if members are happy with the proposed, obviously this is a grey area, we haven't got a yes or no. These are the regulatory body, I'll call it. If they give some advice, whether the application should be deferred, if members are happy with all the other bits on there and it's deferred on this, but that's, you're quite right, it doesn't give a yes or no, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, please. Then let's move on. Thanks.
I'll be brief, Chair. Apologies. I just wanted to ask, I think on the previous two slides there were some alternative landing and takeoff lines. Yeah, I think this one and the previous one. I just wanted to understand where these had come from. Were they prepared by, well, who were they prepared by, and were they prepared in consultation with the airfield owner, the CAA, an aviation expert, or anybody else, just to understand what we're being shown?
I have done them, but I spoke to I know a couple of paramount, and they said that they do go into the wind and out of the wind, but there is other options that you can land. Let's say Mr. Davis is building all pods beside his runway. When I showed him the shed and that, he said it's irrelevant your house being there. That's two other paragliders said that. They showed me the drawings.
Okay. Any more questions? Finally, I'm giving everybody the look now. No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A bit protracted, but we are where we got somewhere, I suppose. Hopefully, members, questions, clarifications to officers, and you have one, Councillor French. Then.
Yeah. Once again, looking at the reasons for refusal. Number 4, insufficient information has been submitted to demonstrate proposed development. Again, is it incomplete application?
Officers, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, through you, Chairman. I think whether members view it as an incomplete application, so reason for refusal number 4 relates to the whole issue of aviation safety. We've got whether you deem the Civil Aviation Authority's comments as an objection or not, because whether it includes the word objection, they clearly raise significant safety issues. You've got the operator of the airfield who knows how his business operates and knows the conditions around that, raising those sort of self-same safety issues, and the further bit of correspondence that Mr. Hall's produced, as I think members already discussed, doesn't really say a great deal, other than the point I would make is that clearly the chap at the Civil Aviation Authority talks about hoping that concerns can be allayed. Clearly those concerns haven't been allayed as far as the operator of the airfield is concerned. So whether it's an incomplete application or just an inappropriate application, I think is one for members to decide on.
Anybody got any more questions for officers? And you have, Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Sorry, just coming back on that. I don't really think that was an answer to a question. That went round in a circle. Councillor French said, is this an incomplete application? Is there other stuff missing? It's not whether we rely on the CAA information or whatever. It's, if you say it's incomplete, what is missing from this application? It's not what the CAA say.
Through you, Chairman, I think maybe I'll come in and deal with this one, because obviously I've worked at other authorities, and to be honest, this incomplete application term is something that I'm only experiencing in Fenland. officers would say, the information isn't with us, it's a refusal. This is a sort of like a sort of a term that has come to here at committees. The only time I've experienced it at Fenland. It's a member's belief that, from my understanding, that whenever there's a lack of information, it's an incomplete application. But that's for you to decide, as David said. Officers, whether it be a flood risk, whether it be ecology, whether it be in relation to civil aviation safety, for us, it is just there's not enough information, therefore it's a reason for refusal. But I know at times members consider this is an incomplete application. Obviously, there's a difference between ability to validate and to give us enough information to determine. And it's a terminology that I hear here, but it's, as David said, it's in your gift to decide that terminology. It's not a planning term. So we can't say, there's no definition of it, it's just something that members say. But to base it on what members, my experience over the last 18 months, it would be an incomplete application from what members have said, because there is not enough information in front of us to confirm it is safe. But it's not a planning term, so to be able to give you a definition is impossible.
So sorry, coming back on that, it's not missing any section like diversity or anything else. It is purely missing and not a big enough explanation regarding what the CAA regarding safety and stuff like that. So it's everything is there, but it's just lacking in the information itself. It's not missing biodiversity or anything, you know, because if this is when I see incomplete, what's it actually missing? What you're actually saying is it's just missing, the bone is there, but it's just missing the meat on the bone.
Sorry, through you, Chairman. I mean, Councillor French specifically mentioned reason for refusal number 4, which is the one that relates to aviation. As set out within that reason for refusal, we've got comments from the Civil Aviation Authority raising a safety issue, and we've got no evidence within the application to contradict that or to demonstrate that the application or that the development would be safe. There is the application is silent on it. It doesn't address it.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask one further question? Farmer goes and puts a shed up in that area. Would he have been able to do that without? No. So an agricultural building couldn't have been put up closer to that without coming back for this.
Through you, Chairman, one of the restrictions on agricultural permitted development is proximity to an airfield.
Any more questions to officers at all? Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Murphy, please.
Just a simple one. If the airfield wasn't there, would you give planning permission for that to be in the outside in the countryside, or the building itself?
Through Chairman, which building are we talking? Are we talking about the application as the subject of this application?
Would if take away the airfield, where that is being built, would you have given permission for that in the countryside so far out?
Through you, Chairman, no, which is why there's 3 other reasons for refusal recommended to the committee.
Any more questions to officers? You've got one, Councillor Mividen, please say it.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, don't know if officers were aware of the original agreement between the applicant and the airfield owner. Thank you.
Absolutely correct. We've gone on so long. We have debated it, haven't we? You know, in a term. But anyway, we'll debate the application now. Okay, Councillor Marks.
I think trying to save a bit of time here.
Yeah.
I think again we're at a deferral point, waiting for further information from both the objector and also the applicant. If we can sort that out, hopefully, it seems the CAA are saying that they should work together. If they come back with a report saying yay or nay, then that will speed things on. Do we really need to debate any more?
That was my take on it. I think we've been round the point several times. We spent 20 minutes on it. Councillor Benny.
Not Benny, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I came here today and looked at this, and looking at it from one point of view, this is a business. We always try and support business. I understand it's a utility business, but this is a field at the moment. Doesn't have anything on it. Now, as much as we want to support business, you can't support one business at the detriment of another business. This field could be sold, a chap could buy another field somewhere else and come back with an application that I would fully support. But I look at this, we can't put a road on a bend because of safety, because a child might step out in front of it and get run over. Chances of that happening are probably very slim, but it may happen. But here, we've got an airfield with the CAA, who are in charge of all air flights that happen in the UK and all the safety regulations that go around that. We haven't seen any document to say that, but we have got the letter. It's not a report, but it is a letter. And I just think that we've got a letter that says it's no, the first one, yeah, no, but there's no proof either way. Now, we see things at committee. We've had it where people turn up. There's a big personal clash going on between two people, and they get very embroiled in technical things. I don't know where this one sits. I really don't. I'd like to support the business in terms of having a house there with a yard. That is great, but at the moment it's a field. That field could be sold. They could move somewhere else. We've got a business that is an airfield, and yeah, they do everything. Pigeons, pheasants, everything take off into the wind. And which way the wind blows depends which way the airfield runs. And if it means that for 20 days a year the wind comes from the east, which it does at times, that he can't operate his business, we should not be doing something that's detrimental to one business at the expense of another. Truly, I don't think there is enough information or real technical information from the CAA to tell us this. But we've got a field. I think really officers have got this one right. We can't put pilots in safety, and you've only got to look at the Shoreham, Shoreditch airfield, where a plane crashed onto a car. Taking it at the extreme, same as a child crossing the road, it's a possibility of happening. Who's to say one of these planes won't land on the house or won't land on a car that's going up the road? Life is full of risk, but at the same time you try and mitigate that risk. We make a big thing about, you can't build in flood zone 3. Well, you can build the land up however much it needs to, and then it's safe. The technical solution to that, there isn't a technical solution to an airfield. And I really feel that this application, without the proper information, I think officers have got it right.
Okay, I'm going to bring Councillor French in and then Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I do have concerns about this. I think Pete Murphy and I are the only councillors that are actually on the committee, on the council, when the London Flying Parachute got permission several years ago, about 15 years ago, and the business next door very generously put some telegraph poles up and actually endangered it. And that went on for, I think it went to appeal, if my memory serves me right. People, I think he's nodding there. And that really was a danger. I do have concerns about the safety. I mean, I know where they fly. I saw them flying across my house a couple of weeks ago. They were coming west to east. I certainly do have problems. And as Councillor Benny said, you cannot support one business if it's going to be detrimental to another.
Councillor Marks might have different ideas. Of course, he may not.
Detriment to one business to another. Okay, I think we're all sitting here, we're all discussing something that really and truthfully, there is professionals, and the professionals should actually be called in. I feel they should be deferred for a report from the CAA. That is at the end of the day, once they make that report, we as a council can't go against it, or a committee. We need that, so we need to defer this. Then we're not backing one business against another. We are being fair on planning terms. Again, with what's there as well. We are here and we're open for business. We should support all businesses, not to the detriment of one to another. And I agree that. And safety should be paramount in all of this. But I don't think we've got enough information here. We've heard from two opposing sides, but none of us leave the ground on a handkerchief. And we need to have somebody in here, or we need a report that's a categoric report from the CAA. Once we have that, I think we can make that decision, and I would prefer to defer this at the present time.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. There's been, you know, the applicant says the air Mr. Davis was okay for a start. Then he says he wasn't. Who knows what the real answer is? We're just floating in the wind here. And I agree with Councillor Marks. It's all about the CAA. If they say it's safe, that's the safety policy. What we're looking for is paramount. And if they say it's safe, or there can be the shed can be moved, or something else can be done as a compromise, we've got an answer. Unlike Councillor Marks, we haven't got an answer. It's all bits and pieces at the minute, and I'm in favour of deferring this till we get a report from the CAA, if they'll do so. But that's where I am. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Right, I've got a question for officers. If we defer it, what are we looking for? Because if we just defer it and there isn't a report that we need back that we can say, yes, this report will clear up this matter, then why are we deferring it? There's got to be a purpose to a deferment, and at the moment I can't see where there is a purpose to a deferment, because who do we go to for a technical advice? Will the CAA, they've been asked, they haven't produced a report for it. My question to officers is, what would we be looking for if we defer this today?
Through Chairman, as you said, Councillor Benny, we've consulted the CAA. They've come back with their consultation response. I don't think we'd get anything more from them. They're not going to do a bespoke report. It's not no different to when we consult highways or the Environment Agency. We don't get a report. We get a consultation response, and we are where we are with that. But I think legal department step in as well.
Victoria.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to try and, I suppose, be helpful, I think it's right to go back to the CAA as your statutory consultee in the first instance, but I think if they can't provide what the committee need to make a decision, I'd suggest that the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate that their proposal is safe. There will be independent experts, just as you use in ecology, in flood risk management, in a whole load of other areas where the committee needs specialist advice. And I'd suggest the onus would be on the applicant to procure a report from a suitably accredited expert to demonstrate to the committee that their proposed development was safe in the absence of a clear steer from the CAA.
So, just spell out to the committee what you're thinking, what your suggestion is.
So I'd suggest that in the first instance, officers approach the CAA for a follow-up consultation response,
Defer
which gives. Oh yeah, sorry, I thought this was all in the context of deferral. If committee defer for further information, then I think the point I'm making is that further information should initially take the form of a query to the CAA to see how they can assist. And then I think failing that, it should be a request for the applicant to provide suitable independent evidence, as they would on a whole range of other material planning considerations, to bring back to the committee to consider. Clearly that is only if the committee decide to defer and don't decide to grant or refuse or take some other action.
Well, we've got a legal steer now. We've got two. Councillor Murphy, and I'll come in.
Yeah. I'm going to go for a straightforward refusal, because the CAA have had plenty of time on here in that letter to say something. They haven't done. They're just sitting on the fence. And until they come off the fence, and we don't know when that will be, I think we ought to refuse it, and that will probably sharpen the minds of everybody that's involved in this.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got several different opinions. We're still in debate, and then I'm going to close it, because I think we've been round the point. Would you like another go?
Listen, I think it would be, at this point, not right to defer something. We've heard what the legal officer has said. Sorry, I think it would be right to defer. Refusal is, we're trying to support businesses in Fenland, not one to the detriment of the other. It is a planning issue. It would still have to come back. We would still then have to still debate this regarding the actual building and where it's going. I think at the moment we haven't got enough information, as Matt has said. We've heard what the legal officer said, and I think, to be fair to all parties, it just needs deferring for that information. If we can't get that information, then it comes back, we then refuse it.
That sounds sensible to me, and we can move on. So I'm going to close the debate now. You've had the last word, Councillor Marks. Officers, you haven't got anything to say. Oh, goodness. Right. So, do I have a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission? Okay, so we've got Councillor Murphy. Has Councillor Murphy got a seconder? That will be the interesting part. Councillor Benny. So we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse that by Councillor Murphy. Is going to propose it. Seconded is Councillor Benny. Can I have a show of hands on that?
2 votes, Chairman.
Those against?
4 votes, Chairman.
So obviously that's failed. So I'm looking for another proposal now. Councillor Marks.
Can I propose we go for a deferral for extra information as requested by as we've said now, from both parties, and hopefully both parties will work together before this comes back to attain what we need to attain.
And I'm happy to second that. So we've got another proposal from Councillor Marks to defer this application, seconded by myself, to defer it. Can I have a show of hands on that? Okay.
5 votes, Chairman.
Those against?
1 vote.
1 vote. So that application has been deferred for further information. And just let's hope the applicant and Mr. Davis and the parties can work together to bring this to a conclusion. Thanks. Do we want 5 minutes or not? Anybody do we want to move on? Move on. My goodness. That's the first time I've heard you say that, Councillor French. Righty-ho. Now, you caught me out, haven't you? So, I'm going to hand over to Tom Donnelly to present agenda item number 9, F/YR25/0517F. Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full application seeking the change of use of land to provide 1 gypsy traveller plot, including the siting of a mobile home and 2 touring caravans. The site is located on New Drove in Wisbech St Mary and is adjoined by residential properties to the north and west. The site historically formed part of an orchard, although the land forming part of the application site has since been cleared of any trees. The site layout plan shows the proposed arrangement for the site, utilising the existing access from New Drove and planting of a new boundary hedgerow to the front of the site. Plans have been provided showing the elevations and floor plans of the proposed mobile home, and a street scene drawing showing the impact of the development in relation to the existing dwelling and boundary screening. Site photos show the existing access onto the site and identify a number of soft landscaping features, including the orchard to the rear of the site and to the side of the site also, and the well-established tree line along the southwestern boundary of the site. So in summary and in assessment, whilst the developable area of the site lies within flood zone 1, the frontage of the site and access is located in flood zone 3, along with much of the surrounding area. As such, the site as a whole is considered to functionally lie within flood zone 3 and is therefore at a high risk of flooding and would introduce an incompatible and inappropriate use onto the site. The application has not been supported by a detailed analysis of alternatively available sites that could accommodate the development and therefore cannot be considered to pass the sequential test. And further, whilst the proposal would contribute modestly to the Council's identified need for gypsy traveller pitches, it's not considered that this benefit would outweigh the harm identified in respect of flood risk. It's therefore recommended that the application is refused on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Tom. I'd now like to invite members. We have a set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Alexandra Patrick, she's of course the agent, and Sam Taylor and Caroline Simmons, the applicants, to make their presentation to the committee as well. Just to let you know, you've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you. Start whenever you're ready, thanks.
I'm here today to support my planning application. I'm the fourth.
Yes, we start again.
Okay. I'm here today to support my planning application. I'm the fourth generation of my family who still work to land from season to season, farm to farm, keeping within my Romany tradition also. In recent months, my family's circumstances have changed from being given verbal notice to leave the current yard that we currently rent, which means we have nowhere else to go, which is having a great deal of stress and anxiety on all of us at the moment, and is not helping my father, also recovering from open heart surgery, and he's not well enough to continue to travel anymore and needs to attend to medical appointments and have a permanent place for us to live as a simple task are now becoming harder for him to achieve. We purchased a plot of land, we have submitted our planning application and have gone through the whole process properly, fully funded it ourselves so we can maintain a home for us to live on and to have a basic living standards that everybody is entitled to. With the orchard as well, we're looking to keep the orchard, the trees with the traditional, so we're going to looking to keep them there and keep them cropped and prune them and maintain them, and they'll be looking to stay. And also we do a lot of vintage machinery, so looking to house a couple of smaller pieces of machinery that used to belong to local Wisbeach farms that we currently restore and show.
I'm here to support the planning application for a mobile home, 2 touring caravans, so our family can continue our...
Sorry, do you want to bring, sorry for interrupting, do you want to bring the microphone towards you? So, you'd like to start again, we've just had another 20 seconds to it, so, okay.
I'm here to support our planning application for a mobile home, 2 touring caravans, so that our family can continue our right to a nomadic way of life within the Romany tradition of which we are rightly proud. We have been part of the community of Wisbeach St Mary for many years. My son was brought up and attended local primary and secondary school. We both work locally in the agricultural sector. We have a great respect for the local community, and as can be seen by the letters of support from local residents, we are equally respected. Recently, my husband had a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery. He is still recuperating and has to attend medical appointments. At the present time, we live on a rented area of a local yard, but we have been given verbal notice that we will have to relocate as the site is needed by the owner's daughter. This will mean that we will be effectively homeless. As you can appreciate, this is a very scary prospect. So we purchased the acre of land, followed all the planning application process in the correct manner. This was remarked upon and welcomed by the parish council meeting. At the present time, the council list of pitches, sites and plots for travellers is long and could mean that we would eventually be forced out of the area. I appreciate the concerns from the Environment Agency that the land lies within Flood Zone 3, but so does most of the area. In fact, 67% of Fenland falls into this category. To mitigate the risk, we can raise a mobile home and register with the Environment Agency flood warning scheme.
Good afternoon, everyone. This application seeks permission for a small family site, a home for a 3-member gypsy travel family, financially supported by their son. Here today to share their personal circumstances, like you've just heard. The need for such sites remains urgent, which has been noted with the planning officer and the gypsy traveller liaison officer. This proposal meets that need in a modest and responsible way. There is a clear precedence for approving similar applications in comparable or higher flood vulnerabilities at Birds Drove Gorefield, Pearls Bridge at Mainey, and at Leverington Common, Wisbeach St Mary, where officers and inspectors have recognised that robust mitigation and evacuation measures make such developments acceptable. The proposal includes those same safeguarding, flood anchors and comprehensive flood evacuation plans, ensuring the site is safe and compliant. As mentioned in the report, the majority of the site is in flood zone 1 and 3, so there is safer zones for them to go if there was a flood, let alone being told by the Flood Environment Agency that there would be floods going on. Every application should be looked at on its own merits. There is the exception here that they are a family that are elderly in comparison, and they are supported by their son. This is a simple, compassionate request for one family demonstrating a genuine need. The strong precedence has already been set, and fairness in granting permission today is valued. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions to Ms Patrick, Mr Taylor or Ms Simmons? We'll take Councillor Miffordon first and Councillor French.
Thank you, Chair. Hi. Just two very quick questions. Can you please tell me when we have some pictures, some photos on the screen? When were those photos taken? That's the first question. And secondly, where do you currently rent? How far from the current site is it?
It's currently just about 2 miles from where that is currently situated.
The pictures on this, yeah, these pictures, do you know when they were taken? The reason I ask is, when I was there on Wednesday, no, Monday, it's different from what's there's a hard standing, and I think there's another structure on site. So when were these pictures taken, please?
I think they're our photos, not theirs. I'm led to believe. So what we'll do, if that's okay with you, you can ask that question to officers when the time comes. Any questions need to be directed to these Miss Patrick or the other two applicants. With the greatest respect, of course, Councillor Miffordon. Anybody else at all? Got any more? Councillor French?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't mind who answers this. You certainly mentioned personal circumstances. When this application was submitted, did you submit the personal circumstances with it?
Confidential documents were sent to the planning officer.
Thank you. So that's not in the report. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Marks, thank you.
You're 2 miles away. How difficult has it been to find a site?
Very difficult. The waiting list is endless. We currently rent at the moment, but we've been given verbal notice, obviously. Finding somewhere else is just not an option for us. So we opted to purchase our own land, which we have done today.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for that. Honesty is always the best policy. Thank you. Anybody else at all? Before we let these kind people go? No. Thank you very much. So, members, it's time now for questions to officers. You can, if you'd like to ask the same question for the YouTube, and then hopefully officers will answer it. Thank you.
Through you, Chairman, just having a slight technical glitch to be able to provide you with the definitive answer on that. So I'll come back to you if that's okay.
Yeah, okay, so hopefully there'll be some more questions to officers then. Oh, there is. I knew I'd get that down somewhere. Okay. We should just have to wait for the glitch to disappear.
Yep, through you, Chairman. The photos were taken at the end of July.
Okay, thank you for that, David. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Anybody else? So no, I can't see any. So thank you very much, officers. Now then, sorry, you got your pencil up at last. Okay, here we go then. Questions to officers.
Thank you, Chairman. I did ask the applicant and the agent about the personal circumstances. Have you taken that? Have officers taken that into consideration?
Through you, Chairman. So in paragraph 9.2 of the report, it is referenced that personal circumstances were provided, as the agent rightly pointed out, was provided in the form of a confidential document, hence no details are provided, but that was considered when making the assessment on the application.
If I can come back. So we obviously, as members, haven't seen this report, which it does say it could be available if we wish to do so.
Okay, David.
Yeah, just to, I suppose, provide a bit further context to Councillor French's query, as is the usual way, we try not to put confidential information into the public domain. Obviously, for the very fact it's confidential, but as is usually the case, if members do want to see that, then that can be provided as a sort of potentially through a deferral, and then a confidential sort of appendix to a further report at a further committee, assuming that if members do want to go down that route.
Thank you, David. I think in the circumstances that, you know, there are personal circumstances, and we have done this before, one thing that it does surprise me, that the local parish council and local residents are actually supporting this, which is very unusual for a gypsy family. So I think possibly right to have a deferment and let us see it.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I mean, it does say Wisbech Parish. Sorry, did you want to come back?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Chairman. I think essentially what's been summarised in the confidential information submitted as part of the application has actually been presented by the applicants and their agent this afternoon. So I don't think there'd be a great deal more that we could really provide for members.
Yeah, I think we probably do without the. I think my own opinion is what the applicants have said is I take it as absolutely truth. To be fair, no one would ever downright lie about an open heart surgery, would they? They wouldn't come before us and say that. It just wouldn't be right. So I am going to take what the applicant says as absolutely true on this. Any more questions at all? So I don't think we need a confidential report on that. Councillor French?
We do have a new policy, gypsy policy. How does this comply?
David?
Thank you, through you, Chairman. So it's essentially we don't have a policy, a new policy. We have an updated gypsy traveller accommodation needs assessment, which just sets out what the up-to-date position is in terms of need for traveller accommodation across the district, which is referenced in the report, setting out the number of pitches that we need to deliver. The actual planning policies haven't changed. It's just the need and the weight that therefore needs to be given to that need. I think as the report sets out, we do have a shortfall of pitches across the district. This would clearly be a contribution, albeit a small one, towards meeting that if members are minded to grant planning permission.
Yeah, if I may come back, Mr. Chairman, that was my understanding. We have got a shortfall, and I don't know where we're going to find this land to accommodate gypsy families.
Very true. Very. Waited about 4 years for this policy to be updated. Thank you. Councillor Marks.
Just following on from that, have we got a rough idea of what the shortfall is?
Through you, Chairman, according to paragraph 9.9, the shortfall is that we need 26 pitches up to March 2029 and 47 pitches in total, required in the immediate term, which is 28-29.
Thank you. It's in the report.
Yeah, sorry, I missed it.
Marks. So we'll move on. Now I'd like to invite members to debate the item with respect to material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you. With obviously having heard the personal circumstances and the need for further pitches, I believe that this committee should be supporting this family and not. I know there's only one refusal, which is flooding. Flooding can be over.
Mr. Mark.
I certainly concur with Councillor French. I think the flooding issue, to be fair, it's for a pitch for 2 travelling caravans as well. So I'm sure they'll just move into a travelling caravan if there was a need to move themselves. They're obviously a local family that are working within the agricultural area as well. They're having to move 2 miles. Personally, I think we should support this.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely refreshing to see Wisbech St Mary's Council saying, you know, they're a credit. Basically, they're saying they're a credit to Wisbech St Mary's. Loads letters of support for this. I think it'd be a travesty if we turn this down. Due also to the confidential report that we've not seen, but we've obviously heard from the applicant. So I will be supporting this application. Anyone else? Because we're open for debate. Still, Councillor Miffordin.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, having heard the personal circumstances, I think it has swayed me now to be in support of the application. And I think the agent actually said part of the, if I get it correctly, that part of the site is on flood zone 1, so it's not all flood zone 3. So I don't think the issue of, the flooding it's as relevant. Not that it's not relevant, but at least there's somewhere to move to if there was flooding. So I will be supporting this application. Thank you.
I think we've probably done this debate to death, I think I've got a steer of where this may be going. So, officers, have you got anything to say on the matter? No? Okay. I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse this planning application. No. So that's obviously failed. So I'm looking for another one. Another proposal, please. Councillor French, what are you proposing?
I recommend we approve this application, and reason being with the short field of gypsy sites.
Okay. Okay, who wants to second that? You've got reasons, Councillor French? You're going to second it. I think your reasons are good enough. Personal circumstances, lack of sites available for travelling fraternity.
Conditions officers.
Yeah, conditions. I don't think anybody wants to see them, do they? I think you're very, very fair with your conditions. Always have been. So I think we can allow officers, with respect to do the conditions. So I've got a seconder, Councillor Miffordin. So I've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Miffordin. Can I have a show of hands on that?
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
So that application has been approved. Thank you, members. We can move on now. I'll now hand over to Kimberly Crowe, Development Officer here at Fenland, to present agenda item number 10, F/YR24/0237F. Kimberly, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So agenda item 10 is a full planning application for the erection of 5 single-storey 4-bed dwellings with detached garages and the repositioning and widening of an existing vehicular access at land southwest of 16 London Road, Chatteris. The application is presented to committee today as the Town Council comments are contrary to officer recommendation, and I'd like to bring members' attention to the update report which was circulated yesterday. So the application site is outlined in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. Number 16 London Road is situated to the north-east of the application site, which is a Grade 2 listed building. The listed building is located wholly within Chatteris Conservation Area, and the remainder of the site is located partly within and partly outside of the conservation area. The eastern extent of the site comprises the dwelling and residential curtilage of number 16, including the existing vehicular access which serves a single driveway. And then the western extent of the application site comprises grassland and trees located immediately to the west of the residential curtilage of number 16. So the proposed site plan is shown on screen. Plots 1 and 2 would be orientated with front elevations facing south, and plots 3, 4 and 5 would be orientated with front elevations facing east. The site plan details the proposed repositioning and widening of the existing access to the proposed dwellings via a new shared driveway. The access would be 5.5 metres wide where it adjoins London Road. The proposal includes the removal of a number of trees, an existing hedge along the eastern boundary fronting London Road, and replacement with new landscaping. So the proposed floor plans for plots 1 and 2 and their associated garages are shown on screen. And then the floor plans and elevations for plots 3, 4 and 5 and the garage for plot 4 are shown on screen. And there's the proposed street scene as well. So some planning background. A similar application was refused on this site in August 2023. That application was for the erection of 5 dwellings, which included 2 two-storey dwellings and 3 single-storey. The previous application was refused due to the development failing to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the Chatteris Conservation Area and the setting of the adjacent listed building due to the resiting and increased width of the access. The scheme was considered contrary to policies LP16 and LP18 of the local plan. A second reason for refusal related to impact on protected species. However, this has been addressed as part of the current application. For completeness, the elevations and floor plans for the 2-storey dwellings are shown on screen. So some site photographs are shown on screen. Number 16 London Road, the existing site frontage and the existing access. And then we have some photos within the site. So the top left photo is taken looking towards the bungalows at Linden Drive. The top right is looking towards the northwest of the application site. Bottom left is facing south of where the proposed access drive would be, and bottom right is taking looking eastwards back towards London Road. So to summarise, 16 London Road was listed with the wide frontage being part of its curtilage. Frontage includes an established hedge, trees and modest domestic driveway which contribute positively to the character and appearance of the conservation area and the setting of the Grade 2 listed building. By virtue of building a housing estate within the curtilage of the listed building, including the resiting and substantial increase in width of the access and the removal of the established trees and hedging along the frontage of the site, the proposed development would cause less than substantial harm to the character and appearance of the Chatteris Conservation Area and the setting of the host Grade 2 listed building. The Council's Conservation Officer objects to the proposed development due to the identified harm to those heritage assets. It is considered that the less than substantial harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area and the host listed building would not be outweighed by the limited public benefit associated with the development. As such, the application is considered contrary to policies LP16 and LP18 of the local plan and paragraph 215 of the MPPF and is therefore recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Kimberly. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Alan Faulkner, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nicely settled, Mr. Faulkner, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In view of the disclosures at the start of the meeting, I think I perhaps ought to just tidy that point up. At the suggestion of the planning officer, as confirmed by member services, I emailed the slide that I will be referring to later in my presentation to each of the listed members of the planning committee with no further words whatsoever. It was simply an attachment to an email with my email signature on, and so I just wanted to clarify the point about discussion of lobbying.
Yeah, there's no other way we could have put it really. We understand what the email, the pictures were about. We understand that, and thank you very much for just clarifying that. So your time starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present to you on behalf of my clients. There is a long history of garden infill in the immediate vicinity of this site, with Linden Drive, Eden Crescent, numbers 20A, B, C and D London Road, and most recently Fortree Court, or as some members may remember, the former Travis Perkins sites, all being built in the grounds of existing properties within the Chatteris Conservation Area. As members will be aware, the latter development, Fortree Court, was within the curtilage of a Grade 2 listed building. Since validation of this application in March 2024, we have worked with the two previous planning officers on house design and site layout to address all of their concerns and respond to relevant comments raised by neighbouring properties. The only outstanding matter, and the reason we are eventually here today, is in respect of the Conservation Officer's comments. At the request of the Planning Officer in May 2025, in response to comments from the Conservation Officer, we commissioned an independent heritage statement which was delivered in June 2025 from Artifacts Conservation. The conclusion of their 32-page report was that the proposals have been carefully designed to minimise any perceived harm on the rural aspect of the setting of number 16 and this particular section of the Chatteris Conservation Area. Existing landscaping has been retained and the necessary widening of the access track and the required visibility displays have been kept towards the southern boundary, softened with planting. Treed views to the wider land holding have been retained, with new development kept out of the sightline. The proposal will result in less than substantial harm to the listed building and will preserve the character and appearance of the Chatteris Conservation Area whilst achieving public benefit in the provision of residential accommodation. On page 2 of the Conservation Officer's 3¼ page September 2025 response to this statement, they state that the host building was listed with wide frontage. However, there is no mention of this in the Historic England official listing for the property, which simply states a mid-19th century house of gaunt brick, hipped slate roof with dentile eaves cornice, 2 stories. Road frontage has 4-window range of hung sashes with glazing bars in flat moulded arches. Ground floor with 4 full-length casements with fixed headed lights and louvered shutters. Side entry with Gothic arch to porch. At this stage, I would, with the kind assistance of member services, refer members to the information provided to them by me in advance of this meeting, which hopefully can be displayed on the screen. It is. Excellent, sorry. And part of the reason I sent it to you is because it's not very clear on the screen, but hopefully in full technicolor you can see. This shows a selection of images which make up the visual amenity of the historic environment, as quoted by the Conservation Officer, and contribute to the verdant character and appearance of the Chatteris Conservation Area, as referred to by the Planning Officer in their report. The modern houses opposite the entrance to the subject property and the access to the 2 new build properties in Fortree Court at number 22 London Road, where planning consents were granted between 2019 and 2024, are the particular features that I would highlight. Whilst there is some concern expressed about the loss of trees and front boundary hedging, we have already signified we are happy to see a condition on boundary treatment attached to the planning consent. We are also happy to incorporate the low-level wall that the Planning Officer has asked to be included. We are also happy to accept the conditions suggested by the Conservation Officer. In conclusion, therefore, I ask you to recognise the merits of this application and vote to grant consent. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Members, any questions to Mr. Faulkner? No Chatteris members want to ask any questions. That's fair enough. Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? No, I can't see any burning desire to do that, so we'll move quickly on. So now I'd like members to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material considerations. So we're in debate. Ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Benny, you're first in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this, yes, it is Chatteris Conservation Area. The host dwelling is number 16 London Road. I remember seeing on one of the old Chatteris discussion pages there was an 18 London Road, and that got pulled down many years ago. Number 20 was Kevin Munsey's old house, and that was developed very similar. There are houses in the back garden similar to this, not to the scale. And recently we've had the Travis Perkins building. Now, the houses that were built in 40 Court, they were, the bungalows were all approved by officer recommendation, bearing in mind that is in a conservation area. They were approved, they never came to committee. The house and the conversion of the chicken shed, that came to us, which has been approved, and that looks lovely now it's done. There's also missing off this slide up here, the Cock Pub. That's in the conservation area, and that's had backland development in it. They built the houses in there a few years ago. So I think the principle of development within this area has been fairly well established. And recently as well, especially with 40s Drive and the bungalows that are in there. Now, I've been and had a look at those, and they look very nice, and I'm very certain that these bungalows and houses at the back here will also look very nice when they're built. The only reason is the conservation and the detriment to the Grade 2 house building. This is a big enough site to absorb the dwellings without doing detriment to the house dwelling. The principle of that, to me, comes back to Travis Perkins and Kevin Munsey's old house and the Cock, which are all within 30, 40 metres of where this site is. So truly, I think that whilst I respect the view of the officers, there is also another view of this, and truly this needs approving, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Benny, we've probably got a little way to go yet, but Councillor Murphy.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish you'd asked me first because he said everything that I was going to say. It is such an ideal place to build in the back part of it. As he said, Linden Drive, Westbourne Close, they're all been built in the back there. These are nice houses to put it in the back. They don't detriment from anything from the house building to the front because it's quite a long way away from it. And also it'll be screened now with a roadway down the other side of the road. And it is absolutely true, and I think it's sacrilege if we don't approve this one.
Well, you've had a little bit to say.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Marks.
I'll echo what everybody's saying. What I don't want to be is sitting here in 12 months' time when we had the Travis Perkins saga that went on and on and on. What we also don't want to do is be like the blue building on the way out, which has now got a hole in the roof because nobody can actually do something with it. This is a Grade 2 listed building. Somebody's going to spend money on it. This is a repeat from what we had previously with there and whatever pub. We just need to get this approved. It's a good application.
Yep. Anybody else still in debate? Anybody else want to add to it? I think I can probably see where this is going. So I'm going to close the debate now, and I'm going to invite officers. Would you like to say anything? And you would?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think just to clarify, particularly on Councillor Marks's comments, there are no actual works proposed to the actual listed building. It's an application to develop, in fact, essentially in the back garden of it. So comparisons with the Hare and Hounds pub earlier are somewhat incorrect, shall we say, just so that the committee is clear on that.
Thank you, David. But however, I'm sure whoever is going to spend and build a housing behind will also be dealing with the property at the front because they want to sell properties.
I think probably, yeah. I mean, it's in the same ownership, so probably if there's some money left over, they will improve the building. I would have thought so. I know it's all conjecture, but one would hope so. Okay. So, Councillor Mifferden. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add, I think it's a good application. It's one, the actual buildings themselves stand way back from the greater listed building, which I don't, with the vegetation and the trees around it, you probably won't be able to see that the development from the main road anyway. So I don't think it is detrimental to the greater listed building. I think this is a good. I'll be happy to support this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've done this. I think I've got to steer where this is going. Okay, so I'm going to close the debate now. So time's moving on. Officer, have you got anything to say on this one? Not at all. Thank you. So do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission? So this is to clarify, refuse planning permission. I was looking at you through the corner of my eye, Councillor Bennett. Yeah, you are. Yeah, okay. So, okay, so that's failed. Getting back to some normality again. So we need another proposal. Councillor Bennett, what are you proposing?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to propose that we approve this, go against officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Reasons, please.
I think I've covered that fairly well in my summing up. The principle of development within the conservation area has been more than well documented, as by the slides up there, and the one that was omitted from the slide that is up there as well. I think that it's a big garden, and it will take these houses, and I don't think it will do any detriment to the host building.
Councillor French, that you want to second that? Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm going to go on, carry on, Councillor French.
Community benefit outweighs any harm to the listed building.
To clarify, Victoria, before we take the...
Yeah, I think it would be helpful just to clarify exactly what the committee's saying there. I understood, and I'd be grateful for the committee's clarification, that we aren't saying that there's no harm to the listed building. We're saying that there may be some less than substantial harm, but it's outweighed by the benefits of the scheme. Is that the committee's reason?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would go further than that. I'd say
no harm.
No harm whatsoever. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy with no harm, because I don't think it will be, to be fair, and I think the 5 houses will bring a benefit, which will outweigh the...
There's no harm.
No harm, no harm. So we've got a proposal from Councillor Benny with those reasons, which I'm more than happy with. Sorry? With conditions delegated to officers. I don't know if you'd like to look at them, would you? Or Councillor Murphy? The conditions. No. Would you like to look at the conditions? Eh? No, you're okay. So just with officers then. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this by Councillor Benny is going to propose it. Councillor Murphy is going to second it. Can I have a show of hands on that?
Can I just check who seconded that?
Councillor Murphy is now. He's a Chatteris councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Murphy can do it. He's a Chatteris councillor. So I'm going to give him. So you're happy to do that? Right. So can we have show of hands on that? That application's been approved. Does anybody want to? Thank you, members. We'll move swiftly on. I'll hand over to Danielle Brooke. She's the Senior Development Officer here at Fenland to present agenda item number 11, FYR 25/0058/0. Danielle, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 11 seeks outline approval with all matters reserved for the erection of up to 9 dwellings on land south of 2B and 2C, Bridge Lane in Wimbledon. This application was originally heard at Planning Committee on the 30th of April 2025, where members agreed deferral of the determination of the application to provide the applicant an opportunity to provide sequential test and drainage details to address concerns. So just as a refresher, the application site is edged in red on the location plans and aerial photo as shown. This application seeks outline planning permission for 9 dwellings on this land that covers approximately a hectare to the rear of 2B and 2C Bridge Lane. The land, as you can see, is currently open paddock. This has been a revised indicative site plan that's come since the deferral of the application. It shows a shared private drive running along the western site boundary to serve 2 dwellings before spurring off eastwards and then south to serve a further 7 plots. A public right-of-way runs along the western boundary of the site, and a section of the right-of-way near the junction with Bridge Lane, where it merges with the site access, is to be hard surfaced. A large attenuation pond is now proposed to the north of the site. A further strip of land to the south of the application has been outlined in blue on the location plan shown, denoting this is under the ownership of the applicant and continued vehicular access to this land as indicated. The indicated houses are large detached dwellings set in sizable plots of a suburban nature. However, no details have been fully committed at this stage. So since the deferral, the applicant was given the opportunity to provide a sequential test and surface water drainage issues on the basis of surface water drainage concerns on the site. The applicant provided a flood risk assessment, a sequential and exceptions test, a surface water flood study and drainage strategy in support of the development, along with the revised indicative site layout as shown. The drainage details include proposals to remediate existing drainage issues, including a removal of a block culvert, reinstatement of open drainage ditch, and all remaining pipe work to be cleared of debris with litter guards installed. New drainage for the site will be by the way of road gullies, swales, permeable pavement and an attenuation pond with a restricted outflow. The drainage scheme has been supported by the LFA subject to conditions. Accordingly, there are no reasonable reasons to refuse planning permission on the basis of an unacceptable surface water strategy at this time, and therefore the previous reason for refusal dealing with this matter has fallen away. However, this aerial view emphasises the gap between the settlement of Wimbledon and Bridge Lane has closed over the years to the point where the application site edged in red and the adjoining land to the west remain the only remaining substantial parcels of open land that contribute to the rural character of the area. A previous application seeking outline approval for up to 9 dwellings was previously refused by members in March 2023 in line with officer recommendation. It remains that the proposal would result in in-depth development into an area that is currently rural in character and characterised by frontage development. At present, the application site and the wider fields of which it is part contribute strongly to the rural character of the area and provide a visual break between the sporadic residential development along Bridge Lane and the developed core of Wimbledon. In addition, a number of prior appeal decisions have considered that the development in this area would be incongruous in the landscape and would introduce intrusive domestic character to an otherwise rural area, a matter which has still been unresolved by the current application. So some photos of the area, the wider area particularly. These pictures show the distinct change of character from the south side of Bridge Lane as you travel east from the junction with Wimbledon Road beyond the Bellway site that was approved on the corner. Photos 1 and 2 show the Bellway development boundaries depicted by fencing to the south side of Bridge Lane, and photos 3 and 4 show the distinct transition to a more rural open countryside character beyond this Bellway site. Photos of the site in question. Photo 1 shows access to the site off Bridge Lane, and 2B Bridge Lane is the dwelling shown to the left of the image. Photo 2 is the public footpath that runs along the western boundary of the site. So these photos were all taken at different times, so hence the different weather conditions. Photo 3 is the drainage ditch that runs alongside the public footpath on the western boundary, and you can see it's quite overgrown and currently not in the best of states. And photos 4 and 5 show the open paddock land that is currently the site as it stands. So in conclusion, this application is looking for outline planning permission for up to 9 dwellings with all matters reserved. A previous application for the same was refused by members in March 2023. Matters relating to surface water flooding and inappropriate drainage have been satisfactorily addressed in the current application. However, officers believe that it remains development on this land with a road, an important visual gap and area of separation of this part of Bridge Lane and the main build form of Wiblington, and that would intrude into the open countryside and harmful to the character of the area. Therefore, the policies LP3, LP12 and LP16 are contravened here, and therefore the application remains recommended for refusal.
Yep, thank you, Danielle. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like members' services to read out a written representation on behalf of Councillor Maureen Davis, District Councillor and Ward Councillor for the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Initial application FYR23/0241/0 registered the 17th of March 2023, refused on the 7th of March 2024. Reasons. The proposal would result in large-scale, in-depth development in an area rural in character and characterised mainly by frontage development, and would erode an important visual gap and area of separation between this part of Bridge Lane and the main built form of Wimbledon. The proposal is therefore contrary to policies LP3, LP12 and LP16 of the adopted Fenland local plan. At the Planning Committee meeting, Councillor Benny proposed that the application be refused, seconded by Councillor Connor, as per the officer's recommendation. Officer's recommendation was as above. FYR 25/00580 registered 23rd of January 2025, 23 objections from local residents. This application went before the Planning Committee on the 30th of April 2025, and the comments were minuted as follows. David Rowan reminded members that an outline application for 9 dwellings on this site was refused in 2023 on the grounds of the character of the area, the in-depth nature of the development, which is essentially the same scheme in front of the committee now. He continued that the character of Bridge Lane has not changed dramatically in the last 2 years, and questioned what has changed since March 2023. Councillor Benny stated that the building work and the 88 Reason homes at the top had not started then, and now they are underway, they are part of the character, so that is what changes it, and the fact that other development has been allowed in the vicinity is good reason to only defer it on the drainage. David Rowan stated that he believes the Bellway site had commenced in 2023, and even if it had not been there then, there was a permission in place of 88 dwellings on that site, so nothing has changed since then. Matthew Lee advised members that the council's decision for the adjoining site is also a material consideration, and that is still so recent that the applicant could submit an appeal. He continued that whoever makes the decision there should be consistency and the adjoining site's decision, and an application previously refused on the site would be significant material consideration in determination of the application. The Parish Council's objection is raised in regard to the above comments. The first application, FYR14/02320 for 80 dwellings maximum, land east of 38 March Road, was granted on the 25th of September 2015. Therefore, this development was well underway before the members proposed to support the planning officer's decision to refuse application FYR23/0241/0. If members were to view the site plan, it shows that the northern boundary, the one abutting Bridge Lane, is predominantly open green space and has hard landscaping of trees, proposed to continue to provide a countryside view from Bridge Lane. Therefore, although the Bellway site is situated south of the access to Bridge Lane, It is not impacting on the characteristics environment along the lane. Hence, Councillor Benny's personal opinion that the character and appearance of Bridge Lane has changed is not a material consideration and is not a valid reason, but local planning policies LP3, LP12 and LP16 are, and the decision, reason 1 to refuse planning application FYR 23/02410 is still a valid material consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Joe. Exceptionally well read out. Okay, so I'd now like to invite, we need to invite Shana Penny, the agent, and Ben Love, the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. Obviously, as you well know, you've got 5 minutes between you, and obviously you can use what allotted time you've got as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. I've got Mr. Love here, who is the landowner. He's not intending on presenting to you, but is here to answer any questions you might have. Members will recall that this application was deferred from the Planning Committee meeting of April this year. The previous minutes suggest that the only issue of concern for members related to surface water drainage, and that was for the reason for deferral. As per your comments, we've gone away and worked very closely with a drainage consultant, and I'm pleased to be in front of you today with a committee report which confirms that there are no outstanding issues with regards to surface water drainage. Indeed, you'll note that the lead local flood authority has actually confirmed that the proposal will result in an improvement to surface water drainage within the wider area. The only issue, therefore, remains that of the impact of the character and appearance of the area. So if you look at my slide, which is currently being shown, the bright yellow sites outlined on the map benefit from planning permission, which comprise development in depth. This is significant when viewing our scheme within its context, as it demonstrates that the character of the area has now changed to that of a housing area. I understand that a previous application was refused on this site in 2024 for reasons of form and character. I would advise, however, that this situation has now changed. The situation has now changed from the previous application, as at the time of the previous application, outline planning permission under reference 190405 for up to 30 dwellings, which is on the land to the southwest of our site, that existed on the site to the southwest, and this would have formed a consideration with the 2024 application was determined. However, since then, the site subject of 190405 has been granted planning permission for 45 dwellings under reference 230206, and this was only granted in August this year. Having 45 dwellings on the site to the southwest of our application site, rather than 30, has significantly increased the housing density in this locality, and in turn has reinforced the residential character of the area. I would argue that this backdrop of 45 dwellings results in a change to the circumstances of the area, and that the proposal would not be out of keeping with its surroundings. Furthermore, I would also argue that the site does not appear as an important gap, given that the view from Bridge Road frontage would be that of the backdrop of housing, which will now appear particularly more dense in view of the newly granted permission for 45 dwellings. This map we're looking at clearly shows that this part of Wimbledon is a built-up residential area, and this is reinforced by the large site which is currently being developed on the corner with March Road. This committee has discussed many times in the past whether Bridge Lane forms part of Wimbledon Village, and for me, the map clearly shows that it does. This site would effectively comprise infill development of housing within an established residential area, and it makes sense in policy terms. As you know, Wimbledon is a growth village, and policy LP3 allows for village extensions in such locations. The proposal will comply with that policy, given that it would extend the existing built form in this area. I would suggest that the proposal is acceptable in principle in accordance with policies LP3, LP12 and LP16, as it would result in residential development within a residential part of Wimbledon which adheres to the form and character of the area, with particular reference to the impact resulting from the newly approved development for 45 dwellings approved under reference 230206. I therefore respectfully request that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Members, questions to Ms Penny or Mr Love? You know what to do. Councillor French.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, obviously we did discuss this in April, and the only issues that we had at the time was a great concern was our flooding issues. And I'm pleased to say that you have gone away and done a lot of work in this. I believe there is a public right of way there, and that will be retained. You won't be blocking that up, will you?
Our proposals are to actually widen that public way, right away, so that two pushchairs or whatever can pass each other. At the moment, they can't. It's just single traffic. So we're looking to actually improve that as part of our scheme.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Love. What about the dyke or the little drain beside the public right of way? Have you got any ideas what you're going to do with that? Because it's in an overgrown state by the look of the.
We do cut it back to satisfy Mark Peck, the footpath officer at Highways. It has actually been cut back since those photographs. You just happened to take them at the wrong time. Obviously, we will leave access. That dyke will have to be ditched out as part of what we're doing. I mean, that's part of the drainage. The drainage will drain into that ditch and then further into the system. The existing dyke, where the existing dyke has been filled in, much of that, you can see on the proposals, will be excavated, which gives us an environmental gain, and it means that that's a part of the pipe work that cannot get blocked anymore. So yes, you can see for what we're proposing there, we don't want to be building next door to a mess. So yes, we've also proposed a post and rail fence alongside the footpath. At the moment, it's just a barbed wire fence.
The answer is yes. Then thank you, Councillor French.
Yeah, so you have spoken to the drainage board. I think it's March 8th. Is it March 8th? I can't remember which drainage board it is. I know we did have some problems there. So obviously they're satisfied with proposed work on the actual dyke. Is it a riparian dyke? So you will be looking after it if you get permission. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions at all for Mr. Love and Miss Penny? No. No. Thank you very much. Bless you. Thank you. Right. Members, questions to officers? No. Any questions, members, officers? No. Go on then.
Yeah, we did discuss this in April, and it is disappointing that it's come back with a recommended refusal when the agent and the applicant has done what they promised to do, and it's just disappointing that you still think this is a large-scale development. It's 9 dwellings. It's not large-scale.
Please.
I'm not sure if that was a question, but I think just to come back on it, I mean, I think as we were discussing with one of the previous items, ultimately there's not a committee decision in terms of the acceptability of the character or not. So consequently, while one of the reasons for refusal has fallen away, the character reason, which was previously recommended and indeed which was previously accepted by the committee when determining a very similar application on the site, has to basically come forward. And it remains officers' view that this is an unacceptable development in terms of the impact on the character. To pick up on the agent's point regarding the site to the south and the fact that there's now been a planning permission granted on that for 45 dwellings rather than the 30 that was perhaps in place at the time that the previous decision was made by the committee. I think ultimately that has very, very limited impact in terms of whether this is a harmful development or not. I think the issue that the committee needs to sort of take from that is that essentially the site to the south had got a planning permission in place for residential development. It's still got a planning permission in place for residential development, and essentially there's been no real change in circumstances since the previous decision to refuse planning permission for 9 dwellings on this particular site was taken by the committee in February 24. Thank you, Chairman.
Did you want to come back, Councillor? No. Any more questions to officers? No. Thank you. Right. So now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material considerations. relevant to the application. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The character of Bridge Lane has changed beyond belief in the time I've been on this planning committee. So really, from how it was when I first came here to how it is today, what is the character of Bridge Lane? It was very open. When those 88 were passed at the top, this land is ripe for development. This land will be filled in at some point because we have to fill in before we go out. There's a lot of room before we hit the bypass, which is a natural barrier. Again, good use of land, and with all the development going on around it, I see no reason why to turn this down at all. I don't think it is not the open countryside. This is becoming urbanised from all areas around it. So to me, this application should be supported and this should be approved. It's good use of land. The technical difficulties that we had before have been overcome, and truly, Mr. Chairman, I don't think this one needs a lot of discussion. This one should go through.
Well, see your point, but somebody else might be raising their hand, I suppose, with a relevant. Doesn't look like there is too many people. Councillor Marks.
I think to follow on from what Councillor Benny said, I think Wimblington is changing quite a bit. We had that previous slide up. There was the slide from ourselves, FDC side, and then from the agent, but it actually shows that's the FDC slide. What it doesn't show is across the bypass there. There's now on the right-hand side between data shredders and the turning off into Wimblington itself. That's all going to be urbanised. There's trial dig holes there, and there's actually on the corner there some bungalows going in there. So that whole area is changing. The one field at the top there, centre by the bypass, yeah, I think that's open countryside, but the rest of this now is being urbanised. And houses have got to go somewhere, and surely this is a good use of land. What else is land going to be used for? Grazing some ponies? It's not going to be farmed as such. So, to me, it seems like, we need to support this. If not, who knows? The next application that comes back could be for 40, 50 or 60. So.
Okay, well, we're looking at 9 this afternoon. Anybody else want to add to the debate? I'm going to close it quickly. No? Okay. So
I think the issue of that previous decision by the committee, by the council to refuse planning permission on the site is a significant material consideration. I don't know whether that, given the tone of the comments from members during the debate, whether that is something which the legal officer wishes to sort of comment on in further depth.
Happy to let Victoria have an expert opinion if that's what she wishes to do.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, officers. I mean, I entirely agree with what your officers have said. The previous decision is plainly immaterial consideration, given we're talking about the same application site and a similar proposed development on that application site. I think if committee members are minded to make a different decision to the decision they made then, it would be helpful to really clearly spell out, specifically in the last 2 years since that decision was made, what the change is, or what the change in the material considerations has been since then, which leads you to form a different view. Now, that might be the intensification point raised by the applicant, it might be others, but I think to explain to the public and to constituents why you are taking a different view, or may take a different view 2 years on, I think it's important to spell out what materially has changed since the previous decision.
Okay. Councillor Marks.
I think that's a very old slide compared to what there is there today. When you drive down there today, that shows just a building site. Certainly FYR 1, 2, 3, 5, that's almost built out now. There's people living there. So we're working on some very old slides, whereas there is change as you drive down. And the further down you change, there are, as you saw by the other photographs, changes as well with fencing and stuff like that. So it's becoming more urbanised as we go. So I think that to me is a material change that we can see from the last decision.
Questions to officers. So is that one a question for officers, Councillor French? No, no one got any more questions for officers. Okay, so I'm going to close that. So I'm going to go into proposal territory. Do I have a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission for this application? We've had one. We've had one. We've had one, Councillor French. Okay, needing another coffee time. Anyway, so, right. Do I need to reiterate what I said? Have I got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse once again? Second chance for anybody? No, that's obviously failed. So we're looking for another proposal. Anybody else wants to make another proposal? Councillor Benny, what is your proposal and the reasons for doing so?
My proposal is that we go against officer's recommendation and approve this. Since the previous application was refused, the character of Bridge Lane has changed. The developments it is an area that is ripe for development. This is certainly not in the open countryside. I would say the other side of the bypass is, to a degree, but even that's getting more urbanised as well. Wimbledon is a nice place to live, and that's why when they build the houses, people keep coming and buying them. So truly, I don't think this. It says here about the large-scale large-scale in-depth development in a rural area, in character and characterised mainly by frontage development. I don't see where the frontage is anymore. It's being all filled in. This is not large-scale development. The 88 would be, and talking about an important visual gap. It was a track to a farmyard or to a farmer's field. I don't consider that to be of importance in terms of a visual gap. There's houses all the way along there. I think this is just land that is ripe for development, and we need homes.
I'm happy with that, really. I'm happy with those reasons. So I'm just looking for a seconder now. It's Councillor French has got a pen up.
Can I?
You can.
Can I just add, Victoria said what is different from the last time. I think the big difference is a sequential test has been done. Bearing in mind our very first application this afternoon for 42, there was no sequential test requested. So I'm getting quite confused when we're going to have to continue with sequential tests. And the other issue we have discussed previously on this application is the flooding of the dikes and ditches down there. And the agent has, and the applicant has confirmed that it will actually be an improvement. So that is the difference. So there is no harm to the actual building, and I think it's a great improvement which will stop future flooding.
Yes, that's an important factor, I think, really, the flooding issue, as I do know. But if the applicant does that, fair enough. So, with those, I'm quite happy with those, with the conditions. With the officers, I'm quite happy to leave it to the officers. Anybody else before I look for a second and want to see the conditions? You do? Okay, so Councillor French would like sight of the conditions. So Councillor French has got a pen up to second it as well, I think. Yeah, so we've got a proposal on the table with those conditions that I've just said. From Councillor Benny's proposed it, Councillor French has seconded it. All those in favour of that recommendation, please.
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
Okay, the application has been approved with those conditions. Thank you. So I'll now hand over to David Grant. Sorry. Just for the YouTube, Councillor Marks is leaving the table and sitting in a comfy chair away from the table. So now I'll hand over to David Grant. He's the Senior Development Officer to present application FYR 24/0627F, agenda item number 12. So David, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full application for the erection of 5 dwellings at Lavender Mill Bungalow, Fallow Corner Drove, Mainy. This application seeks the erection of a 2-bedroom bungalow and 4 2-storey 2-bedroom dwellings. This application was heard at Planning Committee on the 5th of February 2025, where it was deferred to obtain an ecology appraisal, a BAT survey and a viability assessment. The applicant has provided further information in the form of revised finished floor levels, revised elevations, a BAT survey, ecology report and a biodiversity net gain report, as well as foul water drainage options and a sequential test. The viability assessment requested by this committee has not been submitted. As you can see, this is the location plan for the site. The proposal site is located to the north of Fallow Corner Drove. There is a previously approved scheme for 29 bungalows to the north of the site that was approved under the application 230423. That is currently under construction to the north. This shows the existing site plan for the site with the bungalow and the detached garage to the north, which are to be demolished, and the adjacent access to the west. This is the proposed site plan with the quadrant of the 4 two-storey, two-bedroom maisonettes toward the frontage of the site and a single-storey, two-bedroom bungalow to the rear. With regards to the amendments, finished floor levels for all dwellings on site are now set at 2.4 metres above ordnance datum, and with regard to the amended elevations, the north elevation serving plots 3 and 4 now has ground floor doors that are no longer served by a ramp or steps due to the modified site topography, and a 2.1 metre high close boarded fence is proposed for the eastern boundary with Coolrush Lodge, with a further 0.3 metres of trellis above. So these are the proposed floor plans for plots 1 to 4, proposed elevations for plots 1 to 4, proposed floor plan and elevations for plot 5, the street scenes for the development from the south and west, and a new slide here showing the existing and proposed damp-proof course levels for the site. These are the site photos. Photo 1 shows the site frontage. Photo 2 shows the boundary with Coolrush Lodge to the east. Photo 3 shows the windows and driveway of Coolrush Lodge to the east. Photo 4 is the rear of the site and the access serving the previously approved development to the rear. Photo 5 shows the rear garden of Hadley to the west. And photo 6 shows the application site that was previously approved to the rear of the application site. Second page here of the site visit photos. This is a view of Lavender Mill Bungalow from Coolrush Lodge. Photo 8 shows a view of the application site from the rear garden of Coolrush Lodge, as does photos 9 and 10. Photo 11 shows the rear garden of Coolrush Lodge from the approximate location of the side access steps, which are to serve the proposed maisonettes. And photo 12 gives you an idea of the topography of the site. In summary, the application seeks permission to demolish an existing bungalow and to erect 5 dwellings with a quadrant block of 4 two-storey dwellings and a bungalow. The applicant communicated to the local planning authority on the 11th of September that we are formally removing the offer of the non-section 106 contribution. Consequently, reason 5 for refusal has been updated to read: the application is linked to the residential development of the site to the north. No affordable housing contribution is proposed, and a comprehensive viability assessment covering both development sites as required under LP5 of the Fenland local plan has not been submitted. As such, to grant the application would be contrary to the aforementioned policy. With regards to the other matters for why the application was deferred at the previous hearing, The submission of a bat survey was requested by the Planning Committee of the 5th of February of this year. FDC's Ecology Officer has no objections to the submitted bat survey, and we are of the view that the development could be permitted without causing harm to the conservation status of bats. The submission of an ecology appraisal was also requested by the committee. The Ecology Officer has no objections and requests conditions regarding demolition and vegetation clearance. They state that the necessary biodiversity net gain could not be achieved on site and would have to be provided off site and subsequently secured by condition. To conclude, the submission largely fails to address the requirements of the Fenland Local Plan and the National Planning Policy Framework. Whilst the requested matters of an ecology appraisal and bat survey are now considered to have been addressed, a viability assessment has not been submitted. Concerns regarding incongruous and dominant design, material overlooking, the lack of a substantive sequential test, foul water drainage provision, and the non-submission of a viability assessment remain. As such, the recommendation continues to be one of refusal.
Yep, thank you, David. We have two sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Councillor Charlie Marks. He's a district councillor and the ward member for the application site to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee. Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult because we've got some IT issues, so I haven't got my access to my emails, which I've written down. So I'm going to have to wing it. Could I ask you to go back to the previous slide for the refusal or grounds for refusal, please? Okay, so I'm representing Mainey Parish Council and I'm also District Councillor for Mainey as well. I have worked very closely with these developers in the last 6 months since this came to committee previously. I think the big thing that I would firstly like to say is these developers have worked tirelessly with the residents, local residents, to try and resolve any issues that have raised their heads during the term that whilst they've been building the 29 properties. The 5 properties that they are proposing takes down a very, very dated and in places damaged bungalow. It will bring 5 more affordable homes into our village as opposed to 1 bungalow, which to be fair needs pulling down anyway. So I think that is a good use of land. I don't believe it's imposing by the way it stands. If you drive along that road, there are a number of properties, larger properties that stand there, that stand up and are elevated. And in fact, at the bottom there is a farmhouse that had to be built up due to flooding. And on the corner, there is, I quite often go back to Jason Cook's yard, where there is a building, a two-storey building that's about 2.5 to 3 metres out of the land, again due to, we were told, flooding issues. I have to say we haven't had flooding issues at that end of the village. It may change. Another thing I would like to say is the developers have worked tirelessly with Cambs County Council Highways as well and have spent an absolute fortune at the beginning of the road coming to the property entrance. They have had numerous incidents of finding stuff that wasn't either on plan or alternatively Cambs Highways then wanted extra work. They have paid for that financially themselves. They haven't gone back and sort of like tried with Cambs County Council. So again, the benefit to the village is to stop flooding. And I believe that the flooding issue there will be, with the foul water drainage, will be overcome going forward. This application and this site needs that bungalow to come down. We need the affordable homes, 1 bungalow compared to 5. And as I say, going forward, I really do think that this application should be given what it requires. Yes, there are a couple of other issues there, but they are all not insurmountable by any means. And I would ask today, respectfully, for you to pass this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marks. Questions from members to Councillor Marks? Strange to be on the other side, I'm sure, but I'm sure you'll cope well. Any members, any questions, Councillor Marks? Councillor Rivenden, thank you.
Councillor Miles, hi. You mentioned that the foul water issue has been, yeah, but why does it say in the officer's report that it hasn't been?
I think, from what I understand, that the developer has tried working with the planning officer, and there are still some matters that need sorting. However, it will become overcome. I have no doubt in my mind, seeing how these developers have dealt, which is a breath of fresh air in Maney, because believe me, I've seen a lot of developments recently that we have got issue after issue after issue. These people, when we had the roadway at the top between Westfield Road and the corner, I don't know if you did site visit, you would see all new tarmac, all new gullies, yep. And that is a lot of that. When there was a problem found, there was a lot of illegal discharge onto the site of the 29 houses. Again, the developer worked tirelessly, and it was found it was a Cams Highways problem. However, Cams Highway at the time had suspended their contractor. So again, this held the job up. I think this has gone way over budget as to what anybody was expecting. So the viability of that, and as I say, I have no doubt that the other flooding issues will be resolved as well.
You just have to add to what you just said. It was very, very refreshing to see the road the standard it was when I visited site. Yeah, thank you.
It's refreshing to see a developer actually do what they say they're going to do.
Absolutely. Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. This probably is a question to the developer. Why have we not got a biodiversity nickname?
I'll let you talk to the developer regarding that.
More questions for Councillor Marks at all? I think you addressed it quite well, Councillor Marks. Okay, you may go. Thank you. So, I'd now like to invite Christian Cooper, the applicant, and Dr. Wickham, he's the planning consultant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will try and sum all this up in about 6 points. The first concerns a basic error in our view in the officer's report and summary before you today. It refers to the decisions of the Planning Committee on 5th February this year. It states that the matter was deferred to, amongst other things, obtain a viability assessment. I stress the word that is used in the report, obtain. The point is that at the February meeting, Councillor Benny stated, I quote, we have a transcript of this, I propose that we go for a deferment on this only for the 3 things: ecological appraisal, bat survey, we've heard about that, it's been done, and sort out the financial contributions and assessment of the site. It doesn't say obtain a viability assessment. Sort out, because sorting that out is a matter of deciding whether it is relevant and pertinent legally in the circumstances of the case. The design issues were not the subject of the councillor's concern in the meeting, although I think it's raised in the report now before you. The main point is that the statement at, for example, paragraph 2.1 in the report today, that the matter was deferred to obtain this assessment. It wasn't. It was to consider. The officer's report is seeking to add together the main development of this small scheme at the front of the site. Now, there is clear guidance from the case law on this subject. The relevant cases are Westminster City Council and the Secretary of State and New Dawn Homes versus the Secretary of State. From those decisions, the key tests are whether you aggregate sites or not. Ownership, and in this case, same owner, accept that, but so it was in the Westminster case. And the judge in that case determined that that was not determinative. Secondly, whether the site constitutes a single site for planning purposes, whether it is a single development. In this case, on the second and third criteria, the aggregation of the two is not appropriate and is contrary to the case law. Lancaster case and the New Dawn Homes decision separate treatment of the applications indicated separate schemes. In this instance, the current application is quite separate from the scheme currently under construction. Judge Kay tested whether the two areas involved at Lancaster Gate were functionally linked. They weren't. They aren't today. The rest of the site is linked one with the other as you go onto the site, which I did this morning. Lastly, it's a separate application. The original consent for the 29 was submitted some 9 years ago. Few other points, very briefly. Secondly, applicants are keen to support local services. Very keen to do that. As we've heard, they cooperate. Drainage, Environment Agency are happy. They only wrote yesterday, our technical team and the information you just gave me over the phone, we are satisfied you fall under the general binding rules and that we are satisfied that the connection to the outfall proposed from the site is suitable for this development. So that's dealt with. What else we got here? Fourth, alleged flooding. The houses will be on the higher land, which has never been flooded. None of the sites have been flooded. We just talked to a farmer who swears out faithfully 75 years he's known it, never been flooded. Fifthly, the scheme will bring forward small homes that are very much in need in this area, and the single bungalow is not appropriate. And of course, as you look at the site at the front, there's a big, medium to large house on the left-hand side, ground and first. This will be ground and first. We'll balance both sides of the site. I think I've covered my main points. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Members' questions to Mr. Cooper or Mr. Wickham? So how are we for this? No one wants to ask any questions? No, I can't see any. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. So, yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your courtesy today.
Turn it off, honey. Okay, well done. Members, questions to officers, please. This is remarkable. Nobody, no questions to officers at all? No. Okay, we'll move on then. So, thank you. I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material considerations of the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. So, we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen, members. Who wants to kick off the debate? Go on. You're looking at me longingly. Well, somebody needs to say something. Time's moving on. It's 6:10. Oh, yeah. You're playing hard to get today, Councillor Bennett.
No. I've just clicked to give other people a chance because, I mean, we looked at this last time. I was happy to support this last time. It's not a dwelling that you see down there. Most of the houses are big, but it looks big. The fact that it's 4 it's just 4. And we debated this last time. Not everybody wants big gardens. Not everybody wants, to live in big houses. This is just because we haven't got anything like this in this street doesn't mean it won't be needed in this street or it won't sell. I would bet when these are built, they will sell quickly. In terms of the flooding, we've got a bungalow there. At least we've got 2 stories on this, which gives people somewhere to go if it does flood, although I'm very sceptical that it would. Personally, I think it's a good scheme. It looks nice in the street. We've got a local member who spoke in favour of this. We usually go along with what the local member says. They know the area better than we do. Truly, I think it's a good application. It's an unusual application, but that doesn't mean it's not wanted or not needed. There we are. That started it off. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'll continue it then. Yeah, I'll say it when we debated it last time. It's a good application. I couldn't support it last time. In 75 years, we've heard that it's never flooded. If you go across the other side of the road from there, we've had houses and dwellings built on the other side. And if you go a bit further, the ground goes down about 3 or 4 metres. So it's high ground, it's unlikely to flood. We've heard from eloquently from Councillor Marks that the applicant agent has worked tirelessly with the parish council and they've done everything in their power to bring this to fruition. So I'm really refreshed by that, actually. So I think it will bring a benefit to Mainey. Not, as Councillor Bainey says, not everybody wants a big house. Yes, it's got a small garden. I'm just feeling my age now, and I want a small garden. I wouldn't want a house with a big garden now if I was to move. So, you know, it's a matter of taste whether you. And if somebody wants a big garden, they won't buy those. And if anybody wants a small garden, they'd be perhaps interested in those. So it's just a matter of conjecture and what people want. So I'm enamoured with this scheme, really. I think it's a good scheme, and I shall be supporting this. Anybody else want to follow on? If you can. No, I'm going to close the debate now. Would you like to? Nothing. Okay. Right, so thank you. Members, we've debated it, we've done everything, so I'm looking for a proposal now to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application. Just to make it sure, to refuse this application. Is there anybody who wants to put their hands up for that? There doesn't seem to be anybody, so I'm looking for another proposal, please. I am Councillor Benny.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
With the conditions after you made your proposal, or you.
Okay. I'd like to propose we go against officer's recommendation on this one. I'll work my way through the list of reasons. The amount of development on the site, I don't consider this as excessive. It's how it looks and how it works. I think that this works and it looks good. The development would result in overlooking, but I see the fence has been raised. It's going to have a 6-foot fence with trellis on the side, which should help with the shielding. Wherever you go, you have overlooking to some degree. You know, everywhere does, and the bungalow would overlook the garden on the neighbouring property anyway, and the houses at the back would overlook this bungalow. So one balances out against the other one. Building in flood zone 3, we've got a bungalow there. We're putting a 2-storey dwelling on here. That makes it safer. So I think there's a public benefit to that one. And as to the proposed voluntary financial contribution, I understand that's been dropped anyway, the contribution, so I don't think that one's relevant. They would be my reasons for going against it. I think it's a good development. I think it'll look nice, and will bring homes for people.
I was going to say, just to add to that, it will make a benefit. It will be a public benefit. You're bringing house, one bungalow that's not inhabited, that it's been said that probably the best thing for it is to be knocked down by bringing new homes in, affordable houses for people in Mainey can't be a bad thing. So I'm going to add that public benefit as well to that. It's got to be that way. You know, I'm happy with that, and I'm happy with the little bit I brought in as well. So I'm happy with all conditions. So really, I'm looking for a seconder on that, and it's Councillor French. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French, with conditions delegated to officers. And before I close this, anybody want to see the conditions? No? I'm looking at Councillor Marks. He's not allowed to? No? Take that back, you can't. So, no, I'm not happy. I'm happy to leave it to officers, very fair. So, with that, just to reiterate now, proposal to go against officers' recommendation by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Rich. Can I have a show of hands on the proposal, please? Okay, that application has been approved. Quickly, just hang. Welcome back, Councillor Marks. There's always a bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Let's wait for these gentlemen to leave, then we'll start again. No problems, thank you. Okay, without further ado, I'll hand over to David Grant to present application FYR 24/0404F, agenda item number 13. So David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full application for a one-bedroom self-built dwelling requiring the demolition of existing garages on land off River Drive in March. This application was presented at the Planning Committee of the 17th of September 2025, where it was agreed to defer the application to allow for further information to be provided with regard to the self-build status of the applicant. So slide 2 here shows the location plan. It's a parcel of land which is bordered by an existing public footpath that runs from Deerfield Road in a northwesterly direction to public open space at the rear of River Drive. This is the proposed site plan. This shows the previously dismissed dwelling on site, which was subject to an appeal, which was subsequently dismissed. So there you can see the comparison in footprint between two dwellings. The proposed floor plan shows a single-storey dwelling that contains a bedroom, bathroom, WC, storage, utility room and combined kitchen living room with a covered dining area. That shows the previous floor plans for the previously refused scheme. This is the proposed northeast elevation of the self-built property, the proposed southwest elevation, proposed northeast and southwest elevations of the previous scheme, proposed northwest elevation of the dwelling at hand, the proposed southeast elevation and the comparison and separation distance to 8 River Drive. And then this is the proposed northwest and southeast elevations of the previously dismissed scheme for comparison purposes. This plan shows the proposed street scenes with views from Deerfield Road as well as dwellings off River Drive. That is the previous street scene for comparison purposes, so you can see the difference there between the two dwellings. Okay. Page 1 of the site photos shows the access to the site off Deerfield Road utilising the existing right-of-way. Photograph 2 shows the existing access with garages to the right of the image. 3 shows a view looking back down the right-of-way toward Deerfield Road, and photo 4 shows the existing dilapidated garages with 8 River Drive to the rear. Photo 5 shows the public footpath at River Drive leading toward the site with 7 River Drive to the left of the image. Photo 6 shows the proximity of the application site to the side elevation of 8 River Drive. Photo 7 shows the driveway of 8 River Drive to be removed should the application be approved, with the fence of 9 River Drive to the left of the image. And finally, photo 8 shows a proximity of 29 Cotswold Close to the proposed southwest boundary fence. In summary, the application proposes to demolish the existing garages on site and replace these with a single-storey, one-bedroomed, self-built dwelling utilising the existing access to the site from Deerfield Road. It is considered that the proposed design is at odds with the established built character of the surrounding area. Policy 16, Criterion D of the Fenland local plan seeks to ensure that proposals make a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area. The application site is constrained in size and consequently the dwelling proposed would result in a linear form of development in close proximity to the boundaries of the site. Due to the size limitations of the application site, the proposed erection of the dwelling would constitute overdevelopment, resulting in a cramped and contrived appearance at odds with the prevailing pattern and character of development in the vicinity, contrary to the aforementioned policy of the Fenland local plan. There is considered to remain a material overlooking impact on the private amenity spaces of 8 River Drive and 9 River Drive as a result of the proposed covered terrace area and the rear elevation stepped access. Therefore, the proposed development would result in significant harm to the residential amenity of 2 existing neighbouring properties, which is contrary to policies LP2 and LP16 of the Fenland local plan, as well as paragraph 135 of the NPPF. The above considerations are supported by the planning inspector when assessing the previously refused application under reference YR240768F. In the inspector's conclusion, they state, while I acknowledge the role of increasing residential density in delivering the government's objectives to boost housing supply, this should not come at the expense of contextually appropriate development. The proposal would remove dilapidated garages, which may currently attract crime and antisocial behaviour, and introduce a new dwelling that contributes to reducing CO2 emissions, lowering energy consumption, and making a modest contribution to housing supply. Nevertheless, these benefits do not outweigh the conclusions I have reached regarding the main planning issues outlined above. I have found that proposal would cause harm to the character and appearance of the area. Amendments have been made to the previously refused design and the application which was subsequently dismissed at appeal. However, material concerns regarding the impact on the character and appearance of the area, as well as overlooking to nearby properties, remain. As such, the recommendation is one of refusal.
Yep, thank you, David, once again. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Nicholas Underwood, of course he's the applicant, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. Unfortunately, last time I ran out of time, so please forgive me if I race through the early slides to get to those we didn't reach before. We previously showed that the proposal matches the prevailing character of River Drive in terms of its block massing, is comparable in scale to the adjacent properties in Cotswold Close, albeit we're slightly smaller and narrower, and the layout follows the existing precedent set by the other corner plots, such as numbers 1 and 2. Next slide, please. The street scene shows that the height has been reduced to be comparable to adjacent buildings, and the outlook from Cotswold Close falls well below the BRE 25-degree guidance, even when standing right at their rear fence, dispelling any claims of prominence. Next slide, please. We previously highlighted that the officer's report makes several references to comments made by the inspector in the appeal decision, but these all relate to the previous scheme and not the revised proposal that's before you today, which has been completely changed to address each objection. The inspector's comment about harm to character related to the previous design being a 2-storey building next to a single-storey, the scale and prominence of the dormers, and a concern over potential overlooking of the garden of 29 Cotswold Close from the bedrooms. However, the second story has been omitted, and these issues are no longer applicable. References to linear form and cramped related to the impact of the carport, which, as you can see, elongated the building massing right up to the right-hand side of the southeast boundary. However, this too has been omitted, and the building's overall length has now been reduced by 1/3 to match the smaller block size of River Drive and allowed us to increase the separation to all boundaries. The previous claims of overdevelopment and contrived layout related to the amount of private amenity space being provided, but these were dismissed as appeal by the inspector. In fact, the inspector praised the design and layout as being a novel and innovative approach and concluded, due to the quality and usability of the resultant spaces, a reduction below the 1/3 guideline was both appropriate for the development and fully compliant with all local policies. And we highlight in the previous application, the inspector previously accepted 60 square metres for a 3-bedroom house, whereas we're now providing 82 square metres for a 1-bedroom bungalow, which in turn meets the 1/3 guidance. It's disappointing to see the officer's report still claims the design is out of character, as the inspector specifically highlighted that there is no prevailing architectural style in the area, and that it's evident that many of the buildings in the area have been poorly modified and altered over time. He also agreed that a contemporary approach to design and architectural detailing is entirely appropriate for this location. Next slide, please. With regards to the claim of overlooking the garden of number 9, at the last committee meeting we highlighted that the proposed 2-metre timber fence is extended to 2.4 using a continuous planted bamboo screen. As you can see in the photos, using a clumping non-invasive bamboo, such as gracilis or arrow, it quickly forms a solid and effective barrier preventing any views through it, and it grows incredibly quickly, approximately 8 to 12 inches a month. And this will be, as we've already confirmed to the officer, this will be supplied as mature 2.4 metre high plants from the outset anyway. Next slide, please. The view cone shown here in yellow shows how this will prevent any views below the 2.4 metres. And as you can see, even if any contribution from bamboo was completely discounted, the fence itself still offers significant restriction on the views. Next slide, please. It's also important to put this into context. As you can see, there's only a very narrow gap left between the existing tree and their extension where any potential for a view could even occur. And number 9 is written in support of this proposal. Next slide, please. With regards to the overlooking the garden of number 8, as the photo clearly shows, number 8's boundary is already screened by mature bushes on their side of the fence, which means they have full control over their privacy. That means that any potential view from the top step into their garden would already be obscured. And even if the hedge wasn't there, the fence height from the top step is still effectively 1.6 metres high. The utility rooms are non-habitable space, and the path is just a transitory space, which is only used briefly with low frequency because all the primary amenity spaces are located on the other side of the building. And there are no windows in the facade facing number 8, so there's no possibility of a view into it. And, next slide, please. The consultation process received 7 letters of support and no objections. This has now been increased to 15 letters through a petition initiated by the resident. There's no objections from any of the statutory consultees, and we believe this proposal improves the character of the access road and the safety of the public realm. Next slide, please. And this slide is for Councillor French. Councillor, this is just to show you I took your comments at the last meeting very seriously and arranged for the site to be cleared of all the brambles and tidied up.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. In a hurry as last time. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Underwood? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Underwood, for doing that. It certainly looks a lot better, and I think it opens up the site. We can see the actual size of it. Thank you.
Right. Anything else at all from Mr. Underwood? Nothing? Oh, sorry, Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Part of the presentation was showing planting of trees beside the property. It's great, but the pictures are all taken in the summer whilst there's leaves on the trees. What happens when the leaves drop off?
It's bamboo.
No, you were suggesting your neighbour's tree had shielding on their side already.
Oh, on their bush. I think it's perennial anyway. That one.
By the looks of one of those trees, it looked like that was going to drop leaves.
Okay. Well, we submitted drawings before. After this comment last time, we submitted drawings to the officer who declined to accept them, where we actually introduced a trellis, just to add extra belt and braces to make sure, but he declined to accept those drawings, so what you see here is that's the current scheme, I'm afraid. Happy to do it if you need it, it's not a problem.
Thank you. Did you put your hand up, Councillor Mifferton? Were you indicating no? Oh, okay. Right, any more questions at all to Mr. Underwood before we let him go? No, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarification to officers, if you have any. You've got one, Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah. Does this meet the minimum utility space, not the word I'm looking for. Yes, that's the one. Does this meet the minimum standards?
I can confirm, yes, it does. Any more questions for officers? Can't see any. No, no, thank you. Okay, well done. Right. So now I'm going to ask members to debate the item with respect to material considerations. Who wants to kick off the debate? Sorry? It will, because yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, certainly there has been alterations there, and I'm glad to see that the brambles and bushes have been moved. And I think, this obviously it is an old council house type garage stuff. And I think there would be no harm to this now. I believe it will be a community benefit not to have the amount of antisocial behaviour that there is around there, and that has been proven with the complaints we get through the town council, and obviously we send this on to the police on a regular basis. I don't know why March is having such antisocial behaviour. I'm going to support this, as I believe the slight changes to will be a benefit to that area.
Okay. Still in debate. Anybody want to add to that? Councillor Bifferdon, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to support this as well, because if you remember, we had a local resident speak the last time this came, and she did say, she did tell us how the antisocial behaviour was affecting the local community. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? We're going to quickly wrap this up. If nobody else, well, there won't be anything else to say, will there? Right. So, no, I'm going to end this debate now, and I'm going to bring officers in. Did you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just briefly, listen to the comments of Councillor French and Councillor Maffiden, just to draw their attention, and the committee's attention, back to the comments of the inspector when dismissing the previous appeal. The proposal would remove dilapidated garages, which may currently attract crime and antisocial behaviour. Nevertheless, these benefits do not outweigh the conclusions I've reached regarding the main planning issues. So those issues were considered by the inspector, who concluded that they were not sufficient to justify granting the application. Obviously, that is a significant material consideration, given it's an appeal decision within the last sort of couple of months. So just to flag that to the committee's attention.
Did you want
yeah,
to?
Thanks for that, David. Yeah, I fully understand what you're saying there, but the benefit to remove the antisocial behaviour, and I'm not sure whether, looking at state, it's probably overrun with rats as well. So I think, by getting rid of these garages and putting something there will be a much better benefit to the residents who live around there.
Councillor Marks.
Just for clarity on that, obviously the inspector made his report on the previous property. The applicant has said he has taken on board and made changes to the new application that we see before us today. So whilst I understand what the inspector is saying regarding the previous one, there are more, I believe now, community benefit to this by the site being cleared and the changes that have been made. Would you agree, David?
Through you, Chairman, if I may, not particularly, no, to be honest. I think, you can't get much clearer than the inspector saying the proposal would remove dilapidated garages, which may currently attract crime and antisocial behaviour. So clearly he's identified that as an issue, considered that, and concluded that that would not overcome the harm that he's identified with the failings of the previous scheme. Now, if members want to sort of look at it and say, actually, we feel that the current scheme is an improvement on the previous one, it's not, it doesn't have the same harm in terms of the visual impact, it doesn't have the same harm in terms of overlooking of neighbours, then that may be one thing to sort of go with. But I don't think that the committee could sort of reasonably say that, given what the inspector had identified, that the community benefits outweigh any harm.
So just to reiterate, sorry, did you? Sorry. Yeah, just to reiterate then, the application that we turned down, and the inspector. So this current application has gone from 2 stories to 1 story. Okay, so it's a different application altogether. The carport, as Mr. Underwood said, was latched onto the side of the bungalow, or whatever the dwelling it was. But now that's gone, so that's taken a third off. There's enough amenity space as well, which there would be more amenity space if you're taking a third off the carport, isn't there? So that knocks that one. On planning balance, my own view is that I don't see too much wrong in it, really, to be honest. But anyway, I suppose that's a comment rather than a question for you, David, really. But would you like to comment on my views?
I think that was the kind of steer I was potentially giving the committee several minutes ago, Chairman, yes.
Okay, right. Anyway, no one else to speak. Okay, so that's that. So we're going to do this. So do I have a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission on this application? No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, that fails. I'll look another proposal, please. Councillor Marks, what's your proposal and the reasons for doing so?
To go against officer's recommendation and approve this, I think firstly, I hear what David said, what the inspector said previously, but I believe there is benefit to the local community in this being replaced. The applicant has worked with the sort of like the report that's come back from the inspector. It has changed dramatically the building itself, and I believe it lends itself to where its location is. So,
okay, and Scott, you can, yeah. Then I'll come in now.
Thank you, Chairman. Just for clarity, as I think I sent an email to every member a little while ago, the application obviously is applied for a self-build. So, if taking into account what plan inspectors are saying in relation to self-builds, if members are to support this scheme, they'll, like if it was a major application, it'll be delegated to officers subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement in relation to the need for self-build. Just for clarity, before we enter into the bud, I'll have to retro to fit that. Thank you, Tim.
If that's what it says, that's what he'll have to adhere to, won't he?
Is it something we can condition, that it is a self-build or no build?
Chairman, that's the point. Inspectors are dismissing appeals saying the only. It's in relation to enforceability. If somebody doesn't live in it correctly, you can't enforce against it. So the only way to do it would be take it through the courts through breach of a legal agreement. So yeah, planning-wise, there is no condition. It has to be a Section 106, and that's what the inspectors are saying. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, there we go. So we didn't have any. So we're looking for a new proposal, then, aren't we? Really, because the other one's failed. So we'll go back on that. That's failed, didn't we?
Well, I just gave you my reasoning.
Yeah, but obviously with those conditions in mind. So you're going to second it, Councillor French. It's getting along, down it. So anyway, we've got a proposal going forward. Councillor Marks is going to propose it. We go against officer recommendation with those conditions delegated to officers.
Can we see the conditions, though, please?
See the conditions, you obviously may. Do you want to see them as being marched down, Councillor? Sorry? Okay. So Councillor French is going to second it. So can I have a show of hands on that?
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
So the application has been approved. Okay, so it is 6:41. Be back in 10 minutes. Please. Absolutely, yeah. No, that's absolutely right. Yeah, okay. Just put it for the minutes. Thank you, members. Without further ado, I'll hand over to Matthew Lee, Head of Planning, to provide an update on the planning application FYR 25/0084F, agenda item number 14. Then he'll hand over to Dave to expand on the application, and then finally we'll bring in Victoria, our legal executive, to explain the legal aspects of the application. Thank you. So, Matthew, with you.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, members, you've all got the report in front of you and the appendices, so I won't go into particular detail. Just to highlight, obviously, members, we've had a letter that is a pre-action indication for potential judicial review on application 25/0084/F, which was presented at committee on the 30th of April this year. With that in mind, we are bringing the item back to members to ensure that the considerations are robust and defendable. First thing, I will pass you over to David Grimes, the case officer, to remind all members of the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Matthew. So here is the location plan and aerial photograph for the site, as well as the proposed site plan showing the partial retention of a storage building. Is the elevations of said building. The site photos. Photograph 1 shows the frontage of the storage building with the drainage channel. 2 shows the southern boundary wall of the application site. 3 shows the proximity of the building to the dwellings on Bridge Lane to the north. 4 shows the proximity of the building to the boundaries of 10A and 10B Bridge Lane. 5 shows the rear of the storage building adjacent to 10A and 10B Bridge Lane, and 6 shows the view of the building from the window of 10B Bridge Lane. Photograph 7 shows the view of the building from the garden of 10B Bridge Lane. 8 shows the view of the building from the garden of 10A Bridge Lane. 9 shows the view of the building from 8 Bridge Lane, as does photograph 10. In summary, the development by virtue of its scale and appearance is still considered to harm the character and appearance of the area, and also by the virtue of its scale and position, which would have a detrimental impact on the amenity of the adjoining residents at 10A and 10B Bridge Lane. The recommendation continues to remain one of refusal.
Well, thank you very much. Now, would you like to come in there, Victoria, to explain the legal situation? Yeah. We can ask. Do that. Victoria, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So clearly the thrust of the contemplated challenge and the thrust of the advice you've received are that there are particular matters that the committee now needs to turn their minds to when it comes to making a final decision on this application. So we're not going to reopen the whole debate. A number of matters have already been carefully considered by the committee. The particular issue, I think, which needs to be addressed by members today, and that I'd encourage you to keep in mind as you ask questions of officers and as we go into discussion, is the importance and the materiality of the inspector's decision when he dismissed the appeal against enforcement and upheld the council's previous enforcement action. So members will be aware that generally planning applications should be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. Your officers have set out their view on the extent to which this application accords with the development plan, and in particular on the issues of the impact on the character and appearance of the area, and also on the impact on residential amenity for neighbouring properties. So I think they're the two key policy considerations that we need to be thinking about. Now, when the appeal went before the inspector gave some quite clear views on those matters, and he felt that the application then was contrary to the local plan policies on those two particular issues of character and resident amenity. When the committee considered it before, they appeared to form a different view, but perhaps didn't directly enough address the inspector's findings at the time how material they are to the committee's deliberations now, and what had changed in terms of the material considerations that you have in mind between the inspector's earlier decision and today. So I suppose that's the kind of framework within which I think we're going to be considering matters today. And so when you're thinking about the report you had from officers, asking questions of officers and debating in a moment, I think it would be worth reflecting on the inspector's consideration of those issues, when and in what context that the inspector's findings were made, what has changed since then, both in terms of the scheme actually proposed, because there have been changes to some of the buildings and the matting and the extent of some of those buildings, which may be material considerations. There have been further documents submitted by the applicant, which may influence your thinking, particularly around landscaping, for example, where you may want to explore with officers to what extent there have been changes there. So I suggest we move on now, Chair, to kind of questions of officers, and I would suggest when we come into debate, take the committee through those considerations kind of step by step, so we have some really clear reflections on each of those points, if that's okay with the committee.
It's okay with me. Okay, so we've heard Victoria's advice, the officer's advice. Who would like to ask questions of any officer, and who are they to? That's what we're asking.
Questions.
So questions. Councillor French, are you indicating that you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'm very interested in landscaping. Can you give us some kind of direction? Yes, I know the building is large, but if there is a condition that it has to be landscaped, I know trees are expensive, but if it overcomes the concerns of the neighbours, then I think landscaping is the way forward.
Most definitely it is. Would you like to direct the question to, obviously, David or Matt? Or any of you?
Whoever wants to respond.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, members are aware of the appeal decision, aware that the inspector did not consider landscaping would be acceptable to overcome the harm. Obviously, members indicated at the last committee that they considered there was potential for this to mitigate the harm. So, to provide some assistance, the officers have provided some guidance in relation to landscaping as one of the appendices. Obviously, members are aware of the 6 tests, now slightly worded differently in the legislation, but the 6 tests of necessary, precise, reasonable, relevant to planning, enforceable, and reasonable in all other respects, yeah. So we've considered the potential for landscaping in this context. The site and the area available for landscaping is quite small. We've spoken to our arboriculturist who has indicated there is the potential to purchase and put in trees that would screen the site. However, they would require extensive support in relation to it's been a long day. In relation to being able to deal with water, nutrients, and to be able to stay, in the long term, to be able to retain their health. Furthermore, the trees would need to be a lot of them. There's a significant number likely needed. It's all in the report, and obviously there is likely to be a significant cost for that. What that results in is advice from officers that the cost, irrespective of whether the applicant is willing to enter it or not, because obviously it sits with the land in perpetuity, and the ongoing maintenance cost would probably mean that it was not reasonable in relation to planning terms, would fail the tests. Furthermore, obviously disease could happen, etc. There would need to be replanting, the cost of that. The potential trees would have to be TPO to be protected, and at the end of the day, there would still be, rather than being a blank wall, there would still be a lot of something at the end of the boundary that would still, we consider, have some form of impact on the amenity. In reality, not as bad, we would suggest, as a built form, but it would still potentially be relatively oppressive and unable to have that level of vegetation on the boundary. But that's all in the report, Paul. But that's the guidance. Thank you, Chairman.
So we've heard from Matthew. Would you like to make any comments about the legality of that? Because that does seem a way forward to me. So Markson, listen to that.
Very happy to contribute. I mean, I think the issue of reasonableness is challenging. You would need a clear mechanism for enforcing such an extensive amount of landscaping. That could be done through a planning obligation or through a planning condition. In terms of future management and maintenance, there are mechanisms that could be used. You could have some kind of security or bonds to protect against that in future if needed. So there are legal mechanisms by which what is proposed could be secured. I think it is an extensive undertaking for a scheme of this size and scale, and that definitely raises questions around whether the 6 tests can be satisfied, which the committee will need to have regard to. I think in particular the requirement that any condition is reasonably related in scale and kind to the development in question, because we're talking about a very significant amount of landscaping for a relatively small development. At the same time, committee may have regard to the fact that this is an application for retrospective planning permission in a context where an enforcement notice has been served, and therefore what the applicant may be willing to do in these circumstances may be different than if it were a fresh application coming before the committee for new development that hasn't previously been undertaken. And of course, the applicant is always free, if he considers that these conditions are too onerous, to come forward and make a fresh application for a slightly different scheme that might reduce the extent of the landscaping conditions or obligations which the committee would need to seek, because it's made other alterations to the design which also help to mitigate the amenity impact, particularly on those 2 dwellings most severely impacted. So I think that there are a range of views that the committee could take and a range of factors which might be material, which the committee might wish to have regard to.
Thank you, Victoria, for that. Councillor Marks, does your question have reflection on that?
Could we just discuss where this would be, where the green hedges now is the only bit we are looking at for shielding? Yeah, so it's a metre on the boundary between the properties, so we're not looking to go anywhere else. It is just purely that one side of the shed or warehouse, whatever it is, and then down 6A, 6B. I'm sorry, 6A. Yeah, so along there. So do we know a measurement between the 2 properties?
Through you, Chair, I think it's set out in 5.2 of the relevant appendices, which talks about the western wall of the building is set back approximately 1 metre to 1.2 metre from the boundary fences of 10A and 10B.
So within that area, we could put something like Lolando, which grows to 20 plus feet. There is a way of putting plants that will grow. We've already had an application today where they were talking about, I can't remember what the bamboo that grows at 2 or 3 feet a minute by the sound of things, but something a bit more substantial like Lolando, which would then shield from the building.
Through you, Chairman, I think in terms of the actual species, I don't think Leylandi, given how, well, for a start, I think 1 to 1.2 metres is probably not quite wide enough to get reasonable sized Leylandi in any way. Notwithstanding that, you're then also into the territory of Leylandi need significant maintenance to keep them down. And then going back to the point that Victoria's made about sort of reasonableness, etc. And I think also Leyland are sort of notorious, aren't they, for their amenity harm in their own right. So that I think would sort of reiterate the point that Matthew made earlier in terms of the actual, effectively you're going from a wall of a building to having a sort of a wall of greenery.
Chairman, just for clarity, as 5.6 of the relevant appendix says, it advises we'd be looking at pleach trees, which ones that are trained to grow across a trellis. So rather than leyland, but there are limited options on evergreen ones, but they do exist. Thank you, Chairman.
That's an interesting one. Any more questions at all, Councillor French?
It's not a question, I'm just laughing about Leyland. I have loads of them, and I can assure you they take a lot of maintenance. But you know, there are some fantastic trees out today, which you just said about the screens. You can get red robins that are evergreen and things like that. Yes, they're expensive, but that's not our problem, the cost of the trees.
I think we've discounted the landline of the house. So, Councillor Marks again, thank you.
This is going to sound really stupid, but I might as well say it. As you go to Milton Keynes, you actually see the big warehouses that are now 4 and 5 different colour blue because they blend in to the countryside. So, could the building be painted a slightly different colour, and then with the other mitigation as well with the bushes, so they are actually looking through onto a blue as opposed to green, which some people may feel is a bit stark. It's a thought.
It's not a bad.
Through you, Chairman, if I may, I think from having experience and dealt with sort of developments of a similar nature, the purpose of having them sort of in different colours is more to sort of mitigate the longer range views. Obviously, what we're talking about here is a view from sort of several metres away, and I think whether you've got an expansive wall that is one colour or another, it's that visual impact from such a short distance that is the problem.
As I said, David, it was just a thought.
So going back on that, so landscaping is the favourite here. So if landscape is favourite here, in my view. Sorry.
So if the members are done with questions, we're going to go through the report, aren't we?
Yeah. So I'm just making a comment really. So anybody finished with the questions? Then we'll go through the report. Any more questions from any officers, in other words? No, Sydney? No, Charlie? No, okay. Now we'll go through the report then.
Would you like me to, Chair?
I would.
Thanks, Chair. So I think the first thing is really for the committee to form a view on whether the inspector's previous decision on the appeal finding is a material consideration in this decision now, and if it is, then to attach some weight to that inspector's decision. You have received legal advice that's appended to the report. I won't get into that, but I suppose I think it's difficult to see how it's not a material consideration, in my view, albeit there has been a passage of time and some changes since which may impact on the weight that committee attached to it. So I wonder if committee could form a view on that first, the materiality of the previous inspector's decision on this case.
Thank you for that. Who wants to kick that off? Anyone? Then I'll come in then after that, as I can.
I think we debated this long and hard previously. I think we came to a conclusion then, which it was a conclusion we've come to. Yes, we've now got this letter saying that somebody, is upset, which we understand, but the mitigation from this, as far as I can see, yeah, we can do things like put trees, whatever, but equally, the person whose shed it is looking after a very expensive item, and it's a hobby. It's not a business. This is not 24 hours, 7 day a week, banging in. It's a steam engine, and he needs that size building. I understand he's gone before getting planning permission, but I still think there are two sides to this. Yes, we've got to be mindful of the residents and try and find a solution for them, but equally there is a need for this building.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councillor Marks really on this one. You need a significant building to put the steam engine in, and also you need it close by, as we've said in other applications. You need it close by for reasons of security. You're not going to leave that in the middle of a field so anybody else can get their hands on it, are you? So in his curtilage of his property, that's the best way it can be. So I'm not really going to alter my thoughts at all about whether we made the right decision or not, because in my view that we did. But probably, for me, just some mitigating certain things of some planting would be favourite for me. I don't know how
Yeah, so just to maybe try and summarise a little bit, if I can, Chair. I think from what you've all been saying, there's certainly some similarities with the inspector's reasoning, isn't there? When we talk about mitigation, whether through landscaping or some other way, I think there is some recognition that there is harm to the character of the area, some recognition that there is harm to the amenity of neighbouring residents. I can never say that word, committee, apologies. So it sounds as though actually you somewhat share some of the inspector's findings, and that would make sense since we're talking about the same application sites, the same surrounding properties, and at least a similar application. So I think perhaps where the committee is getting to is that it accepts that the inspector's prior decision is a material consideration, and it might be helpful just to clarify that if somebody from the committee could, to check I've understood. That the committee attaches some weight to that, but perhaps given the discussions during the question session, given there have been some further documents obtained and some changes made, maybe, significant weight, but not, overriding weight or substantial weight, and maybe that could be permitted. I'm talking about, sorry, Chair, the weight that the committee is going to attach to the previous inspector's decision.
Sorry, Charlie, I was just thinking what my response will be.
Can I just come in there? At least, well, 4 of us sat on the previous committee when the house itself, which we were told was overbearing, too tall, and various, but that has since gone into significance, and now we're dealing with a building. But everything does tend to match in over a period of time. Yes, there is that property at the, this building at the bottom. If we can mitigate by putting trees there, what else can we do? And the inspectors, there have been some changes. So the inspector's initial report, he would need to come back with other reasoning, and we can go round and round in circles. But at the end of the day, I believe there's a need for this property, for this building. We are trying to come up with reasoning. We can paint it blue, we can put trees on it, we can do whatever. But if that was an agricultural building, I wonder if we'd even be sitting here debating it.
Yeah, okay, Councillor Bennett.
I mean, we've got this case before us. We made our decision. I felt this was a bit of a compromise because we would look into this one is looking at taking the concrete up, taking a bay down. And truthfully, this enforcement was done at the speed of light. There never was any consultation. I wouldn't say Mr. Bowers is, maybe he could have worked a little bit more with us to do that, but I think his attention would be focused on this. And when we spoke earlier, you said that he can submit more applications in. Councillor Marks, when it came before us before, said, don't take the concrete up, it'll make more dust and more trouble. This would be to take the concrete up. If he submitted another application, or I mean, he can submit other applications. If he wants to keep the concrete, there's got to be a regularisation of that concrete, so there would be another application. If maybe the council wasn't so zealous in its way of doing the enforcement and actually worked with Mr. Bowers, maybe we could find even more compromise within this. Because truly, we've got to temper the needs of both sides, residents, both sides of the fence in this one. I think the shielding we've talked about, we've covered that one. But truly, I think this really needs another application, but this has been pushed through at the speed of light, and there hasn't been enough time for consultation, and there hasn't been enough time for, there was certainly a point where the council wouldn't accept an application to try and regularise what's going on. I still stand by the decision we made. The compromise is that we don't take the concrete up, because as Councillor Mark said, that will make more dust, more noise than leaving it there is going to be. And we are there is a bay of the shed coming down. Now, whilst it's one end, it was adamant at one point that that had to come down because it was on agricultural land. Well, if we had another application that allowed this to be moved further down, that would resolve all parties. But we've got something here where really we need another application to regularise what we're doing here, or what was suggested last time at the committee. And we've got to find a compromise between two neighbours. And truly, looking at this, I think for today, the shielding should be looked at. And I think that we really want to get the planning department and the agent to get together and come up with something maybe better than is hit, that's better than what we've got here. It's certainly going to need an application, and let's hope they can work together on this one. But I still stand by the statement that, when we've made the decision before. I think the shielding goes a long way to mitigating this. I still stand by the decision we had. I think that maybe if the applicant was willing to work with the council and both ways round, I think we could find maybe a better solution than is here. But for today, this has been pushed through at the speed of light, and we've ended up in a position that nobody really wants to be in. And I think I still stand by this decision, so I will do today. But I think it needs another application to come in to regularise this, and I think it needs both sides to soften their stance a little bit and come up with a better compromise than's here. But I still stand by what is here today.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Marks.
I have to say, I do agree with Councillor Benny. I still cannot understand why we are taking up concrete. It will cause more hassle, more mess, more noise, and quite honestly, we've seen there's a good drainage system there. So we've never heard the neighbours all complaining regarding drainage or anything else. It just comes down to this one building, and at the end of the day, disharmony between neighbours nobody wants, but equally, one man's house is his castle as well, and he is keeping a very, very expensive item in that shed. Yeah, okay. He puts another planning application in. We will take that on its merits. I think that's as much as we can do.
Well, I think I've intimated before, I'm going to stick by my decision. I can't see certainly the concrete does not want to be disturbed. It'll upset the drainage. I would like to bet my pension that drainage is done correctly. Why would you not, when he's built such a dwelling there, that I'd like to live there, I'd like to afford to live there, so you wouldn't put that in jeopardy by putting drainage, some drainage that's not up to the mark, would you? So my view is that wants leaving alone, and I think we should pass this, give a little weight to the inspector's decision, but ask the applicant to enter into a planting scheme which is adequate, more than adequate. No, it's not absolute, it's not perfect, but it'll address the situation. Full stop. So that's where I feel that I want to be.
I'm not going to change my decision from previously. However, one thought that has just come to me, I haven't actually seen his traction engine on the road, so quite honestly, it's part and parcel of the reasoning behind the concrete, because he has to have an HGV low loader in there, which will need a turning circle anyway. So if he needs that, there is a need for the concrete. Maybe not one bay of the shed, but I can see there is more of a need, and if he goes to shows or whatever, he won't road that. He will take that by low loader, and a low loader needs a good turning circle. I should know, I'm a Class 1 driver, and I think there's mitigation in leaving that concrete, personally.
My mind, it's bonkers if we make him take it up. It's bonkers because it's just bonkers. You wouldn't take down, crack the concrete, would you? There's no need to do so, would you? Well, so I give weight to our decision that we made on April 30th. To be honest, I can see no further forward to keep the concrete, leave it where it is. We've given weight to this. We had a good debate on it last time. I can't see anything that I can add to it other than what I've said already, and I'll only just reiterate and no more that just get a tree planting scheme with our horticulturist or whoever, work with Mr. Bowers and his agent to get it done as soon as possible. That's where I feel that I am. I don't know whether you've got any more views, Victoria, please.
So I think there was just one question from Councillor Benny I should probably respond to in respect of kind of new applications and how they might play into this. If the committee is coming to a view that it would like to explore conditioning the grant so as to require work to be done on a landscaping scheme to see if the applicant is willing and appropriate experts can agree a scheme that would mitigate the harms identified by the committee and by the previous inspection and appeal decision, then, and that doesn't work and the parties can't reach agreement, or you can't agree on a form of mitigation which is reasonable to all parties and which addresses the harm arising from the development, then of course at any time the applicant is free to make an alternative application and the committee would need to consider that on its merits. So if we reach a point where the council's experts can recommend a landscaping scheme that would address the harm and the applicant felt that that was too expensive, too costly, disproportionate, not reasonable, then he can either take his scheme down, as the enforcement action requires him to do, or he can submit an alternative scheme which proposes some other way of mitigating the harms identified by earlier the inspector and subsequently by this committee, particularly in relation to the character of the area and the impact on neighbour amenity.
Okay, thank you for that. Along the lines that I want to go, Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, I will support this application on the proviso that officers do speak with the agent and the applicant to see if we can get some kind of sensible landscaping put in place. We've been talking about this application for, 18 months, 2 years. If the applicant and the agent will not come up with something, then we're going to have to look at it some other way. But I think, we should give the officers and the applicant and the agent the opportunity to try to work out some kind of scheme. And no trees are expensive? Well, trustee Menzies, Chair.
Right, so I think officers on my left have probably said all they need to say. Victoria, is that with Councillor French's? I think we're all sort of in agreement that we're not going to change our views. I think it's a favourite now that we're going to try and get a landscaping where agents and applicants can all work together with our tree expert, horticulturist or arborist or whoever. I think we should give it 6 months to come to some agreement, because obviously, and you won't be able to plant the said trees if there is an agreement, only in planting time, when, to give them the best chance of flourishing. And also, there needs to be another condition in there, that in my view, that if any of the trees die, there has to be a condition for a replanting of that said tree that dies. That's my view, and that has to be done at the soonest time in the prescribed season when you can do it. So that's where I feel that I'm at. I don't know if anybody else has got any views, and Councillor Marks probably has.
One other suggestion is height, because at the end of the day we're hearing shadowing and everything else. This is to shield the building, not to then keep growing maintenance-wise 60, 70 feet. So I think we need to also state whether it's the apex of the building or whether it's the side of the building, it is to shield that, not to just allow it to keep growing and growing.
I think, coming back into it, sorry, I'm sort of hogging this, aren't we? But I think a relevant point you made, but also I think we can put a condition in there where it needs future maintenance, to prune the trees or whatever. Yeah?
Sorry, can I just come back on that, Chair? Obviously, it's going to be two different heights.
Yeah.
Because, so I would have thought we need to, or with planning need to agree some heights, because 6A, 8A and 8 are not affected, and the two top properties are not a shield, we're not shielding that at 20 feet or whatever that height is of that building. So we need to be clear on some height, because there's going to be differences in height. You can't just have one, because especially in the Fens, it will just blow over. So we need to be clear on some height restrictions along the boundaries.
Through you, Chairman, I think officers have suggested when we've considered in the mitigations that there'd be peeled trees that would mean they'd be growing along a trellis along the back. We wouldn't be just doing.
Agree what that height's going to be, because where are you going to take your two heights from? One, you got the back of a building which is 20 feet, whereas 6A, 8A, and 8 don't need that shielding from it.
Through you, Chairman, this report only relates to 10A and 10B. We're only all the other issues that were not for debate. I know we've covered a lot of them in this debate this afternoon, but this report only talks to the issue around. And there may need to be some other landscaping, but that would be separate to the bespoke condition that would be required for this. Or I'd actually suggest members that it wouldn't be a particularly bespoke condition. It would be a relatively standard retrospective condition suggested through Circular 1195, requiring a scheme of landscaping to be submitted to us within a reasonable period. Therefore, the applicant and their agent can go away and come up with something rather than put it onto us, because it's not our responsibility. It's actually not a complex, it's just a standard Circular 1195 condition would fit, just amended to reflect that it's a landscaping scheme. And obviously how then they look to retain it long term, which is likely to need some form of legal agreement, would then need to be submitted as part of that and agreed as part of that in the future.
Yeah, I think that's more than fair. It's up to the agent and applicants to come up with something that fits the bill, so to speak. I don't know if anybody else has got anything to say. Do anybody agree primarily what's been mentioned? I'm looking at you, Sydney. Yes. Right. Okay. we're looking at him now. I mean, if he's nodding his head in agreement, I'm just gonna, if you're just happy, you're just happy to go and take back what we said, yeah? Okay, that's fine, that's it. Okay, that's all. So, right, so where do we go from here? Because I think you've heard the committee's decisions.
In theory, we have to move our recommendation, which is to refusal, and then
Yeah.
if it doesn't, then it will go through the
Okay,
legal
so we're going to go
process,
back, aren't we? Okay, let's just find the page. So the debate's finished now, obviously. Now I have a proposal to go with officers' recommendation to refuse planning permission on this application. To be clear, to refuse it. Do I have a proposer to refuse it? There isn't one. So I'm looking for a new proposal, please. Councillor French? Okay, that's fine. And we'll also need, do we need a route?
We need a proper refusal.
That's cleared that up. Well done. So, Councillor French, we need a reason for approval after all that. Just outline, just to get us moving now.
Sorry, through you, Chair, can I just come back on? For clarity, the case law is clear. It's common law, not planning law, that if members go against a recommendation, there is a reasonable expectation for the public to understand the reasoning. So that's why there is a requirement for reason for approval, which is, because obviously, let's say it was a long debate that brought in a lot of issues that weren't planning matters. You would never want a situation where you'd be arguing that they were given way. So there's a requirement, and I'll particularly say very relevant for the reason we're here, that we need a pretty precise reason for approval, or if it is challenged, that members are able to look to defend. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
I think that the main reason is we believe as a committee that by landscaping, this objection can be got over. Mitigated, got over, and if all parties work together, they should find a solution to the problem that's arisen.
Yeah, the fact you've got two neighbours that disagree, as a committee, we should take a centre line and look to try and find a compromise here. There is a compromise here, but I think the committee would welcome a further application to regularise some of the suggestions, mainly made by you, Councillor Marks, previously. But to deal with this one today, I think the committee is quite firm that it stands by the decision it made, but we need to be seen to be, well, no, don't need to be seen, we need to be taking a rather centre line on this and try and find a compromise here rather than jumping just on one side rather than the other.
I'm happy to second that.
I suppose I'm going to ask you, does that suffice? Will that suffice?
I mean, I think they are the committee's reasons, and you know.
That will just tell me yes or no. Will those reasons suffice?
Yeah, for today's purposes, yeah.
That's good. That's all we want to know. Okay. So we've had a new proposal to go against officers' recommendation. I think Councillor French, the day's getting long, proposed it with those to get along with this. Who's going to second it? Councillor Marks, to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. Can I have a hands up along those lines with that? To approve it, sorry, approve it, yeah. With delegated conditions.
Can the full committee please?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, with that, so could we all have a sight of the conditions? Yeah. So okay, thank you very much, everybody. It's been a long meeting. It's 7:36. Thank you very much. It's been very good. Thank you for your kind attention, members. Thank you.
What are you going to do about your train?
I am going to